everyone, welcome back to the LCK for week 2 of the regular season. We had a banger to close out week 1. Can't wait for more. Digon here alongside Wolf and Wadid, and we welcome all of you back to our home. Wolf, how you doing, man?
Feeling good. We ended on such a high note at the end of week 1. Week 2 has some bangers. I hope we can match the energy, but I don't know if anything's going to match that T1 Gen.G series.
Yeah, I really like the schedule of week 1, and I think week 2 is also a banger, so I'm really happy to see week 2, man.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the standings with the surprise at the top. Yes, a product of maybe weaker scheduling, but Nongshim sit alone with the win score difference with points.
Stop the league at this point. Nongshim first place, all the Nongshim fans are screaming at it, and I think they're playing so much better, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think on one hand, it is kind of a schedule thing, but Nongshim, I think, do deserve to be in the left side of our standings right now with the performances we've seen from them so far.
Yeah, they've been great. Gen.G sit atop as well with that last victory. Thanks to that man on your screen, the only player to win player of the match in both series that they played in. Chovy sits atop alone.
Yeah, a lot of players here, too, that have made some big improvements, I feel like, at the beginning of this season compared to either LCK Cup or their performance in summer. Rich is in this list. Raptor made his place in this list. Obviously, Jiu being here is probably a surprise to a lot of people. So some big shakeups for a POM for week 1.
Every position matters. And Chovy and Kara is one and only from their positions. And it looks pretty great. And also Jiu as well.
Also, Rich. Shout out to Rich for having
true.
a top LCK Cup. He's getting himself onto the POM list. And there's some good Preds here. There are some bad Preds here.
I bro-leaved, and I also I really thought T1 was going to take it, but it was very close in the end. But you and I end up at 6 out of 10 alongside Prince on the Korean side.
These two, guys.
Sometimes the predictions are broken. And you know what? A good old week 2 might fix it on up. However, week 1 was great for 2 of these squads, Nongshim and Gen.G. Let's start there with Nongshim.
Yeah, I think Nongshim, they are more coordinated, following the leader and no hesitating. And on the same tempo, I mean, we could see that in LCK Cup, whenever they win, even though they take the win after the last team fight, the voice comms were like, hey guys, can you actually listen to me? Like all these kind of voice comms tells that Nongshim was not on the same page. But right now, they are really more like a team.
Look at how decisive they are on this pick here in this fight. Finding Hype off on an off angle and just instantly deleting him. The punish plays have been quick. Like you mentioned, no hesitation for me is the big thing, as Nongshim would often get big leads in the early game through laning or some early rotations from Gideon, but weren't able to turn them into big team fight wins. But so far this season, no hesitation, better coordination, better shot calling, and just in general, I think this team is a team to be feared right now. Very decisive in fights like this as well, where things get a little bit split up. They know the targets they need to collapse on. They're able to find those targets. The target selection is faster than it used to be, and just the tempo has gone up in general for Nongshim in 5v5s.
Yeah, and I also really like the step up from their mid jungle, and I think that was the huge thing when you compare it to LCK Cup.
Yeah, listen to your young has been good for Nongshim. On the opposite side with Gen.G, the growing pains of the bot lane have started to show a healing, I would say, after LCK Cup. They said top 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, at the start of the season, I didn't feel like Gen.G is on form, and it was not the Gen.G that we were known before. I mean, they were not consistent enough, and also there were so many random deaths. But I think they're more collected, calm and collected, and also from mid lane, Chovy, man, this man is working again.
You just can't talk about this team without talking about Chovy right now, even though it is still pretty much a super team. Duro is still powering up for sure, but Chovy is making those heroic plays that he's so famous for, and having these fantastic engages, having these clutch plays like this one with the Emperor's Divide, getting the 3-man, has warped some of these critical team fights and their big wins. He obviously had that moment to close out the series against T1 as well, which I'm sure we'll be taking a look at here, where, obviously his positioning is fantastic. Another notable thing about Chovy in this game is he was deathless on the Victor in such an intense game, the longest of the season. He's just so good. He's a true professional, and it's that type of measured experience that you can see with this player that really shines through.
It was 2 versus 4 with that kind of HP, And also, the fans were talking about this play for like 3 days, And I mean, it was that impactful. And then I think that flashing forward from Rula as well. I feel like every player in Genji right now more confident, more having a great moment at this point.
Oh yeah, it has been great to see Chovy be able to perform on the champions where we expect when he takes all the resources and continue to push the limits of playmaking and stepping up and making things happen like we've seen on the Azir. Now, taking a look at some of the stats that have changed since the LCK Cup, you thought that maybe LCK Cup was a little bit of fun, a lot of kills, sure, let's go back to the regular season, things will slow down. Not the case, as yes, longer games, but still tons of kills here, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like to me the kill number was going to be way higher before we actually pulled these numbers for 2025. Remember, though, LCK Cup seemed a little bit messy in terms of learning how Otacon works, learning how Fearless works. LCK Cup was in general going to be crazy, but the games have been even longer here in LCK 2025, here in round one. A little bit more kills per game. Average game time being lower, though, I think in part due to teams being unable to close games out as quickly as they used to. I think we've seen some of our weaker teams just a little bit too uncoordinated in closing them out.
I mean, I feel like the teams are finally realizing that Otacon is really strong. You cannot really just hit it and run. And I feel like it's really fun to see how team reacts to the two different Otacon. And yeah, I mean, teams are getting better and better.
All right, well, patch notes time. Two of the biggest offenders in draft that have just been so dang strong getting nerfed here in 2507.
I mean, I think Gwen is still strong enough. When you think about the draft, I think you can always pair up with Sejuani. So I don't think this nerf is gonna harm her that much, but I feel like Naafiri is gone.
Yeah, Naafiri lost base health. The W cooldown, which is her untargetable, is nerfed early, so that affects some of her early skirmishes. Her clear is also hurt. Her Q damage is also hurt. So a champ that was already struggling in the LCK, with a few exceptions of some of our top Naafiri players, just in general, into tanks and the front lines, it's so hard to get value of this pick that has no CC. I think she's going to drop massively in priority moving into week 2.
It was already dropping, and also we can see Ivern getting buffed.
That's crazy to me.
In the early game. Yeah, that's right. I mean, it was already a good pick, right? It was considered as a counter pick into Scanner, some kind of tanky jungle, and I think LCK players are more picking up those picks. And yeah, that was really surprising that they buffed Ivern, and also we cannot just skip that patch note, you know, Catalyst. Yeah.
It's
Rod of Ages.
Like, this build path was already the strongest build for most mid laners. They increased the mana. They also increased mana restored from 7 to 10%. You already have the healing aspect of this as well. You're going to have the Rod of Ages health stacking. This item is already so powerful on champions like Ahri, but I think we're going to see a lot more champions picking this up with the Leandri's build we've been seeing, because they buffed this at a timing where it's already kind of at its peak. It's kind of unreal that they chose to make this happen, especially when you take a look at how it's happening around the world.
I mean, not only on mid, they can also use it on top side. You know, there are so many AP picks that you can use, and also there are Yorick coming into the Rift, and I feel like maybe we can see more Yorick jungle. And Yone, again, I feel like it's same as Gwen. Maybe not the first pickable as like before, but still, when you pair it with Sejuani, Maokai, those kind of champions, I still think it's really impactful.
Yone is the big hit here. The crowd control cleanse removed on his E means that if you time your stun or your root, for example, correctly, you can actually catch him and punish him, whereas in the past, he could kind of cleanse that out and then ult away and escape in a lot of different scenarios. Even in lane, it's going to hurt him a lot. Sure, his crit passive nerf was reverted a little bit, but I think Yone is definitely going to go pretty down on the prio list because of this nerf.
I mean, it was unfair. You know, he was actually poking.
I'm happy for it. Come on. Yeah, I mean, it's unfair.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta talk about these picks.
Get in there.
Yeah, right.
I mean, over in Europe, just Mundo is in the jungle against Zyra. Why?
I mean, this is from LEC mostly, and I think Zyra is first pick champion in LEC, especially with Electrocute. Play for many skirmishes. It's really strong compared to Comet Zyra jungle, and Mundo is one of the pick that you can pick into Zyra and also some tanky junglers, because it's tanky, fast clearing, and strong early. Maybe a lack of engage and CC, but I think it's really high value pick when it comes to late game. So, I mean, it can be really great option after Scanner and Sejuani. Those are perma-banned or picked, so I think it's one of the great options for them.
I love this song. This is a great song for Dr. Mundo. You know what else it's a great song for? the Uribank Gold King. That's right, Aiming was the reigning Gold King. So after week 1 here of the LCK regular season, who is it? Who has gotten the most gold? And it does go to a bot laner, an undefeated bot laner. It is Jiwoo getting it for Nongshim after week 1's matches.
I mean, the guy had some pop-off performances. A lot of the games, he just became huge. He played the Zeri, had the Ezreal game, and an incredible Kai'Sa game as well. It's no surprise that in a undefeated, not only 2-0, but also 2-0, 2-0, 4 games up to 0 streak, the guy was going to get fed. He was going to get big. And it's no surprise to see him get Gold King, but I'm glad to see Jiwoo being such an improved player here, part of the roster that back in LCK Cup we were saying was a little bit of a liability, looking more in peak form right now.
I mean, back in the day when Jiwoo was on pressure, I don't think he showed up his ability, but you remember that Zeri game with 4 supports, right? Normally, that kind of comp cannot work well, but this guy, I mean, he's on form right now.
Yeah, love the fact that this Nongshim team seems to be what every team wanted to be after LCK Cup. You got things working, now all the players are performing. Great job to Nongshim, great job to Jiwoo. As we take a look at the schedule for week number 2, huge one on Saturday, the Saturday Showdown, Hanwha Life Esports against T1. D+ against Gen G is Valdez's pick as well. What jumps out at you?
I mean, those are the 2 obvious ones. I really like Gen G versus Nongshim actually on Friday, because Nongshim played so close against Gen G in the playoffs of the LCK Cup. Maybe there's a little bit of a revenge opportunity there for the Noodle Boys. A big week for DRX as well. I feel like that matchup against Nongshim at the end of the week isn't unwinnable. I feel like they're looking in peak form right now. They should be able to take out BNK as well.
I mean, you got to think about it. Every match matters because of the new format in LCK. After round 2, there is Legend Group and Rise Group, right? So I feel like I think top 3, top 4 are already kind of locked, and you got to think about the last spot. There are 2 or 3 teams fighting for that last spot, so I feel like it's really important to see if the teams are really into the Legend Group or Rise Group.
That's right, and after these first 2 rounds, they're also fighting for the buys to go to MSI when we head to playoffs, and we take a look at 2 of the contenders that closed out last week. It doesn't get any easier for Gen G. They played Hanwha Life, they played T1, then they played Nongshim, then they played D+. It has been a murderer's row of teams compared to as well as T1 as well. They play Hanwha and Nongshim. It is just a front-ended strength of schedule here.
I wanted to pull this out because it's so crazy to see how hard it's already been for these 2 teams and how hard it will continue to be. I mean, KT Rolster has, even when they're the underdogs, generally played pretty close against T1 in Telecom Wars. The Hanwha series is insane. Nongshim is looking in peak form. Gen G get a little bit of a reprieve with that BNK match, but we have a very top-heavy start of the season here.
Yeah, definitely. You know, something else that has been happening a lot of records starting to be broken here in the LCK. Peanut with 5,000 assists, or 4,991, 5,000 assists on the way for him. And not the only player with records. Faker as well. We've talked about it before during LCK Cup. We're like, does it count? Does it not? Here it is. He's at 999. When we think about these 2 legacy players, it has just been so great to watch them over the years.
Yeah, it's crazy that he's finally going to hit 1,000. A lot of people were thinking he was going to hit an LCK Cup. That doesn't, of course, count as LCK games. But if you want to have your mind really blown, take a look at this. Okay, this is Faker's games played versus champions who've been played in the LCK across LCK history, including from their debut. So Faker debuted in 2013. He's ahead of so many of these picks like that debuted before him. Gragas, Gnar, Lucian, picks we've seen so much. Varus. I don't know if he'll ever end up catching up to his Azir, which is his most played champion, but man, this is actually just, when you look at this list, it blows your mind.
Yeah, more than most of the champions. And I'm wondering if Faker can win against Ezreal right there.
I'm trying to figure out, how do I pick that champion? That champion wins a lot.
That's true.
That Faker champion? Yeah, let's get that one. Which leads us to this week's Dagon. It's fact of the week. I kind of...
You botched it, but it's cool.
Got the apostrophe. It's all right. I just was ready to do the pose. Okay. All right. So last week, recently we've been celebrating a lot of heroes across sport. Alexander Ovechkin, now the goal leader. LeBron James, point leader. We had Faker make his debut 12 years ago last Sunday. So my question to you all is, what champion was most recently released to that date.
So the champion that was most recently released in April 6, 2013.
Correct. I'll give you either side of it. Or I could give you the hint which one was afterwards.
2013.
Yeah, I may need a hint because that was before my time in terms of knowing all the champions and when they were coming out new.
Season 3.
I was at middle school, and I think
I'm hearing a lot of excuses from my contestants here.
I know this is like I count this as a lore question, Digon. It's a lore question to me.
They were asking, was this a numbers question or was it a lore question? The champion that came out after his release was Lissandra.
I think
Season 3.
Oh man.
Even they don't know.
No way, guys.
All
Come
right.
on.
All right.
It was the
Come on, any
Season
other
3
hints?
champ.
Any other hints?
A jungler.
Oh, jungler. I was thinking
10
about
seconds.
Zed and Yasuo. But
I don't know this one. I don't know
That's not bad. Yasuo is later. Take a guess, Wolf.
no, Yasuo.
I don't know.
All right. Here's your answer. It was, of course, the secret weapon.
Zach.
Zach
I
came
would have
out
never guessed that.
the week before Faker made his
I would have
debut.
never guessed that one.
The throwback there. I'm sure all of you Giga Chads at home figured that one.
I was so ready for Faker trivia questions. I was like, he's undefeated on Riven. Okay.
Got it?
Oh, yes!
You
got it?
All right, he got it. He knew.
Or maybe they're just cheating. Just
I was like,
kind
he
of
didn't go to Worlds in 2018. He's undefeated on Riven. I don't know.
I don't know.
I was
He
ready
could
for all
be
this
cheating
stuff.
just like they cheated on their predictions as we fly the predictions for this week. We had some swaps at the very, very last second. People joining me in the bro picks. I was like the only person that picked bro, but no. We had a bunch of swaps here at the very, very last second. As we take a look at this one, I'm trying to catch up with a BNK Fearex upset over KT after maybe KT's feeling a little tough after T1 versus KT
I'm
and the DRX
surprised.
over Nongshim, maybe?
I'm really surprised to see less T1 Predators in the Hanwha versus T1 series, considering how easily Genji dismantled Hanwha Life Esports and yet how close the T1 Genji series was. I thought a lot more people would be T1 voters. No one on this space,
Bro,
only me and Atlas.
I mean, it's week 2, man. Like every day is different. I mean, I feel like yesterday me and today me is completely different as well. So I think Hanwha Life Esports, week 1 Hanwha Life Esports, man, they were having a jet lag.
What does that mean for your predictions,
You
man?
know, they were having a jet lag, you know? So, I mean, it's still
He got
fine.
the BNK prediction right.
Yeah.
Everyone was kind of teasing him
That's
about
true.
it, but he was right about that one.
That's true. All right. Well, there's our predictions for the week. A great week indeed as we head on over to the beginning of week 2. Time to get into our matches. Thanks for joining us. Let's get into it as we send it on over to Mao and to Brent.
Starting with a whisper, I know I'll find it hard to lose. Counting down our waves, but I'll take
GM 프릭스 화이팅!
하세명 화이팅! 제발 민철이 좀 화이팅!
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK. We got the DN Freaks up against Hanwha Life Esports. I am Brendan with Mao, as Degon did introduce us that way. You were saying there's probably no other duo in the world with those two names that has come together. Mauritz.
Especially not to talk about video games.
Yeah.
I feel like that is very unlikely. And it's a day where, on paper, particularly in this first matchup, you go, oh, that is going to be an uphill battle. Hanwha Life, even though they have faltered a little bit, I think still very clearly being at the forefront of everyone's mind when it comes to top tier teams. And then DN Freaks, who have just not been able to really keep it together, unfortunately. But we have thought that before.
Yeah.
And generally, we're right, but when we're wrong, it's really funny. So
It is really funny,
I kind of hope that happens today.
I love when we're really wrong and look super silly and
yeah,
stupid.
It's perfect. Everyone loves it.
Yeah, it's very entertaining, at least. An overwhelming 9-match win streak for Hanwha Life against DNF. What ultimate strategy will the only winless team, DNF, challenge the defending champion Hanwha Life Esports with? I mean, Hanwha Life is a slow starter. They dropped a game to KT as well. And KT did look good in that game, but they also got wrecked by Gen G, and this is our defending champions, right? So I think for DNF, they got to capitalize on a slower starting HLE. The only issue is that DNF are also starting off very slowly themselves. So they got to figure it out within the week.
As Peanut approaching his 5,000 assist milestone, only needs 9 more, which most likely he will be getting. Peanut obviously a really big part of what makes this roster as good as they are. And we're going to see when he can get there as Peanut just has been such a pleasure to watch, particularly in the last couple of years. This guy turned from what was a premier hands jungler into just such a big leader for the team, such a smart player. And, you know, every now and then maybe he pulls off something fun like the Kazakhs, even though it doesn't always feel like it should be winning. It kind of always does. Yeah. But it's the Vi, it's the Maokai, it's the Sejuani. This man on enabling junglers has been incredible, both internationally and domestically.
He's a really strong player. He's been around for a very long time. And, you know, I think he's going to continue going. I think much like Faker, these guys aren't showing any signs of really slowing down. They continue to win, and why stop when it's still going well, you know? As we do have the walkout here, as DNF will face off against Hanwha Life Esports. For DNF, it has been kind of the Berserker show. He's been good, I feel like. Individually, he's been good.
He has been good.
Yeah. The issue is, I mean, Rapid Star, their coach, he was mentioning how it feels like the team kind of lacks the ability to do the math quick enough to make the right decision, to be like, okay, we're in this position, not literally math, but like, we're in this position, we got to make the right decision, what do we do? It feels like the team is a bit slow still in trying to figure that out, so hopefully they put in the work over the weekend to try to get better.
It's so rough because there are so many easy things to point towards because the solo laners aren't performing well. We have both Dudu and Bulldog, neither of which are playing to their peak whatsoever. Then we have a jungle and support duo that don't really have a lot going on because we haven't really seen Pioshik play with those classic Pioshik highs. Him and Life haven't really been able to sync up. So instead it's just Berserker with like 4 kills in the mid game, just looking at a 5k gold deficit, and then they lose.
Yeah.
Which, unfortunately, even with Hanwha being a little bit up and down, I think is also likely what many are expecting here today. Hanwha Life, slow start. We have some of the classics, you know, Peanut just kind of dying for no reason. Zeus in early regular season form where he's just kind of there, doesn't get that much done, but let's be real, it's still Hanwha Life. We know how good this team is and generally will be. And again, they are both our reigning LCK champions. They are, which was a big upset in and of itself last year. They are the first stand champions and they won LCK Cup. So a lot of reasons to put your faith in this team, even though we're not playing best of 5s. Heavy favorites today. We'll see if DNF can find the upset, because otherwise, if they lose this and they also end up going down the bro, I worry. I've seen this happen before. That was with Nongshim in 2022, and it can really, really spiral out of control very quickly.
Yeah, it's just a huge blow to the team morale, right? If you go 0-4 that quickly, it's just, you know, it's hard to come back from that. There have been teams that have done it. I believe KT was one of those in seasons past where they started like 0-5.
They don't count.
And then they were 5-5. I'm just saying it's possible.
I know. It's KT. It's KT.
KT can do anything. Why not DNF? And we're not saying that they're going to start 0-4. In fact, there were some creds for DNF to get the win against Bro later on this week. Although, as Degon was saying, he and I were the original Bro believers.
I was not.
A lot of last-second swappers over to Bro, surprisingly, at the last second, right before the Preds were shown.
I heard even some Bro antis changed their mind.
Yeah.
So interesting how that works.
Unbelievable. I would never do that. Even though I did type in the chat, change me too, because I had forgotten that I had predicted Bro.
Happens to the best of us. Well, not to me, because I take predictions very seriously.
Yes, of course.
And I care a lot, so I'm always very on top and remember very, very well.
I didn't see
who I predict.
the results from week 1. Are you on top? Are you feeling okay?
Oh, I'm not going to answer that because it's going to just feed into the loop. Also, because I don't know.
I guess you
but
must
no
have
one, No one is going to believe that. So
yeah.
You know, it's one of those...
You don't want to bring it up because then I'll be like,
so
oh, wow,
funny.
you're going to be so happy that you're number 1.
This always happens. So this started out as a complete joke, right? But I'm telling you, there's going to be a lot of viewers that are like, oh, no, Chronicle actually does really care about predictions.
He's so invested.
Because at this point, there's nothing I can do or say, because if I try too hard to make it clear that I don't care,
I mean,
it doesn't work.
There's a reason why you're always the last person to put in the Preds after spending like 3 or 4 hours really like reviewing the tape.
And this is exactly the kind of nonsense I'm talking about, Brandon.
Reviewing the tape, seeing what else everybody else voted for so you could weigh the prediction odds and stuff like that. It's a good strategy for getting things right, especially when it matters so much. Let's jump into draft here for game number 1. DNF, they do have side selection for this, so that's going to help them. Blue side, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it does, you know, it's been chosen every single time, I believe, and it is certainly still the favored side, with that Varus ban still going to be showing itself.
Varus, Kalista, don't think those champions are really going to change too much in the priority. Gonna say some early Bulldog respect as well. The Talia has been positioned at the forefront. Yes, there were nerfs to Yone. It is still Zeka, so I do...
And Zeus.
Yeah, and Zeus, yeah, good point. So I do think that that is still a fine ban. It might also be one of those things where we'll see it ease up as we get deeper into the patch. Very often teams are like, oh, we're not gonna change too much. At least for now. I'm curious to see what the Neferi Prow is gonna be, because Peanut's Neferi was not it. And it did get nerfed. We only had a few junglers that looked good in it when the teams actually played around it. So I kind of hope that the prio on that one just drops off. As the Sejuani event, actually pretty interesting given that it's one of Peanut's favorites. As Kalista ban on blue side is definitely an interesting one. Didn't really see that one coming.
As Hamalife Esports simultaneously banning out their own jungler, taking away his Vi as well. I mean, those are pretty big, prolific picks for any jungler, but especially Peanut. Gwen was left available, so that's just going to be first picked here by Dudu.
It's Rumble or Jace, right? Those are the two that we have as a possibility. I think that the Rumble is going to feel a little bit better when it comes to providing a reliable source of teamfight damage. But Jace's laning is just so good. And I do think that is still going to be the lock-in. They can also postpone picking up the Jace, given that the Gwen is basically guaranteed to go towards the top side of the map. We'll see if Zeus wants to lock it in here, and my expectation is that they lock in the jungler for Peanut here, given that we have already seen a lot taken away. Xin Zhao is here, it's a classic. We see it a lot in previous eras, might have seen the Poppy prioritized, but as a jungler, her stocks have really dropped. Really is exclusively a Delight champion now.
Yeah. And that's a lot of disengage and space creation already with those 2 picks. But on the side of the DN Freaks, they're just going to continue to commit to this pick and dive kind of strategy. They go for the Neferi and the Ahri. even after the nerfs, which we did mention. Could pick up the Poppy here if you really want to index into just more potential push away. But the problem with that is that you get Jace and Rumble bans if you do that.
I don't love this for DN Freaks. This is a very, very conditional topside, as in the only CC they have is one charm.
Just hit it.
Just hit the charm onto... I guess it's not that bad when it's the Zinza and the Jace, but obviously on the Azir it's going to be tough. And more importantly, I think that this comp can work, but it's very reliant on getting that early mid-jungle 2v2 going. You're playing into Peanut and Zeka, that's already kind of tough. Into notoriously one of the hardest to punish mid laners. And Neferi was just hit super hard on this patch, so not having the most confidence in the DN Freak draft so far. It is a good spread of damage. I imagine they want to go towards Leona or Rel just to get as much CC as possible. We'll see what Life actually ends up locking in, but I think Hanwha Life, his comp is so versatile, right? You have great range, solid team fighting already, your laning matchups aren't really looking too rough. As Ezreal taken away, does kind of slot into any matchup. And the one thing that I do think Hanwha Life might be a little bit worried about is how can Viper play the game into the amount of dive. Good. Go for Xayah. I think this is one of the occasions where Xayah actually does make a good amount of sense. There's not a lot of range on the enemy team.
Yeah.
It might also just be Kai'Sa, because Kai'Sa right now is really strong.
Those feel like the two considerations. I'd say you want something with mobility. You know that DNF can't ban all of them. So really it just comes down to what they want to play. They could play Xayah Rakan.
Yeah.
Or they could just play Xayah and maybe
Delight
get
Rakan.
stolen away. Yeah, you get Delight's Rakan. The Alistair, by the way, is going to... Okay, it's actually Ziggs, which is not the 6-0 Kai'Sa, and it's not the disengaged champion that is Xayah, who also has an amazing amount of scaling. It's another AP champion.
They do have Xin and Jace, so there is still a good amount of AD damage, but they might be lacking when it comes to the consistent damage if they were playing into an enemy team.
Well, maybe it's not Ziggs.
With tanks. I think I think that it could make sense, but I also don't think it's super likely, given that we have seen Hanwha Life be very happy to put Viper on just 80 carries. We'll get an update soon, hopefully.
Yeah, if there's any champion out of the ones that have been selected that I think could be an error, it's probably the Ziggs.
Yeah.
Or maybe the Neferi. But I don't think we would stop it this late if it were the Neferi. So, yeah, we're probably going to get a redo on that pick. And that is Peanut as Xin Zhao himself. So, there you go. She knew. This says win.
I love the vaguely threatening aura. It's like, it's both asking, but it's also demanding.
It's very hopeful, yet...
There's an undertone of, of
Viper.
anger there.
Yeah.
So was it just... Yeah, it's Jigs... Jaya? I don't... Is it written the same?
In Korean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Yeah. They have the same starting letter.
Yeah, that's what I'm...
Yes, you are correct. So, yeah. We'll redo that.
And then
it's not
what,
gonna be
on the opposing team, Nautilus wasn't banned, right?
What if he picks Kai'Sa?
So they can go...
Is that okay?
If it was a... If
it was an error, but now you know, like, oh, they won Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, we'll see.
I don't know. It's going to be an interesting one to figure out. But, you know, obviously a lot of the Hanwha Life esports players at the moment are just probably making fun of Viper and laughing about it and
You
having
dummy.
some fun.
I mean, Delight always has that energy.
Yeah. This is a lot of congratulations about a lot of different things that I'm not sure about.
I appreciate your translation.
But yes.
If they're not very specific. I love the
Trying my best.
Pokemon Zeus in the back there. Pokemon Trainer Zeus.
Yeah. I thought Jiwoo was Pokemon Trainer.
It's hard to keep track
You know?
of all the different ones. And
So yeah, we're remaking the lobby. There was an error with the 4th pick. I would imagine that would be
To
Ziggs.
the dismay of Daniel Ox Harrison.
Yeah.
Ziggs in this game.
Although, I don't know. Ox watching at home, does he really like that spot for Ziggs?
Not only that, but
I mean-
I think generally it makes him more mad because of what people do with Ziggs. It's
Yeah.
like Huni and Rumble, you know? It's like, oh, I love Rumble, but they keep doing the thing I don't
Yeah.
like.
Viper would just throw out his satchel and then died in a fury immediately. He's like, what are you doing? No.
I don't know if you can really know what Ox is thinking, though.
Yeah.
That's, I think you need
never
to,
know.
I think you need to chill.
He's a trickster.
You definitely don't know.
He's the warlock, you know.
Yeah.
We talked about the D&D classes. He is the warlock.
There's actually someone on Twitter that wrote a really detailed, really
Yeah.
good. It was actually amazing, with much more knowledge than we had when we did that. Because definitely didn't have enough knowledge to actually make that work.
No.
It's really nice.
We tried our best. We play a lot of different RPGs and stuff over our time, so we know like
we know the archetypes, but
yeah.
actual D&D knowledge is not my forte. So what do we think? Is it just Zaya?
If I'm Viper, I just take away that Kaisa. It's just like,
Yeah.
all right, I'm gonna lock it in then, since you want to play it. No, I think
Well, I imagine
probably
as soon as they locked it in, they probably communicated or like
Yeah.
they have the comms, right? So. But I'm feeling Zaya. I think they're already showing a good amount of dive. It's kind of a no-brainer. And then they go, what, Kaisa Nautilus? I know the Pike was being hovered, but I think Kaisa Naut makes a ton of sense. Can go Rel as well, because the Alistair has been taken off the board.
yeah. Well,
It was just Kaisa.
all right. Well, Kaisa is locked in here on Homolife Esports' side. So as you mentioned, it's probably because they got the communication in on time, and so the fact that it was locked in on the other side, that's not Homolife Esports' fault. So, I mean, still a lot of good choices left. The Corki has been also very successful. Kaisa sitting at 6-0 at the moment, whereas Corki pretty high up himself. He is 4-2 as a selection. There is the Rakan. So Rakan will be selected. And now we have Poppy. You mentioned this was the, this is essentially what Delight loves to play in the support role. And it's very good into what they're showing.
Well, it's great into what they're showing. It's also the combo with Azir, again, is one that we used to see all the time last year because of the wall and the fact you can set up very nicely. Yeah, I don't think you're going to be feeling too great here as the DN Freaks. I think the only upside is that the Kaisa, even though she has her ult for self-heal, isn't quite as hard to reliably get on top of as something like the Zaya would have been. But you have amazing range, great poke, good damage spread, really good team fighting here for Hanwha Life. And for DN Freaks, I think this comp can work, but you need to excel where you haven't thus far, which is in mid-game. If you get a couple of early mid-game kills on the Fairy, start to snowball the objective, force Hanwha Life to take fights that they don't really want to, I think this comp can work. But DN Freaks thus far haven't really shown that level of play is currently available to them. And one or two mistakes, if you end up in a 5v5 against the Hanwha comp, particularly with how that team has been playing, it's going to be really tough.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be easy. I mean, nameplate's on for this one. It's going to be pretty difficult for DNF, and also this draft. It requires you to get a decent lead moving into that mid game, as you mentioned. So we'll see if they can have that happen, and from there, if they can figure out how to do the math later on in the game to make the right decisions. As here's the comp for Homolife Esports. Looks like we're ready to hop on the rift for game number 1. Let's do it.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Here we go, game number 1. And the DN Freaks got to start out strong here. They did pick the Gwen with both of her lane, I wouldn't call them counters, but at least good matchups for the other sides open. Kind of surprised that Rumble didn't get selected. Just in general, I feel like he's kind of got a higher ceiling in terms of ability as a champion than the Jace, but could just be some bias from watching the games last week.
It's also comfort for Zace, obviously.
Yeah.
The thing I do really like about Jace is the amount of choice that he has in his runes. I think Phase Rush into Gwen makes a ton of sense. Being able to really hone in on those short trades, because the longer trades, even with Dudu going for Grasp as opposed to something like the Conqueror or Lethal Tempo, which we see a lot in the champion as well, it's definitely going to be a lot harder for Dudu to actually stick on top of the Jace. And then outside, not really seeing anything too surprising when it comes to the setup. I do also want to shout out Pioshik for going the Hot Dog Neferi skin. That one is amazing, and I'm really glad he locked it in.
Yeah, it's very much a Pioshik thing, I think.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm glad that we get to see the skins as well as we're loading in. I feel like that's a great addition
It's fun.
to the LCK this year.
Viper's playing the only Kai'Sa skin, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if I've ever seen a different one.
Yeah. If I have, I think I've blocked it out of my mind.
I don't even know if she has other skins, honestly. Who knows? We will never...
Probably not.
We will never know.
Probably not.
As ooh, Dudu.
Good spacing here by Zeus, although he did get hit by the full snip to the face. Gwen did get nerfed on this patch. Just a bit, but the first pick comes in from Dudu, so he says not nerfed enough. And is doing a great job, actually, in taking these trades. Is up on levels.
With the level up for Zeus though, trade still not too bad.
Look at this timing.
Dudu, he's in!
Oh, he's so baited by this. He does have his flash, but red buff Xinjiao level 3.
There's no way.
And there's the knock-up, although, yep, the follow flash, and now Dudu in a lot of trouble, and they even get the kill over to Zeus. Just insult to injury, as he didn't even go to the bottom side jungle. He just cleared out the top side and went straight top.
Oh, that one really stings. Dudu will be able to TP back, so he's going to be able to catch the wave. But the kill also going over to Zeus. And yeah, credit to Peanut. I think kind of catching off guard. I'm not 100% sure they were able to accurately track where Peanut started. But as you point out, did actually just a full clear and then pathed towards top. So good communication there with Zeus, who obviously was taking some of those trades. I think, you know, I don't know. You never really know how much of it was bait, how much of it was Peanut, please come help me. But with the cookies in particular, I feel like you can stay at lower health totals much more comfortably. And now Zeus is going to catch this crash. Didn't have to TP, by the way, as you already highlighted this, Valdez. Currently 6-0 is the Kai'Sa.
She just is very strong at the moment. I think, you know, the crit build we've been seeing a lot, and that has been finding a lot of success. She works with a lot of different compositions. She can be very hard to pin down, but also works great with dive compositions. So just feels like an overall strong pick, even though we're in a meta where obviously there's no lane swaps, and Kai'Sa could potentially be punished in some of these lanes, but even if she does fall a little bit behind, she's still getting wins.
I do wish Dudu didn't have flash. I think the gank, you know, he can get caught off guard. It's not the end of the world, but flashing when the enemy zins out with red buff is already on top of you, and he has his auto stacked, just... yeah, not the best. And now we'll see how Humble Life can leverage this teleport advantage, because we do have the lane swap for the grubs come out, as we always do. But Zeus can generate... Oh, yeah, Dudu's going to have to catch this wave, then base, and then make his way back. So I think he's going to end up missing out on maybe even a full wave here. He's going to be making that gold lead towards the top side of the map even pronounced as... Oh, Zeus actually holding on to his TPs. Yeah, I was about to say... if he did, it would be for the grubs, right?
Yeah.
Trying hard for us, but I think this is the right call. Even with how slow teleport is, getting this wave crash in still allows you to roam towards mid or top if you do want to.
Well, we're going to see Zeus with some free time down on the bottom side. Might even get a plate this early on, especially as Jace with nobody in the lane at all means that you're going to be feeling pretty good. As now Viper is going to have to flash. Just kind of looking at the two of them, and Life pulls the trigger. Viper will be punished for that.
And Berserker has been as highlighted many a time in nice ways, as in Berserker's great, as in not so nice as please free Berserker from his shackles. With how well he's been performing thus far, so would love to see Pioshik also play heavily towards that. Try and enable him. Although this isn't really a AD carry 1v9 comp, you know, need the rest of your team to do a lot of heavy lifting. And here we see exactly what I was talking about. The fact that Zeus had that prio, got the crash in, meant that he can roam towards the mid lane here. We'll have to go back to catch this wave, so it does mean that Peanut can only get a single one, and that is courtesy of Berserker and Life. Well done there. Have the prio on top side, meaning that only a single grub will go over the home one.
Yeah, there was a lot of discussion and interviews after the games last week by Hummel Esports talking about how they've really put a bunch of time into how they want to play around the grubs specifically. They weren't satisfied with their priority or just how they were taking fights around that area. So coming into this match, I really wanted to see, especially when you're the big favorite, how they handle these situations, how much better they look in grub fights in general. For now, the setup was good, but they did only get the one, so we'll see where it does end up from there. I feel like both Gwen and Jace extremely dangerous with grubs in a side lane. Zeus, the fact that he's ahead, if he gets up to 4 grubs, if Hummel Life can manage that, that could be pretty huge for him for extending that lead.
What's also big with this Jace is that there is no one that can tank the Shock Blast, right? Like if Zeus continues to be on this accelerated path, ends up hitting a very early power spike of 2 items, like who actually is able to take any of these blasts?
There's like Celestial Opposition Rakan?
Yes. That's as good as it gets. There's no Cassante, no Maokai, no Sejuani that can shrug it off a little bit more.
Yeah.
So Zeus opts into losing the cannon to get a better back timer. As I say, that just cancels the base.
He just wanted to allow Dudu a chance to catch up.
Well, I mean, there's scenarios where, that's valid. I feel like in that case, though, it wasn't quite as delight. He's going to get his hiding position found, but...
yeah, back canceled. So, wanted to buy more than just a Ruby Crystal, but was denied. And he'll have to stay here and get some XP from the wave instead.
I could have definitely taken that cannon, though.
He really could. I'm not really sure why he just decided not to. He even had a ward in the bush, unless he placed that afterwards. But either way, was not under any imminent danger. Also had his flash. And now looking for the first dragon here, it is going to be Peanut, who does move over towards the Cloud Drake. Meanwhile, Dudu's just going to TP to the top lane.
Well, actually, I like this, because he has they have a window where there is no TP available for Zeus. So now Zeus is going to lose out a decent amount. Nothing too crazy. Jace obviously able to get back to lane pretty quickly, but that's going to be a plate for Dudu, and that's a nice amount of gold being invested here. Actually quite like this as well, invest in the ultimate just to get the crash as soon as possible. And Humble Life also, I'm pretty sure, don't know where Pioshik is, so haven't actually tried and leveraged this into something like the Dragon. And now Dudu should be able to base and then make his way back towards the bottom half of the map. He doesn't want to play aggressively for it, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
Yeah, remember when I was like, okay, Peanut's going to go straight for that dragon and take it down? There were so many pings on the dragon, and then he just opted not to. So, very delayed on that, as you were mentioning. And the play around the dragon could be our first big action point here, as Pioshik is looking for the dragon. The mid prio does go to Hummel Esports, as Zeka did win the trade, but TP available for Bulldog if they really want to stake their claim over this, and yes, they will. All four members of DNF are going to group up and take the dragon, and Hummel Esports just say, you can have it. It's fine.
I'm going to contest it. There is also a very valid way of arguing here for Humble Life, which is we don't really need to do too much early. Giving up one Drake definitely isn't going to be too big a deal. And if we get to the teamfight stage, we will just beat this team, who have thus far not looked that great. But it's still nice to see DN Freaks actually being proactive. Again, I think the only person that has suffered a good amount has been Dudu. Both great play from Peanut and also some fault of his own with how that early lane played out. And even the play, it's not really enough to equalize it. And now we'll have to catch the big wave here. I'm pretty sure Zay should be able to pick up a plate for his troubles. Yeah, when you go for the tempo ult into base so you can buy plated steel caps, you know the lane's not going too hot.
Yeah, he's not really enjoying himself up there, is he? Peanut was able to get all 3 grubs, by the way. So that is 4 grubs now for the team and for the Jace, who is ahead. and you're going to be really enjoying that. Nice charm here from Bulldog. Nice amount of pressure. It's not quite enough to, you know, really pressure for the kill, but at least he's pushing him out of lane.
As far as component spikes go, it already was, but Catalyst versus Faded Ashes is going to feel really good. With how strong that build currently is.
Yeah.
We do see Zeka. It's TP back, so we'll be able to pick up most of this. But yeah, I think Life have just said, well, you don't really need to do too much. You can just wait for one spike on Jace, as well as the Xin Zhao, and then obviously 2 and 3 spikes for both the Azir, but particularly for Kai'Sa, are going to go really, really crazy, as Yuntal just now finished. And for DN Freaks, I really do think outside of the Gwen 2 spike is kind of where they peak, where they are at their strongest, and then after that, good luck.
Yeah. Looks like Life here did walk over some wards. There's a lot of pinging and question marks in that exact pixel brush at the top side, so it's not going to be Zeus getting caught out or anything there. As I say that, you know, on vision, Zeus takes that opportunity to go for a quick trade and back away. Very nice timing by him as Life was clearing the ward in the tri-brush.
Rushing Fazley, not allowing Dudu to trade back.
Yeah. And with these first completed items, at least, as might have to hold that Thaw Delight in an awkward spot. Doesn't have his Hex Flash, doesn't have Hex Flash at all, as I believe that was highlighted by the guys last week. Just going for maybe the cheap shot instead, just going that Domination Tree second and not going for Hex Flash seems to be the way of the support Poppy nowadays. But yeah, in terms of the one item spikes, at least Zeka seems to be enjoying his time against the not at all stacked Rod of Ages with his Leandries.
Also have, with that early pathing, Peanut actually falling a little bit behind when it comes to just a straight up. Also, Xin Zhao is not known to be the best farm champion in the game. He's fine, but doesn't really stack up. Kirsch also going for Shojin first, which is pretty interesting. Usually we see the early Eclipse prio, rather. And for DN Freaks, I imagine looking for Berserker to get his transformation in the second item and then go a lot harder. We'll also see if Homalive want to contest aggressively on this dragon. As this is some vintage LCK. Fellas, we have 1 kill in 14 minutes, and we've been on topic the whole time.
That's kind of crazy.
Isn't
I mean,
it?
Bro is playing today. It's just not right now. So generally, I'd be like, oh, it's
Bro
a
and brew.
a Bro and Brew. We're sitting back. You know, we have our Bro and Brew. I have some barley tea.
Nice.
Yeah, that's what I'm going with. Chronicler seems to have nothing
I have
over
water.
there. Oh,
I have
he has
my,
he has
I have
water.
my giant bottle of water, as
Yeah.
you do.
You're a big water drinker.
I am.
You and Ox,
It's
big on the water, but you go more for like the coffee and the tea, whereas Ox is like strictly a water guy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really the only free drink. Well, that and milk, because, you know, I'm Dutch.
Yeah,
Love
again
dairy.
with the milk. I don't know about that.
Yeah, you know that I remember reading that for some people it's weird to just drink, like, you know, like a glass of milk with your lunch.
I mean,
not a thing.
As an American, it's not crazy for me, as there was a big campaign for a lot of us to do that as well. For the calcium.
Oh,
this
Bulldog.
dive is going to be huge, as the flash is fantastic, though, for Bulldog, but the knockup is even better from Delight. Just makes him look silly under the turret. He uses flash and Spirit Rush and still dies.
Oh, how can play? If that was just a light, he actually outplayed that, and we'll see. Yoshik might get the... Can he get it off? Oh,
no,
just
the
out of range.
Yeah.
Because I was about to say, that was actually, I think, as well played by Bulldog as it could be, but the fact that Viper was there is a big deal. Unfortunately, I don't know if DN Freaks are actually... Oh, they are, yeah. Going to be able to use this timing window where Bulldog is going to come up soon, has TP, and Viper is dead. Should be a second Drake. And, you know, Bulldog ended up dying, but I actually think that that stall is a big deal. Plus the fact that Viper had to invest his ultimate and still ended up, even though it was getting executed, that's 2 dragons.
Ooh.
And Infernal, that's one of the ways where I do see that DN Freaks actually get a lot more longevity. The side lane situation, though, is getting increasingly worrying, with now Zeka also approaching a 1k gold lead, and Zay is already floating around that for a good amount of time now.
Yeah, it's basically just, I mean, there hasn't been a lot of action in this game, obviously. It's just a couple of kills isolated for Humble Life Esports in 2 different moments, but they're still getting huge lane leads. As now Peanut just kind of caught on the Rift Herald. He has his team coming over, and he's Xin Zhao, but he's still forced to flash away from the Rift Heralds. Now we got a TP coming in, though, so DNF not 100% sure if they want to go for this fight here, so they're just going to back away. And they still have that Rift Herald leash, but with Peanut out of the position, he's not going to go for it.
I kind of feel like they would have wanted to. I think the big thing here is that Dudu needs to base. Yeah, there you go. And didn't have his Rift Maker yet. So him not being on a one-item spike, because he was in the area, and they used Peanut, and Viper didn't have his. So I think that they wanted to gamble, could have taken the opening there, but with that second Drake, things not quite as dire.
Yeah, the 2 Drakes definitely going to be good. And it's good that they've got a couple of stacks and that they rolled a good soul. But this could also really backfire. If you're falling really far behind on gold this early on, and Humble Life Esports are a team that can also spike pretty decently on 1-2 items, like, you might not get a chance to get another Drake in this game.
No, we're giving DN Freaks a lot of benefit of the doubt, because I feel like maybe whatever they end up doing, it might not work because of Humble Life being as strong as they have been. We'll see, though. Thus far, gold lead is there. I want to see some action with this mid-jungle duo, though. That, for me, is the crux of this whole composition, especially when Life is in the area as well. And they're going to have to get some picks on side lane. As oh, did I tell you about my new coffee brewer, by the way? I picked up.
No, I didn't hear about your new coffee brewer,
It's
Chronicler.
so nice. You know, it's really just pure aesthetics, but it's shaped like a water lily. It doesn't actually have walls, so you just put the filter in, and then it's beautiful. It's really cool.
That does sound very cool.
Yeah. No, it's awesome. I'm a big fan.
You know, eventually one day when, you know, I don't have work or I don't have to take care of my 5-month-old, you know, maybe I can go over to your house again. I remember those good old days.
And play board games and drink coffee.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, you've been making big strides in your cooking.
That's true.
That actually has been great to watch.
Doing some meal prep.
Yeah.
It's been nice. It's been a nice journey. Thanks, Chronicler.
Yeah, I've been doing really well. It's good to see.
Obviously, with your mentorship, it's been helping out.
Well, I don't think we need to involve me in the conversation. Trying to praise you. Don't need to turn the back around. Oh, cancel there. I think Berserker probably hitting that second item. Does obviously still need a transformation. Still a little whiles away.
Peanut tried to summon that over the wall and just kind of missed. You can still do that, right?
Yeah, you
summon it over the wall. Like,
yeah.
That's still a thing.
Yep.
Doesn't really matter. Delays the charge by 0.05 seconds.
Oh, Life found out.
Yeah, Life is seen here. He is recon with Flash. I would imagine that eventually he just, dashes away. But it's still a full mid-turret. And so now they've got 2 turrets ahead. So Humble Life really enjoying their position
Is
here.
that guy also just taking the Herald as an exit? It's like, well, I'm not needed anymore. Let me leave. This side lane problem, though, is going to keep getting bigger, right? I really do want to reiterate that for DN Freaks, with especially like a dive composition like this, if you start losing control of the map and you can never contest prio in any of your side waves, it becomes really hard to play out. And now we have 2-item Spike Zeus with a transformed
oh my god,
Muramana as well. Yeah, he's very big. And then, even though Bulldog is going to hit the spike of his Rod of Ages pretty soon, still kind of pales in comparison. A lot of that is farm, a lot of that is ambient gold as well, just picked up by all the turrets that Humble Life have gotten. This next fight is a must-win for DN Freaks. Get the soul point or... yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they have their Corki. He just finished his Manamune.
True.
But it's not stacked.
No.
And it's decently far away as well, so he's not going to have that on time for the Infernal Drake fight. It does look like both teams do want to fight for this one, obviously.
Nashor's is going to be done as well. We'll see, maybe even Viper, after he picks up this wave, will be able to, but I do think that they don't have the time with the dragon spawning. So that's at least something. Berserker and Pioshek actually also hitting the 2-item spike here, so we'll have to see if they can do some heavy lifting. This is a must-win for the DN Freaks Valdez. If they don't get the soul point, I think this game is going to slowly but steadily slip away.
Yeah, and really what it comes down to is how you play out this fight. Like, it is a Humble Life Esports lead, but it's not a gigantic lead that's insurmountable by DNF. It's not going to be easy. Bulldog has the angle here on a Zeka. There's a little bit of damage, but, well, Zeka almost still full health. So, not the biggest steal.
It's the puppy. Look at the Light's position here. They need to bait out the W. Otherwise, the dive and the engage just isn't really going to hit the mark.
Yeah. Delight, we talk about his Alistair, we talk about his Rakan. Oh, just going to go in on the Ahri here as Bulldog has to use the Spirit Rush. So that's a trade of ults. I would say that Zeka not having Emperor's Divide for the fight, though, is kind of a big deal.
It is, yeah. We'll see. Bulldog, obviously not sitting on his 2 item spikes very far behind, but is going to TP in fresh. I think DN Freaks actually take control here of the river.
Yeah. Shock Blast missing as well. The poke going better for DNF. Even with the super fed Jace at this point in time. And might just come down to a flip at this point. So Peanut is in the pit, is now looking for the engage. Not gonna hit Pyosik, but the smite still goes to Peanut. Life goes in, but just dies immediately, as that is not the engage you were looking for. Pyosik is burning, and he's just barely going to survive. But again, DNF, it's not a huge amount of deaths, but they lose the Infernal Soul point, and Humble Life get a bigger lead.
If that smite goes the way of Pyosik, that's worth it. You know, giving up life is fine. Ended up going very low. Yeah, I think so, yeah. But even then, Drake ended up going down to like, what was it, like 100 something?
Yeah.
But not getting that is such a colossal deal because it's going to mean that now Infinity Edge is done, right? Peanut's going to hit a second item as well. I think from here on out, things are going to get harder and harder for the DN Freaks, even with Bulldog now. So hitting a second item, I think that was the moment that they need to hit, particularly with Zeka not having his ultimate.
Yeah. It wasn't even a real team fight, it feels like. It was kind of like both teams sitting by the dragon, seeing who would win the smite fight, and then Life went in, and the rest of the team couldn't follow into the pit because there were threats in Banana Brush, there were threats in the river, and his Rakan, I mean, on his dash out, he died, so he nearly got out, kind of, but the fight was still pretty lackluster, and there wasn't a full committal from the team from DNF, and so, yeah.
They need to commit. They can't just sit there and poke. You're playing against Kai'Sa, Azir, and Jace. So, you know, you have Bulldog can do a little bit. Berserker can fire some big ones, but the era of Corki 1v9ing with rockets is long past.
Yeah. Good times.
No,
really enjoyed that
times. Feldas?
Yeah.
You were the arguably the biggest hater of that, which is impressive because we all did not enjoy it.
We do have a lot of haters here on our team. So yeah, this isn't the most exciting game of League of Legends. This is really a thinking man's game because Humble Life Esports have 3 kills, and it feels like the game is over.
Everyone can watch T1 Gen G and be like, oh man, and it was, you know. Arguably, time will tell, but maybe possibly the best regular season game of all time in the LCK could be. It was incredible, broke records. But this is where the real LCK fans showed themselves because there is nothing happening.
Ah, yes.
You know, this is
the real fans.
The stakes, narratively.
9 match winning streak for Humble Life Esports, though.
That'd be nice if they can bring that.
Could be broken as well. So we've seen many a team just try to just send it.
Yeah, flip it.
Otacon.
Why not?
That doesn't work.
No. They have to. Otherwise, they're going to lose the game anyway. I like it.
True.
Just flip it. Get the buff, win the smite fight, take him down, and then the gold lead's gone. Just get the buff.
Yeah, just got to try to flip it. Their one tank just lost Celestial Opposition, and the Otacon just leaked.
It reset.
Yeah.
That's not good, Valdez.
So they're just going to ping mid and just go mid instead, while Hanwha, they're like, well,
you can't really do this.
Your attempt at flipping the game did not succeed. We're just going to push mid.
You know when you go for a skill check and it's like a critical failure, and you're just like, well, now what? Just try again?
It's like, I don't know if you've seen videos of like 2 dogs barking at each other through the fence, but then you open the fence and they turn into like, they're like super tame, you know, they don't want to fight at all. But when the fence is there, they're like barking at each other. That was like DNF was the barking dog, and they were like, we're going to do it, we're going to do the Otacon. And Humble Life Esports was actually just calm the whole time. And then the fence was open, and DNF were like, never mind.
Yeah, it really did feel like Humble Life just walked up, looked at them, and then they were like, okay, LA, I don't want to trouble. I'll back off.
Yeah. Yeah. This is
As you said, Vel, this is
really
a
something.
a thinking man.
if you can't deal with the LCK at its best like this, then you don't deserve us. Wait, I did that backwards.
Wait. No. Actually, I was invested. I was wanting to see where you were going to go with this.
Well, this would be
If this is the best.
not as great, then you don't deserve us at our T1 versus Ginge.
Yeah. You know, not everything can be a highlight reel. That's one of the big things. You need to be appreciative of the ebbs and flows of life.
Yeah. Not every day is going to be the best day ever.
No, sometimes you just clock in, have an honest day of work.
You go home, you're like, huh, that was the day.
I will not remember this day.
I enjoyed my time decently. So they're just going to take the Otacon, and DNF say, okay, you can have it. And now they're running away. We'll see how successful that is. As Zeus is frontlining, and he's chasing it, get away from him. He just keeps doing flips in their face. And they're just running away. It's the third time he's done it. Oh, no! What happened to Berserker? Where did he go? And he's going to withdraw, sure, but it's 2 kills for Hamalife. And that should be a second Drake as well if they'd like, but we might as well take the Baron instead.
Honest day of work. No, that's... You log into the game, you build a 2K gold lead, you flash into their faces. Oh, just give him just give him the dragon!
Oh, they're not allowed to
give him
this.
something!
They're not allowed to have this. Honestly, they shouldn't have even tried. Like, there's no world in which Hamalife let them have Infernal Soul Point.
Well, Bulldog is able to TP out. Does not lose to the Grump like some legends before him.
Multiple legends.
I still miss you, dude.
Yeah.
As now both the buff. And, you know, DM Freaks, they went for the Hail Mary, didn't work. Hamalife takes control of the pit. And I want you to see how little Zeus cares. This is a level 9 Rakan and a level 14 Neferi, and he has the buff.
Berserker, watch his health bar.
He's flashing on top of him!
How do you even react to that?
He didn't need to do that!
He didn't barrier or flash, because he just died in 0.2 seconds instead. He can't react to that. Although, I mean, when you take the initial flip, maybe you flash then.
This is really some very, very cool subversion of storytelling here by Hamalife, because all you want is action. You know, that's what you think, but then they give you the action and it kind of hurts.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, oh no, I gotta look away. And it's another reminder that the best LCK game is one where there was as little action as possible.
Exactly. Violence is not the answer, ladies and gentlemen. We're just gonna never mind. We're just gonna end them immediately. Although that's a lot of damage from Bulldog as he nearly dies. Reminder: they still have the Otacon buff here, but yeah, they're just playing very, very aggressively because they do not care. 11,000 golden lead. The one guy who doesn't have the Otacon buff is the Jace. Zeka goes in. Even Delight is sending it into 2 people as the Otacon buff is no longer around. And Hamalife are like, oh, maybe we should back away. And that they will.
Merely a delay of the inevitable, Veldas, as we take another look here. Hamalife clearly kind of going crazy here. Peanut just flashing in, Viper diving into the midst of many people. Bulldog actually doing a good amount of damage here, meaning that Peanut ends up going down, which means the front line is gone. And then Zeus doesn't need to be that far up. They are taking the inhib, and then he just walks up instead, ends up going down, and then the timing here ends up working out very nicely for the DN Freaks as Delight and Viper go, you know what, we don't need to be here.
Yeah.
We can just leave, and they do.
The Otacon buff on Zeka expired while he was in Zhonya's. So it was actually better to not Zhonya's.
And that's Brendan Velda saying that.
Yeah.
That never happens.
It's the strongest item in the game. It's a lot more expensive nowadays, but it's still the strongest. Delight is sending it into 4 people because I guess why not? You know, this is how teams get back into games, by the way. Just make enough mistakes like this. I don't think it's going to happen, but yeah. Not really showing the respect to DNF at this moment.
Yet another reminder that sometimes violence is not the answer.
So-
You know, maybe
sometimes.
don't jump into 4 people.
I don't
on the
think
enemy.
that's the phrase, Chronicler. I don't think there's a sometimes at the beginning. I think it's just violence is not the answer.
We're playing League of Legends, you know, like they're gonna have to take down the Nexus eventually.
Yeah.
Unless
In League of Legends. Oh, blast cone, the disengage cone denied. We might actually have some action. Peanut in a bit of trouble. He is quite tanky, but he will be taking out the TP as well. Utilized, but it doesn't really get anything. And so another kill goes to DNF. And this was an 11,000 gold lead that's now 7,000 gold.
it's getting smaller
Yeah.
as Pioshik straight up sends it. And this is what this comp wants to do. And obviously this is also kind of being allowed by Humble Life by just handshaking on these silly plays. Started off kind of by Delight there in bot lane. But this is what the comp wants to do, right? They have a ton of mobility, really easy ways to get backline access. They just don't want to fight an actual 5v5. So if they keep doing this for like 10 more minutes, you know, maybe there's a chance, Valdez.
There's always a chance.
Can you
if the
imagine?
Nexus is alive.
Always. Inhibitors are about to come back up in, you know, only 2 minutes. That's not that much. It's a good amount of time, though. They also are not going to lose Soul. Just Soul Point, which is fine. Really struggling with what the actual takeaway from this is. I'm trying to learn.
I think, you know, every team in the LCK can have happy gaming, and Humble Life did a bit of happy gaming.
Well, it wasn't happy, though, at the beginning. It was very structured
Yeah.
and very tightly wound.
And then they thought, okay, we have an 11,000 gold. They don't know exactly how much, but we're very far ahead. We can just do whatever we want.
And then they did that. And then it turned out that they couldn't. As okay, the TP.
The flank TP, as Zeka has the most damage by far, by the way. Here comes Bulldog. He's going to miss that charm. Peanut goes in onto him, gets charmed up himself, but no follow-up is there. And holding the windmill is Delight. And so no engage will come through for DNF. And that's just going to be another Infernal Drake over to Humble Life Esports. Especially with 2 inhibitors still down, they really can't reliably leave their base after a fight like that.
Maybe it's about resilience.
You mean the message that Humble Life is trying to send?
We need to find out what they mean by this.
Yeah,
Valdez.
what do they mean by this? It's kind of hard to tell.
Maybe it's not Hanwha's story, but it's DNF's, and they're not giving up. You know, we're still TPing, we're looking for flanks. Gwen is about to get a death cap. That's a huge spike. Still have the arm guard, by the way. Cannot give this up, but the ward not spotted. Oh.
Immediate TP, they should know, but look at the damage here out of the Baron. Pioshik trying to get in, but he's just denied by Steadfast Presence the whole way. And he's not even going to try to, like, flash and ult into that one. They didn't quite have the vision to get in. There was a control ward. So that's just Baron over to the side of Humble Life Esports.
Oh, I love that from Life there. That's if they try the collapse and take the shortcut there, they could have actually turned, but Humble Life not cutting any corners. This time around, actually walking around, literally not cutting corners. And now with the Baron buff, I think the Nexus is about to fall, Valdez.
There's still a chance as long as the Nexus is alive. That's what I've learned from this game. I think Humble Life Esports were trying to give us that lesson.
It's a lot of layers, certainly.
Yeah. We're trying to get in onto the Jace. That is a lot of flashes, but immediately Peanut comes in like the hero and says, get down, Mr. Zeus. And now we've got the engage coming in. Nice Zhonya's from Bulldog. I'm not sure it's going to be enough, though. Viper in the base, just taking everybody down. He does get extremely low, though, as Pioshik doing an incredible amount of damage with Berserker. But unfortunately, they lost whatever front line they had, as in goes Delight, and he's got Viper for the backup. Zeka face checks the brush, still wins the fight, and Pioshik will live with his dogs, but that is not going to be enough to save his Nexus, as game 1 will go to Humble Life Esports in enough time as was necessary.
In due time, Humble Life take their win. That game was, for the first 50 minutes, actually pretty close. Some small leads were being gained, then 10 minutes of DNF kind of getting devastated by being pulled around the map, not being able to really play the game, and then 10 minutes of fun from Humble Life as they were just kind of diving in back to back. But as much fun as we had, I think the result was never really in question. We'll see if DNF can find a different angle. For me, this comp, as soon as it doesn't get going in the first 15-20 minutes of the game, is just always going to be fighting an uphill battle. And that's not going to work against a team like Hanwha Life.
Yeah, really like the way that Hanwha played out that early game to just get incremental leads, nothing crazy, no huge risks, until, of course, later when they had the ability to do so. You can see the graph kind of unsure of itself, went way down, went up a bunch, and then went way down at the end. Hanwha Life Esports did take the win. Second most damage in the game, even with the very fed Jace, wasn't enough to overcome his teammates. So there you go, Hanwha Life Esports take game number 1 in extremely interesting fashion, and we'll see if game 2 can outdo it. As guys, we'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
설치만 봐. 나 공격 20초. 야, 여기 간다. 미드. 발 팔았고. 한타 빠지고. 한타 빠지고. 형 봐도 돼, 이제. 봐도 돼. 아. 야, 조냐야. 가자. 낙하 먼저. 왼. 폴키야, 폴키리. 폴키. 아리 볼게. 아리 잡았어. 오케이. 왼 노텔이거든? 야, 플래시 외치게 봐. 밀쳐봐. 씨발, 내다. 앞뒤리 노플이래? 잡아줘.
everyone. Welcome back to the LCK as Hanwha Life Esports takes game number 1 over the DN Freaks. That was a game of League of Legends, gentlemen. It was played, it was casted, it was drafted, and we're on to game number 2 because that was a little tough there, I would say. What did Chad has thoughts?
No, I have no idea about this game. I mean, it's one of the games that you really feel depressed, after watching, because they really had no idea about the game, and also they had no chance because of their draft.
Yeah, I think the draft was a big issue. We could just start talking about it right away. I was not a big fan of the Nefiri priority here. You grab the Gwen. Jace is up, by the way. Rumble is up, so there were 2 options for the best top laner in this league, in this planet.
Yep.
In the realm of League of Legends, what we know, that you could play into the Gwen and have a good matchup there. So you didn't protect the Gwen. You banned Yone, which is nerfed on this patch instead. You grabbed Nefiri, Ahri, instead of grabbing a more tried and true duo with the Ahri when the Vi is banned. Not going to feel great about that.
The reason why I highlight the Alista ban there is that, I mean, you literally got nothing from that ban, If you want to ban out support, you have to ban Alista and Poppy at the same time. So you can actually pick something is really good, like blind, But you picked Rakan and leave up Poppy, and you got countered completely, Your comp is basically just dashing in and try to make the game really versatile. But this time around, they couldn't do anything because of the Poppy, and also they had only one chance on the top side because they had no Poppy, right?
Yeah. Let's count. Let's count the champions that have dashes on DN Freak squad. Does Gwen have a dash? What did?
Yes, she does. Yeah.
Does Nefiri? Oh,
yeah.
Does Ahri?
Yeah.
Oh, does
Valkyrie?
Valkyrie? Yeah.
And Rakan's whole kit's based on his dashing.
On R5. It was just very difficult, and one of the few games where I agree with you. It's like, wow, this is a draft difference. This feels very difficult to play into.
Fury also went green smite this game, which was quite weird because there's not a ton of value in that in this situation. I think having the movement speed from the blue smite would have been better. It was kind of a disaster. Now, we saw actually earlier last week the Jace actually lose early to Gwen. Adoran, I think it was, losing to Rich, if I'm not mistaken, in the early levels. A little bit of nerf on this patch to the Gwen, but it's Zeus, man, and he took over the lane. He took over the game.
Yeah, he did. Let's take a look at the highlights at our least kills in a game in a season here. It started off with 2 early ones for Hanwha Life.
Seriously, this shouldn't happen because you first pick Gwen and you kind of messed up your lane assignment. I mean, lane pressure. You gotta push and back out, and after that, Jace got all the pressure on the side lane, and you got no chance. Literally.
And Nefiri is absent for both of these moments. Like, unfortunately, Pyoshik is not able to defend his top laner in either scenario. And, like, after that play topside, we had a teleport from Dudu while the lane swap is coming through from Hanwha. Jace goes straight bottom, deletes some minions there, gets a plate. Like, the tempo that he got from that first kill there with his jungler was actually insane. And, I mean, they just snowballed the game off of this alone. And there was just no way to come back in because Nefiri doesn't have CC. It's hard to engage with this comp. They don't have great tools to force fights.
Now, we are multiple games into the season for this DN Freak squad. It's still the same, mostly the same roster we've seen from LCK Cup, where they didn't have a substitute in the mid lane during LCK Cup. Wadid has some ideas and tips right now to kind of change the direction of the DN Automotive Freaks here while we are still in this series for against Hanwha Life Esports.
Oh, well. I have no answer, by the way. I have no idea. So that's the reason why I really wanted to bring this up, because I was in some kind of lower tier team many years.
Whoa.
And
every team that Wadid Chad was on was great.
No, what I mean is I couldn't figure that out in the pro scene, Like, if you're an underdog team, like, what you should do, Like, do you draft for the meta picks and play for like late game, or do you pick just random, like some kind of poke picks and make the game really fiesta?
I mean, for me, like, I'm definitely on team 2 for this of these two. Like, I would definitely say easier picks, play for objectives. That's why I loved, Valdez pointed out, they ended up banning the Sejuani and the Vi, Hanwha Life did, which are 2 great picks for Peanut. But those are also 2 of the easiest picks for setting up single target pick, where if your opponent's team is way better than you, if you can hit that first CC, layer some CC, kill that first champion on an objective or in neutral, as long as you can just win objectives off that alone, I think we need to see a draft like that. When those 2 picks were gone, they didn't have an idea.
What about you? If you are a coach for the underdog team, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I would always try to go with the pocket picks, right? Trust my player to play it, but if you're DN Freaks here, who is that? Where do you go with that?
I mean, you have Pyoshi Kindred, and you can go some Galio. I mean, you obviously...
Yoshik played Mundo also in the past?
Yes, exactly. Obviously.
I'm just messing around.
I mean, it's really obvious. I mean, let's be honest. It's really obvious that you're gonna like lose slowly if you do this again. So I think they need to bring some creativity in the draft, or I don't think they have chance here.
All right. Well, DN Freaks, they do select blue side again. They will try to be a little bit more creative, and to get into that creativity of game number 2, let's send it to our most creative guys on the desk, Valdez and Chronicler.
Thank you, guys. I was more of a math and science guy, honestly, but Chronicler is the exact opposite of me. So we have one of our most creative guys on the desk today. Also, Degon's wearing pink neon shoes today. I did not notice that before he was on the space. It's definitely pink.
It's pink.
G-Sun, who asked me if it's pink or
not
purple.
That's pink. Dagon.
Why is he saying purple? It's obviously not purple.
There's nothing. There's
So
nothing,
pink.
There's nothing wrong with it being pink. You know, there's a purple undertone, but it's
like
pink.
it wasn't pure pink.
It's not Barbie pink, but it's still
No.
pink.
It's fine.
That's fine.
I'm wearing salmon pink for my jacket.
Very true.
It looks good. I think the shoes look good for what it's worth. But yeah, we're getting ready for the draft here.
That's why they call him Fashionista Brendan.
Yes, and a little update, guys. We do have, we did have something happen during the pick ban phase of Game 1. Hololive Esports attempted to pick Kaisa, but due to a technical issue, Ziggs was locked in instead. The pick ban phase was restarted in accordance with the rules. So if you guys were wondering why it was restarted and why the Kaisa did go over to Viper, because that was his intended pick all along. So that's what happened there. He did not want to play the Ziggs. Ox is crying at home, but that's fine. It's not fine.
I have no
sorry,
notes.
Ox. Yeah.
Are you really getting to the point where now you're apologizing for not being there for it?
Yeah. You know.
We do have the Rumble getting banned away in first rotation this time around. Renekton also getting denied. That to me is screaming. We are B1ing Mbessa.
Mbessa.
Yep.
So did they ban it, or did they say, well, we don't really care about that, we'll pick something else?
Yeah, it is Zeus, so I do think that is going to be the case. We'll see. Mbessa is obviously very resilient. It's just going to be the Kalista instead, which banned on blue side last time by DN Freaks. And with Varus already gone, you can't really go for the classic trade as mild shock. Good foreshadowing, though, here from DN Freaks, which I do appreciate as a narrative device.
You know, we really need a cast with you and Wolf, because then you could actually dig deep on, like, all the literary terms, the themes, the metaphors, and stuff like that.
I do love overanalyzing.
Yeah, for me, I did not enjoy that very much at all. I liked reading, but actually writing essays and stuff, not my thing.
Yeah, that was all I did for a long time.
Imagine having a law degree.
It was actually really funny because a lot of my my friends were in actual science, and they had to look at someone and they're like, "You're not actually doing science. You're just writing random stuff." And yep, that's how it goes. Because we do have the Ezreal, Prio remaining sky high, Peanut still very much in possession of his Nidalee card. He's like, I get to have fun? Fun champion for me? and yeah.
For me?
Yeah, he's earned it. He's been really good in the pick, even though some people, me included, were big doubters initially. Definitely is one of the players still in possession. And I know that Sejuani is good, but I will never feel great about locking in Sejuani into Nidalee, because the whole reason we saw Nidalee, come back, I think in the more recent, was because of the matchup into Sej specifically. As a mid-jungle duo, any non-AD pick is going to feel kind of bad, but maybe they don't want to commit to the Tristana early on, as maybe Humble Life just don't really care about their mid jungle 2v2 at all.
Zed?
because- well, that would be
Vladimir?
fun, but I don't think we're getting that. It's
Oh.
going to be the Ryze instead. Actually, marginally better because at least it has setup. So that's something. You know, you can set up for the Spears. Obviously, it doesn't mean that buying resistances is a lot easier. I do wonder if DN Freaks end up banning like Camille and another 80 pick. Zeus needs to lock in an 80 champion here, right? They're already really heavy towards AP. If you lock in triple AP, it gets even worse, and itemization becomes really lopsided. So I wouldn't mind DN Freaks just further protecting this Mbessa and kind of pinch. I know Zeus will be able to pick something that'll be good nonetheless, but it does make it a lot harder. Imagine where normally something like the Gragas comes to mind, right? Which we know Zeus plays at a really high level. You can't do that when you already have Nidalee and Ryze.
Yeah. Maybe Jax.
Like Jax Camille bans?
Yeah. You know, I was thinking about other stuff that's not Camille. The Camille. Okay, well, it's Skarner. I almost expected the draft to like just drop, and you know we'd like go into like, oh, there was a little bit of an issue with the pick ban. No, it's just top Skarner ban here,
Or they're
DN
thinking
Freaks.
it's top 80 Nidalee.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the Shy played that like last week.
Sure.
Yeah, Zeus can. You know, if anyone would, it would be him.
Because you just don't ban any top champions, because it's definitely top 80 Nidalee.
Well, I do think Camille can struggle into Talia. You know, it's hard to actually get on top of the backline, so maybe that's one of the reasons.
Just flash R.
Are we going to save counterpick for Delight? Because obviously, we don't really need to. We already know what Zeus is playing into, so I would much rather see him pick a counterpick. It's going to be Gnar. It's not super exciting, but it is one of his best champions. Nidalee Gnar is definitely one of the most volatile 2v2s that I can imagine, because it's purely execution-based. You know, it's not Sejuani Jax, something that kind of plays itself. As I'm loving the DN Freaks draft. I think that they have something that is a lot better. Zeri Berserker has been the best performing member on this team. What is it, Zeri Lulu?
No, it's just Tristana.
Ooh, one more aggression then.
Alistair's available. I know that's not really the...
You kind of have to, no? Otherwise, Delight gets Alistair. And you can't really pick Rel,
Yeah.
because then they will respond with Alistair, and you're playing into Delight's Alistair. I feel like it's kind of a must. It's even like Tristana Alistair goes way back. That's
Yeah.
a classic combo.
That's why I was saying, you know, maybe not in this era, but I think your points are valid, Chronicler, because now it's an extremely easy Alistair pickup here. You could also...
Can go Braum and really make their life unpleasant.
Yeah. You know, Rel also available. I think there are a decent amount of choices for him. We just know him so much for the Alistair. But yeah, he's just going to pick up the Rel.
Yeah. Gets the most CC. That I do really like, because the Rel has obviously an incredible amount of AoE teamfight CC, and that's the one thing that they were really lacking. You only have Mega Gnar, and then the setup from Ryze. That's not really too crazy. The poke, though, from Humble Life, I think is going to be feeling great. I like this comp from DN Freaks, though. I do think that you have a lot of comfort for everyone. Champions are strong, you have great front to back, good engage. Range isn't even too bad, particularly when you get to the later levels with Berserker. But nameplate's on. Are they going to be able to navigate the mid to late game? That for me is a big if. And also the laning phase. Zeus has really shown us before that he can bully people. Mbessa early on, not necessarily the craziest. We'll have to see if this time Dudu can make it through. That's
Can he make it through?
I can relate to that energy on the
Why
line.
is the right sign mirrored?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
It wasn't even... Yeah, it wasn't like it was upside down. It was just mirrored.
Interesting.
I don't even know how you do that. It's crazy.
The meta and the tech for these fan signs, it keeps changing every single day, Veldes. We need to stay on top of that as well.
Yeah. Well, we got Firefighter Tristana. I love the ringing bells. It's a big fan, not fan favorite, a big favorite of mine. As we have Rise here for Zeka, alongside of Peanuts Nidalee, one of the Nidalee card holders. We'll see how he performs on it here. Nara for Zeus, it all kind of just makes sense over there. As we are ready, let's hop into the ring for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Game number 2, DNF need a win here. Otherwise, it's just a straight up 2-0.
I was thinking, who else is still in possession of the Nidalee card? So Kenya's, he's the one that invented it.
Yeah.
So obviously he does. Cuz I think is unfortunately his is revoked until further notice.
Yeah, I mean...
Is it just Lucid?
Does he have a Nidalee? I don't think he has a Nidalee card.
He did. Yeah, definitely did.
I think he has a Lee Sin card. I don't know if he has a Nidalee card.
Yeah, last season.
Minion
Well, I'm not, you know, the number one.
That's why I'm hesitant to believe, because you're saying
that's valid.
You know?
That's valid.
If Atlas was saying it, I'd be like, okay,
Owner,
100%.
Owner, I feel like he has the card, but he's like, I don't really
want this.
I don't really want. Yeah, that's just not.
But when he pulls it out, it's like, okay, I really want it.
I mean, he is.
And
one
he
of
has
the, he is one of the best junglers in the LCK for a good reason.
And his Nidalee is really insane, so it's definitely a good shout.
It's a team thing, though, right? I think he likes his Nidalee card, but the team's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
We need you to just go in and be Xin Zhao, and he's like, oh well, all right, guess I'll do that.
Alrighty.
Do we have any other champion where you need a card, like to the same degree? Not really, right?
Not really. There have been some moments where casters have said it for other difficult champions. Although nothing really comes to mind immediately.
I don't think anything is like at the same level of the champion just oscillates between
I think we
completely overpowered and doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I think we mentioned it when Peanut played Neferi and we revoked his Nidalee card even though he didn't have one. I think that was the joke.
Is the Fairy card, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure.
I think that might have been the angle. I'm trying to remember.
Well, yeah, Peanut tries to do a bunch of things, right? There's, I think, no other player that has many picks that make you go, oh god, please no. Between the Shyvana and the Zyra, and then the Neferi is, Bulldog!
He has to flash the Q this early on against a level 3 Rise. Not a good start for Bulldog.
Nidalee as well. Well, good luck in that lane.
Yeah, if you get flash 2-second ring prisons, you just die as Nidalee, or as Taliyah.
Yeah. Not great. Taliyah is one of the... going in?
He is indeed going in.
Oh, the two-man Q.
Yep. And the Tristana also gets ignited by Delight. Really trying to exert as much pressure as possible early on into the early level Tristana. Peanut is here. I'm gonna try to land a spear. That lands immediately on a Dudu. He's 2 autos away from death. But it's just a straight up spear. Pyosik took that moment to take the Scuttle Crab on the top side of the map, so not half bad for him.
Woo! If Pyosik was on the bottom half of the map, Dudu's dead. There's
going in here on a Mega Gnar.
Yeah, a lot of sustain there for Dudu, so I think it's understandable that he still is trying to go in. As we do have Pyosik not being too unhappy with the whole sequence of events, because the gang didn't actually end up mattering too much. Dudu was still fine, and Peanut now a little bit behind in tempo as he has to go for the cross map to pick himself up his own Krabby.
Yeah, it's very telegraphed where he was going, so Bulldog's able to push up, get this wave crash. Might get his lane, or his back canceled, rather. And yeah, he's just gonna have to go back to lane awkwardly. Meanwhile, we got swaps down to the bottom side here. Both the top laners going bot. Our bot laners going top. Looking to play over the grubs, as is customary nowadays.
See the swap every single time. Nice little continuation of were you able to generate some early lane pressure. It means that you can get there earlier, means that you can get the shove in. Also saw the light roam mid, just to clear out the ward, and then Life a little bit later does the same as Zeus.
Well, he's going to hit Meganar at least, but I don't know if he gets out of this one, especially with the Permafrost landing. The heal comes in, but it's not enough. First blood goes over to Pioshik Sejuani.
And it's a flip of what happened in the last game. Zeus this time gets over-aggressive. Nice punish there from Pioshik. If Peanut Spear hits Dudu there, ends up dying, but hits Pioshik. Pioshik not too bothered. Nicely done here early on. As we take it out, look, I think Zeus feels relatively safe because he's up a level. He has Peanut towards his side of the map. But then that's right there. That moment, the aggressive hop ends up being his demise. And then the flash. The permafrost is stacked, my man. You are not getting out of there. Even if you flash towards Peanut, if this is like a 2-item Italy, probably you're able to turn it around, but we're 5 minutes in. So
why isn't Peanut 2 items in yet?
Well, maybe time to appeal the, what is it, him getting his card. We could appeal that, right?
You can, but I don't think we have to.
Well, I'm not saying we should, but I think Zeus is seriously considering it.
Yeah.
It's always the jungler's fault.
It is always the jungler's fault.
Oh, Viper, that's...
-2.
-2. Thanks, Jonas Strong, making sure we don't miss that.
Yeah. Peanut is going to get to work here on the Grubs. And they have push in top lane. And there's no flash for Bulldog. So with Pioshik not on the map, looks like DNF don't really have an opportunity to fight over that. So it is just free. We'll see exactly where Pioshik goes, if he goes for an Infernal Drake or if he wants to repeat gank onto Zeus, who doesn't have his flash, but he is now level 6, and he's also backing. Yeah, so the timing isn't there.
Big issue here is the mid lane prio, because Zeka has such reliable presence and has been able to generate so much pressure in this lane as I imagine Viper's like, hey, do you need help? And Li's like, nah, I'm okay. It's fine. I'll just deal with it myself.
Yeah. And it is totally fine. And yeah, the push is coming in big time from Zeka.
It's so annoying to deal with already, right? And it's only going to get worse. But his ability to just delete these lanes mean that Bulldog is already behind, or always behind the play. And with Realm Warp, can do pretty similar thing to what Talia can do, but you clear the waves in about, I want to say like a quarter of the time. And a lot more time to exert pressure on the map. Sorry?
I'd say maybe half the time.
Half?
I think a quarter
this early on?
is...
Yeah, that's fair.
This early on, yeah. I mean, while he has a Ruby Crystal.
I do really think, like, Talia's early... When they changed her to not be good early anymore, it made me very sad.
Yeah.
Fun.
I do also dislike when my OP champions get nerfed. I mean, it's true. I used to be like a...
Justified call out.
So, I used to be a Orianna and Corki 2-trick.
I do remember.
Yeah.
You're telling me the story.
And they were both extremely overpowered. I think it was 2017. Yeah. It was fun times. Got a lot of wins. Did very well.
And then they got nerfed.
And then they both.
Yeah, right. Corki has never been meta since.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be a free Infernal Drake here for Humble Life Esports. It doesn't look like DNF really had an opportunity.
What was your favorite, like, weird meta thing that got taken out because it was really broken, but you did kind of like it? For me, it's Rel Jungle. Actually, it's good.
No.
It's good that it was removed, but I did actually really like that.
Not Rel Jungle.
I thought it was cool, man. So can we save Zeus here?
I mean, everybody is going top. It's a 3-on-3 here. It's just a straight up fight, but the burst damage on the Zeus is enough, and the dash over the rocks for Peanut, as he will be taken out by Dudu's Ambessa. We do have Zeka still on the chase. Bulldog just going to flash away from that one, but a couple of kills picked up here for DNF. Not half bad.
Peanut, about that card.
Yeah.
I love this timing though from DN Freaks. Actually, really, because the flash on Zeus, what is it, like 10 seconds off? Actually perfect timing here, because if they have flash, they cannot play this. Cancel of the hop there by Pioshik, and then the rocks to just bop Peanut. Dudu then, just as the stun is about to end, goes in with the ultimate. And all of this works, again, because of the fact that flash isn't there. And they even get Zeka to roam up as well. Sure, he picks up a kill, but that could have been a lot worse. Really nicely done there by the DN Freaks. The only downside, they do invest double flash, And that might be a problem as we get towards the second grubs in about 50 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the timing of it could be an issue. I'm just happy that DNF actually looked like they're doing... Oh, no! Not the immediate caster curse.
Curses aren't real, Valdez.
Well, they are in this case. Peanut gonna steal away the blue. And yeah, I'm just happy that DNF proactively making plays.
Yeah,
making dives work. They're getting early leads. They're making ganks happen. They're not just doing nothing and then losing the game as we talk about literary themes.
Yes, it is. It is, and even in that game, this team in LCK Cup looked like they truly were just kind of lost. I do think that they have stepped it up. The main question is just, can they actually take away, not against Homewire today, I think that is definitely a bit too much of a step up. But that Bro series, that is going to be one that actually will end up having big repercussions. Could
actually be pretty epic.
It will, because don't forget, your performance in these first 2 round robins is going to have a lasting impact on your year. And DN Freaks, even with those flashes not being available, very confident to just set up shop and deny the 6 grubs. 4 grubs from alive, just like game number 1.
Yeah. This time, you know, they got the 3 early, and then Peanut just picked up 1 and hopped the wall. They didn't want to take the chance. They just said, nope, we don't have everybody in position, and we're just not going to take the fight. At this point in the game, Rise has a catalyst, you know, not exactly hitting spikes or anything.
Double tier. No first item for a lot of their members, so
yeah,
I think it makes sense.
It just feels like a win for Hanwha because they got that early Infernal Drake. They got 4 grubs after all, so they didn't have to really fight to get 4 grubs either. Or the Infernal Drake, really. And a lot of that just came down to mid-prio. You know, a couple of good plays from DNF, but when it comes to the laning phase, we saw this in game 1 as well. Homalife just very naturally were winning in all the lanes. And it kind of felt effortless. And now it feels like Homalife, they started off a bit more behind, but they're still doing a lot of what they did in game 1 to get these kind of innate laning leads.
The big difference for me is that this time DN Freaks has a comp that makes me go, this can win. In the last game, I think the space really put it forth much more viciously than we did, but it was very warranted.
Just dive in the top lane here. There's that Rune Prison into Spear combo as Peanut taking a huge amount of damage. He's just going to flash out. Oh, the timing on that was beautiful. Zeka able to just zip out of the same timeline as Pioshik.
Not even close as Zeka makes the great escape. Peanut has to invest his flash, but he's going to be happy about that as, oh, Zeus, that's a mini-Gnar.
Yeah.
Who has his ultimate. Berserker's here.
And he's going to get hit by the ult of the Ambessa. That is just so clean from Dudu. Berserker just helping out. And it's enough. They're getting a lot of plates. They're winning a side lane.
They actually execute a great cross map. Love to see it. The only thing that could have been better is if the kill went over to Berserker. Although I think Dudu obviously has had a great game in the on the Ambessa thus far, just because, you know, it's Berserker. It's kind of been an ongoing theme.
Yeah.
But DN Freaks, what a step up here. We're actually seeing them stay toe-to-toe. I think that their teamfight comp definitely is pretty crazy. I want to see, did he know about the Sejuani?
He said, let's go.
Oh, yeah, Sejong.
Oh, Seju ult. Sejuani
Because
ult.
they did have a ward, but it was on the other end, so I was kind of wondering.
Yeah.
As we take another look here. Got to hit that ultimate. He did. And then Berserker, feel like he didn't necessarily need it to flash there, but not wanting to waste the time. This is a little bit rough, though, is because they went for that play and invested a lot of resources. I imagine that they were then behind on getting a base in, which meant that the Dragon still went over to Homalife.
Zeus is just being bullied in this game. If he dies here, that's going to be 0-4. He does hit No, he doesn't.
No Mega.
Just not going to hit it. And now, Homalife Esports are like, oh, the hook! We got to jump ship. The hook is big. Peanut trying to dash over the rocks. There's no other way to get out for him, so he had to try. It's 2 kills for DNF. They're making plays.
They're alive! It's happening!
They're awake!
We're able to actually discern the themes. It's DNF is here. And they're making plays across the map. Zeus, as I already said, has had a habit of doing this in the past. Not generally on champions like Gnar, though. Actually, a great punish. He got the counter pick as well, by the way. This was what he picked in the Ambessa. And a lot of it has been just Pioshik having a much better game. But this, I don't know how Zeus did not know that any of them were there. I feel like it was a good amount of vision coverage. So it does feel, with, especially considering how many problems he's had already this game, like he's just not respecting enough, just keeps getting punished inside. Nicely done by DNF, and also the fact that Peanut doesn't have flash is what allows him to actually get that kill. If they don't force the flash with the topside play, Peanut flashes there, ends up making it out. And DNF, we're getting hyped. It's because they look a lot better. There is a problem, which is the blue man that is currently up almost 1.5k gold. That is really going to be a big deal. There's also the fact that the composition for Hanwha, I think, scales very nicely. The poke is great. Still gonna celebrate. DNF look a lot better.
Well, we're gonna have maybe a battle of the Fed champions in the bottom lane. We'll see how much more fighting they do. But Zeka versus Dudu, the most fed in the game currently. As Zeus is he's just orange buff. Like, he's just sitting there dying on repeat. They're just farming the Gnar buff, which is just getting your team fed in this case. He finally hits his Trinity Force, but now Dudu is just so incredibly fed, and I hope he returns to where he was, you know, the only carry on his team once upon a time. Nowadays, with this roster, we thought he wouldn't be, but, and also he's not showing that carry potential, but this is the game where you gotta carry.
He also had a chase game at the beginning of last week that actually was pretty solid. So if this is him reawakening, I'll take that 100%. Oh. Really, the biggest winner is... Oh, come on, Peanut. Be nice. The biggest winner of seeing Dudu kind of drop his form after a couple of years with, frankly, just him being the only performing member on his team is even more respect for Keen, who somehow just stayed really good after doing that. Now, the one thing I do want to highlight, Dudu can't die, right? He's the guy that is the most fed, that has a ton of resources invested in him, cannot give up that shutdown. But the response from Humble Life doesn't actually end up doing too much, and that means the mid lane turret is going to fall.
Oh, looks like Peanut actually is going to clear it up, and now the whole team is here with the Realm Warp, as DNF, they did not factor that in. Pillshake just going to die, as they just simply did not get out in time, as Bulldog also going to be pulled off of the wall. That's a couple of kills here for Humble Life, as they do not respect the rotation power of the Rise.
Bulldog, you got to angle that out differently. If he just pulls it much more horizontally, just goes toward like his topside turret, no way that they end up getting him there. Pioshi getting caught, and this for me is the biggest. Pioshi getting caught, it's rough, but it's not the end of the world. But the fact that then a second kill also goes through is a big deal, because Bulldog being dead, instead of being there to clear this wave, means that Humble Life have an extra member on the map, meaning that now they're going to get this turret, and the gold lead is just going to be kind of gone. And here the big thing is, as you highlight, the Realm Warp just catching them off guard, and they knew that they were roaming mid. We were very aware of this.
The three of them were bot with Rise. Where do you think they're going?
No, it's level 2 ult. You gotta angle that differently.
Yeah.
From Bulldog, big mistake. That's a unforced error. And now Humble Life is in the lead again.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure a lot of us were sitting back waiting for the moment when Hanwha would come back and take the lead. So I don't think that part is very surprising, but I do think that DNF, they had a lot going for them in this early game.
Which was nice.
Yeah. It was nice, but at the end of the day, now Hanwha are just like, well, we're in the lead now. We're going to start pressing our buttons. And Viper is hitting a spike. I believe he has the finished Muramana. And Zeka also on 2 items. Yeah. So, now, if you look on the other side, you got 2 items for Mbessa, you have 2 items for the Tristana, but I'm worried about the Rise Ezreal 2-item combo spike here for them, especially in the poke department, when you've got a Nidalee too.
The Freaks need to get this dragon. You can't give over the soul point. It's actually pretty good here on Hanwha. Zeus is fine this time around. It's going to hit Mega though, but look at the poke. This is what we talked about before. Freaks, they got to pull the trigger. They have so many ways to start a fight.
Yeah. The Chemtech Soul is actually pretty decent in this one.
Yeah.
The Nidalee and some big health bars here for Hanwha. And yeah, I mean, they're taking so much damage. Viper, he doesn't have cleanse, and even Arcane shifted in, and he gets hit by a Sejuani ultimate, but he's still not punished. As in goes Delight into that backline. He looks like he will be taken out, but so many low health bars here. And the Realm Warp in for Zeka. He wants more. They want to turn onto him, but Dudu not quite able to do the damage, but there it is. He is actually able to take him over. The rocks is Bulldog, and he will be able to take down Zeka and get a big bounty. So at least DNF were able to get that, and the Dragon is still alive, actually.
Oh, Bulldog can TP in. I think they might be able to contest this. Dudu doesn't have his, though. And that was very close to Humble Life taking a big win and kind of giving it away again. Because the reason why Viper and Zeus can act like psychopaths in this fight is because they're already so low, right? And DN Freaks have so many tools. You have Ambessa ult, you have Sejuani, you have the Nautilus, but instead, and this isn't even a great engage from Humble Life, right? Like the light goes in on one target, it's just Berserker. Zeus flashes forward just to auto people, by the way. And then Humble Life way over chase here as well. Could have played this a lot slower. I hope that the Freaks get something for the troubles, because the Dragon went over to Humble Life, and if they just get Soul Point and you don't get the Otacon, things are about to be dire. But Zeus does have TP, stacking the Narber, but only halfway there.
Yeah, it's getting pretty low. There's the TP. He might just come down to a smite fight. The burst from the poke is what they're going to go for. Viper has to Arcane Shift away, and now Peanut, awkward spot for him. Zeka as well, TPing to his doom, potentially. As Zeus tries to help him, but Berserker just hops away. As a big combo ult does come in, but the wall pushes them back into DNF. And DNF are rolling over them here in the top lane. Zeus all alone there. That's a triple now for Berserker. As Humble Life, they do not respect them on the Otacon. They want to take them down, but the turn from DNF is huge.
And they get the kills. They get the Otacon. They get a good amount of roses as well. And Humble Life. What was that? Zeka teleporting into a bunch of people? As we take a look, they're just trying to cut too many corners here, right? As Zeka, no, he just walks up. Just walks up, gets engaged on, and it really does feel again disjointed because Viper is getting zoned, and that's so much of the damage not available here. And then look at this flick that comes through here from Bulldog. Both the walls sets up for the flick back. Berserker is safe in this fight. Didn't even need to flash, by the way. And DN Freaks, actually a great team fight from them. Oh man, the double knock-up.
Yeah.
Because if Vipers ends up staying alive, I don't think they can do that much more, but instead, get the Otacon. Still, value obviously is not going to be as crazy because of the fact that they haven't gotten a lot of epic objectives yet, but maybe in due time. But the gold remains in favor of the DN Freaks. And look at that swing!
Yeah, and look at this. Peanut gonna get just comboed with all the CC they have. The Nautilus, the Talia, they come together. And Peanut not able to do enough on this Nidalee, just gets taken out. It's a 4,000 gold lead here for DNF, and they have so many blood petals as well. They've taken the lead pretty hugely in this game. Take a look at the top level difference right now. 3 levels. Zeus only level 12 to Zeka's 15 to Dudu's 15. He has just been totally absent in this game. And this is just pretty elementary.
Life also been really solid with these hooks. A lot of the plays, particularly onto Peanut. With him setting it up. And he has not had the best season so far. So nice signs of life there from him. Signs of life by life.
Nice.
Nice.
Love life.
Signs of life by life sounds like it could be a perfume, you know?
Yeah.
Can you see it like someone walks up from the ocean?
Sounds of life.
Yeah.
By life.
There you go. Oh, I got chills!
Well. We need
no, we can't just let that go, fellas. That's powerful imagery right there.
Yeah.
Now, the next dragon is most likely going to be given up by Humble Life. And there is still, I think, for all of us, still a pervasive sense of, all right, this is fine, but Zeka's going to hit level 16. Viper is, at some point, going to hit his third item, but that is actually a really big deal, is that with all the gold that's been given over, it's not like the composition of DN Freaks doesn't scale. really just more of a nameplate situation than anything. And I truly do hope that DN Freaks win this game, because if they lose this one, I do fear for their mental. But as someone that has predicted both for Hanwha Life against T1 and against DN Freaks, this match is not feeling so great for me, Valdez.
Yeah, I mean...
Are you with me?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm with you.
We are in shambles.
I mean, that's the way it goes sometimes, especially in the early stages of the predictions, you know, the early weeks when you don't have a good grasp of where the teams are at, what their power level is, you know, is Hanwha Life awake yet? Or are they still the slumbering serpents?
Well, they went to an international, you know, they have to deal with jet lag.
Yeah. Yeah, they traveled to a different universe when they had to play up against those teams, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah, this Dragon is going to be just given over, as you highlighted. Hanwha Life not going to flip the game on taking a Chemtech Soul right now. Zeus, still no second item. Not really a champion in this one, and the difference right now in the AD carry department is a big one.
Truly the worst game I've seen him have in a really, like, even a lot of the, you know, I know the TF top era, he was very heavily criticized as well. But I feel like a lot of those games to me felt less egregious than this one.
Or TP. Viper gonna get caught in the ruler spot on Ezreal. Missed his arcane shift as well. Hanwha Life are just falling apart. DNF gonna probably take a Baron from here. There's no Ezreal on the Rift at all. As Viper's like, well, I'm caught, I can't flash. There's really no reason to flash. And that's correct, but the fact that he got caught is the bigger issue. As we got a TP coming in, it looks like Hanwha Life want to try to fight this one, but they're down a member, and they're down so much gold at this point. The flash away, and in goes DNF. Delight gonna be caught here, and so will Zeus. He does hop the wall. As they get the pick, and their sights are set on Baron once again.
And Peanut's alive, but I don't think he's gonna be in a position to contest. Summoner's burned. And slowly, but surely, the confidence that we have for DN Freaks actually closing out this game keeps growing. But just don't let Peanut do the hit, but he shouldn't be allowed to, and he's not.
Yeah, no, I mean, you got a Tristana, you got an Ambessa. This guy is dying. Now, they do let the Baron leash, which probably a mistake, but probably more so because Josik was so low.
The second in the TP in, I kind of wonder how they didn't expect the double back. Oh, you kidding me? He's so sneaky.
Yeah.
Don't let it distract from how bad of a game he's been having. As we take another look here, really, I kind of want to see what happened to Viper. I know he was in the ruler spot, but on Ezreal, that was a rough go.
I think he just got Nautilus.
Yeah.
And he was like, uh-oh.
There's been a lot of that. And also, I love how much, because DN Freaks in the earlier Dragon fight, we actually criticized them for not doing what, like, they're actually going for great layered hard engage. First, we have Life go in, then we have backline access for Dudu, we have Pioshik go in as well as, oh boy, I don't know about this one.
I mean,
Peanut and Zeka aren't close. I think they're going to just burst it down. It's going to be gone.
Yeah, 5K ahead. They're just going to go for it. The Meganar is there for Zeus, but he can't get in. The Smite is early. Goes down to 30 and to Tristana, but it doesn't matter. It's a couple of kills going the way of DNF as well on top of the Baron. And now, you can just look to push to end from here. I mean, there is a Dragon in 2 minutes, but you can get an even larger lead from this one. I think DNF, you know, they've had a really big struggle so far in this season, but this is a game that I don't think anyone can drop from. It seems like it's in the bag for them. Hanwha Life Esports are not really putting 2 and 2 together, and now they're too far behind.
And even the possible win con of the Chemtech just feels like it's more of a pipe dream than anything. Way too far behind in items, not going to be able to really contest for the map at all. Zeka is not hitting cannons. As we take another look here, there really isn't that much. It's a 7-level lead, Valdez.
Yeah.
7 levels.
8 now.
8 there, yeah. As Zeus, what's another death when you're already this far behind?
Might as well.
Yeah. All right, DN Freaks, we collectively need you to win this game. That's
I think
all
we
we're
all
asking
need this.
for.
Yeah.
We all need this. Hanwha Life need to get punished.
Yeah.
Because
They need a
they
wake-up
do not
call.
deserve this game.
Yeah.
At all.
They lost to Gen G. They dropped the game to KT. We were thinking, oh, yeah, it looked good. You know, that was
okay,
the
but-
turnaround in the mid game. They won that one fight, and we're like, okay.
Yeah, losing to Gen G, that's fine. Gen G are really, really, really good. And I think the Freaks are playing great, don't get me wrong. This is clearly a continuation of their upwards trends. Peanut doesn't have flash.
Well, at least he did Zonya's all of the CC. But at the same time, they still have the Baron push coming in. Now the wall and the Abyssal right on top of Viper, as Dudu is an assassin right now on this Ambessa. He's looking for more. He's going to pick up Peanut, as finally he's able to let go and just dive into that back line and pick up 2, and he lets his team push in here up against 3. There's not much of a wave, but with Tristana, your pushing power is gigantic. As now even the flash on in, on top of Zeus. What's another death? Why not? There's the 8th as DNF will take down the turret, and they will take down game number 2 away from Hanwha Life Esports. Delight and Zeka desperate to bound a bunch of magic on top of them with this rise, but it's not going to be enough. Down goes the Nexus, and we will have a game number 3.
A great performance from everyone on the Freaks. Dudu with the backline threat, Pioshik with the early impact, Bulldog with a great redemption after a bit of an early oopsie. Live with the hooks, and Berserker no notes has been great. Feel like we've given him a lot of love as, yeah, it's just one game of it, who cares? That's a big one. This guy knows. And Hanwha Life. Woo. Bit rough. Is that the game where as Peanut you want to get your 5,000th assist? I don't know, Valdez.
Yeah.
Did hit it there.
Unfortunate timing, but 5,000 is 5,000, right?
We'll take
LCK third. That's still incredibly impressive. Congratulations to Peanut as he gets it in this game.
Bittersweet.
But at least it's 5K, and we'll see just how high that number is going to go. Congratulations to Peanut once again. And now...
Really, as I mentioned, great from everyone on DN Freaks. On the flip side, Zeus is the obvious one to point fingers at, but even everyone else, like Zeka walking up and dying, Viper failing arcane shifts. Hanwha Life just look all out of sorts.
Yeah, still not awake, still slumbering, and DNF able to take advantage of that with their first game win so far of the LCK. As we'll see what happens in game 3 as we'll come back after the break.
우리끼리 해. 내가 나가 아니야. 우리끼리 해. 탑라인. 내가 넣어줄 테니까 달려. 세영아. 세영아. 내 프리다 세영아. 나는 노플이야. 나는 세영아. 여기 잘 나가. 나는 노플이라고. 나는 하나씩 해. 하나씩 해. 세영아 여기 무빙 한번 해줘. 나올게. 나도 노플. 노플이야. 잡았어. 내좀 봐. 내가 잡아. 나 카운트 끝내자. 몇 프리 있는데 무시해. 라이프 하던가 이거는. 나 라이트 냈어. 다 말아 그냥. 나는 살려줘. 야왜 이렇게 세냐? 그러게. 나 강심 한 번만. 내장글 다 있네. 다음 판 잘해보자. 아 좋았어.
And Showmaker now moving over. Captive Audience not going to quite find aiming there as the Deadly Flourish comes in. They're taking a fair bit of damage. Cuz down to 50%. Teleport in from Chiyu as they're looking for the team fight now. Perfect goes golden, but that means that he just has to watch as the rest of his team dies. It's an ace in trade for Lucid, and DK are going to realm warp their way to the base.
나를 봐줘. 나 나를 볼게. 나 뒤에 마크 좀.
Then Impaled cannot clean up the kill onto Shiu. Does manage to help take down aiming as Lucid just crashes Raptor into the wall. Shiu still offering as much damage as he can. But these health bars are so low. Diablo dancing around this fight and manages to take out all of them.
와, 쉣. 봐줄래 여기? 봐달래? 잭스?
Captain Jack, that's going to work out. Chains of Corruption again going wide. Tries to dive in. This guy is immortal. As Perfect, he goes all out, and that should be able to get it. Never mind. He is actually impossible to kill as HLE are now underneath turrets. Speedy has just respawned, it feels like, and is dead once again. That's an ace.
잭스 어떻게 살았냐?
Viper. He has hit a spike of 2 items. But they asked a little bit more of, at the wide engage, they have damage elsewhere. The arrow this time going to sail wide, and Canyon very tanky. Is going to tank up a lot of this, but does get stunned. They're still continuing to go in on the Xin Zhao as Duro in the front line as well. Zeus gets in, and the Impale is big, but Toby lights up 3 and locks them down. Peanut as well over the wall will be taken out eventually.
They are able to walk their way out. Still, it's Keen that's on the floor. And now T1, if you kill these two, they are just dead. Chovy and Roller, he's got a Feather Storm, but he does not have his life. Owner goes down, Chovy against the wall, and he gets 2. That's massive that Chovy's able to get those 2. There's so many standing structures up for Gen P. I mean, Faker and oh, Chovy gets him! Chovy, you psychopath!
적을 처치했습니다. 더블킬. 트리플킬.
Welcome back to the LCK as DN Freaks surprise everyone involved, taking down Hanwha Life Esports here, playing a clean game, and listening to point number 2 that Wolf and Wadid brought up towards success for an underdog team.
I mean, I said just pick single target and blow up single target, and the part about playing their objectives, they didn't really do that. They gave up the first 3 dragons, but ended up being Chemtech Soul, didn't matter. But Sejuani was left open, and they got a lot of picks. They had a big punish, several big punishes onto Zeus in the lane, and once you fall behind as that Gnar, the Nidalee can't really help you out. You know, when you play for early prio, the Nidalee's great, started off looking good, but once they lost control, DN Freaks, what was most impressive to me was how they were able to close out the game pretty quickly, and honestly, better than some of our mid-table teams.
Yeah, I think especially Pyoshik with his Sejuani, I feel like he set it up so many good ganks in the early game, and I think that managed to lead the early game, and I think it helped a lot, especially when you play against HLE. You have to deal with Zeus. He's the king, the god on the top lane, so I feel like Pyoshik deal with it really well. I mean, especially with this gank with Berserker getting mid-prior after like ganking bot lane, it was really huge.
There's many deaths for Zeus in this early game, just trying to farm, just trying to be relevant on this Gnar. As the dragon is being taken here, they come over and punish Zeus. He knows his team is somewhat nearby, so feels safe to do this, but ends up getting caught and punished one more time. And Dudu is having a phenomenal Investa game after what has been a pretty rough year for this guy, and pretty rough 2024 as well. One of his best games in recent memory.
Yeah, I feel like that was really nice trap by DNF, especially when they're taking Drake. You normally feel really safe on the bot lane, but I think DNF really played well with their vision control.
Also feels like a little bit of disrespect here by Hanwha Life Esports, trying to TP into a doomed situation and turn it around without playing. However, they're not the only ones making mistakes, as we have an opportunity for more pro tips with Wadid. And again, it's another one about Taliyah being played by Bulldog. We've done this before.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like DNF was leading really great early game, but I feel like they could play so much better, especially when they have information on the bot lane. They already know that they are focusing on the bot lane, and you can roll the clip here. And they had a header, and they made a really great choice on the mid lane. They spawned header, and they had really good opportunity to zone them. So my idea was, I think Taliyah should come to the mid lane and then wall up here. So you can actually zone them out, because you already know that they're going to come through mid lane. So if they zone them out with this Taliyah ulti, they could easily get the mid turret and then escape through the top lane. But I think they didn't have a great idea about using Taliyah ulti, so that's why they couldn't get the mid turret, they couldn't escape here. So I think they could easily use the Taliyah ulti, and then it will happen on Highlight 3, which Bulldog made such a great Taliyah wall on the Atakan fight.
Yeah, I mean, there were just some moments there too where they had those opportunities to go for the wall off. They could have actually gone for a different wall off, but I think he was really fishing for the best possible opportunity, perhaps even trapping the players as they come in for the punish, but ends up just then dying on his way out. Could have walled up as well to get away, so a bit of a miss there from Bulldog, which made us worried maybe Hanwha could get back control of the game. They did not.
No. Pointing stick enjoyers rejoice, as it is yet another one from Wadid. Thank you for that breakdown there. And like he alluded to, another Taliyah wall, but this one, good Taliyah wall.
Also,
here,
look at this attempt from Peanut and Viper to try to burst Smite. It fails, and now Viper's in an awkward spot. Peanut's on the wrong side of the wall, has to Zhonya's early, and the fight is essentially lost at this moment.
I mean, it was really great positioning by Bulldog just at the beginning. You know, he was zoning 4 people at that tri-bush, and also look at this Taliyah wall. Such a great art right there after that mid play. Bulldog, I think, whenever he is really creative on his Taliyah ulti, they got really easy on the team fight.
And I think that this whole Otacon situation was created by the fact that they were constantly putting pressure on the Gnar, had full control of side lanes to be able to start this one up in the first place. A lot of teams don't know how to start Otacon, especially our mid-table teams will often flub these fights and not have the right defensive setup. This was great play from DNF.
Yeah, a lot of focus on the Gnar before he turned Mega Gnar multiple times throughout the game. The game plan was simplified here by Rapistar and the rest of the DN Freaks. Maybe they'll be able to do it for another game and come up with one of the biggest upsets in the season we did.
So I need a speech from Coach Ulf because you won the game too. So what are you gonna say?
Yeah, Coach Wolf, I'm
On the
listening.
DNF side.
I want to see some prio this time.
Okay.
Can we
Yeah,
draft for
coach.
some prio, please?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. You're the coach. You would draft it for us, right?
I would if I were in control of the players, but I think they might go for comfort here, and I think Han was probably going to take Game 3 despite that cool win in Game 2.
All right, let's get into the draft with the guys.
Thanks, other guys. There on the space. Setting us up, teeing us up perfectly for this draft. We're getting ready to talk about Hololive Esports on blue side for the first time in this best of 3 because they lost Game 2, all according to plan.
Yes. Whose plan?
DNFs.
makes
Yone
sense.
first ban on red side.
That tracks. Ash taken away. Kalista, Varus, I imagine, sure to follow. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to really know whose plan it is, what is happening, what are we watching, where's Pioshik? He's right there.
At least we know that.
We do know that.
We know where Pioshik is. And what are these bans going to look like? Obviously, Game 3 of a fearless drafting situation. We've had 4 so far, actually. Whereas we've had, looks like 6 series go into just 2-0s. So we've had a decent amount of experience getting into Game 3s. A Silas ban, so a lot of focus here onto Zeka, which I think in the past would be an excellent strategy. In current times, I think Zeka's champion pool has gotten pretty wide. I think he's proven himself on a lot of different picks. He's not just like a Silas Akali 2 Drake anymore, obviously. But still value against Zeka, who is a fantastic Silas player. Still going to be a Kalista ban 3rd.
Yeah, it just doesn't hit the same anymore. I'm with you on that one. Might also be a hint towards what champions they want to pick up. If they want to say prioritize an early Alistar, for example, do you think you're going to be happy with that? Because Alistar, Leona are the 2 that are still open. And after that, we are kind of out of traditional engage supports. You know, that's when we get towards the more esoteric stuff, weirder stuff. Vi is open. So Peanut, you got to have fun in last game. You got to play Nidalee.
Didn't look like he was having much fun.
He was not, no. But he's going to have fun on Vi. Gets the press R on people. A lot of Zeka's champions, I think, should still line up nicely with this.
Yeah. Including Garen.
Yes,
No.
naturally.
Rumble, one of the top-tier top laners, still available. And dude who's been blind picking all day. Obviously, they've been drafting around it a bit, outside of the Gwen first pick in Game 1. But yeah, Rumble going to be the selection here. So we'll be curious to see what Zeus has for the answer. Also, what is going to be the response here in the jungle for Pioshik to go along with this Rumble?
Skarner is a response we often see, but has, of course, been banned away by Hololive, which in hindsight was also kind of a clear sign that the Vi was to come. I don't love the Leona lock-in. I'm not, or the Misfortune lock-in, because Leona's still up, and they can slam Leona here, and your game becomes very hard to play. They can also leave open Leona and pick Brom. And they already have Vi! So they're gonna go Vi Aurora, and you're a stationary AD carry that has no range.
Yeah. The only thing about MF is, I mean, a lot of teams seemingly just pick it for the laning phase. Now, they're going to pick Alistar into MF, which is not necessarily one of the choices you were talking about, Braum or Leona, and also loses lane to MF. So, not really the same line of thinking here with this Alistar.
What it does mean is that it forces DNF to pick a support, because if they don't, it's definitely going to get banned. There's a lot that's going to be banned away, right? And there's not that much available. I would love something with CC and setup. It's going to be the Orianna here, which... So we're going to see a Nocturne ban from Hanwha, most likely. And the Fury has already been taken off the board. And then for Hololive, what, like ban Nocturne and maybe ban the Leona? That would be the big other pick that is still open. That is a top tier. Are we gonna... You know what actually would go really hard here? Because there's not a lot of AD carries left for Viper, right?
Yeah.
Would be Jarvan.
That champion doesn't exist.
For DN Freaks. I'm not joking. You have.
Sorry,
you have,
Chronicler.
No, that is a real champion. I'm fairly certain because you have MF.
That is a really good shout, actually.
Yeah.
Because imagine playing anything that's really stationary.
Well, there's not a lot that
Jarvan.
Viper can do, right? There was an option ban, a complete no-brainer. Because
unless he's gonna play like Neela.
Well, I'm looking. Like the problem is you also need to pair with Alistair. So like Lucian is off the table. If it was Lucianami, that could have been a decent shout.
They could play Zeri. You know,
yeah,
that's got a decent amount of mobility.
Also, because they already have the elements for dive. But I think trying to play Zeri in the laning phase is going to be a complete disaster. It's, whatever is going to be paired with the MF. Oh my God! What if it's life? What if it's life, Jarvan?
Life,
we
Jarvan.
didn't even think about that.
I mean, it's
He's
a flex,
the guy.
right? You pick it on 4, and you're like, is it jungle? Is it support?
Yeah, support Jarvan.
Impossible to know.
I don't think should still exist or be real. Some might wonder, was it ever real? It was.
Yeah. Even Spirit played it as a jungler swap support for some games. Yeah. We're going to have a redo of the draft, guys. Not sure which pick was the one that was the issue.
The final ban was Galio, right?
Yeah. I mean, the Galio ban is kind of weird. Although...
It would be like support. No.
Actually, the Galio ban is pretty good.
It's top lane.
Yeah, the Galio ban is good, actually. The Galio ban makes a lot of sense. So...
Yeah, we don't know.
Before that was Nocturne, which makes a lot of sense. Before that was Jhin, which also kind of makes sense. But we already had a couple more bans after that, so I don't know.
I mean, Jhin is a great neutralizer in lane, and he also is great with dive, right? Because he can just set up shop in the back of a fight.
Really, the only issue is that he's very immobile, and if you go something like Jarvan, if you got like Orianna, MF, Rumble, Jarvan into Jhin, you're feeling pretty good.
Jhin does not get to play the video game, unfortunately.
So that would really be the only ban where it's a little bit questionable, but even then, we came up with good reasons for why you would want to also ban Jhin.
Love this. The sassy orange with tiny mustache.
It's like an evil orange. It's like a...
With a unicorn. I don't really know what the...
Does he have a crown? Or is that just the top of the orange?
I think it's the top of the orange, yeah. Maybe it's both.
But it was like a maniacal king orange, you know? Maybe.
I could see it.
Well, guys, we're going to redo the draft. We're going to see what the issue was. Don't actually currently know which pick was the one that was the problem. But going to run through this one. So we are learning that we are just rerunning back the same exact draft with the same exact bans. It was just an error that did lead to having to redo
that
the
makes
draft.
sense.
So
yeah,
I mean, we found good reasons for all the bans. It all kind of made sense. There wasn't really anything that stuck out like a sore thumb.
Like the Ziggs last time.
Yeah,
that was a again great narrative device used by.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
I love narrative devices.
I don't even know if that's a frame. A lot of this is hard because obviously I learned most of it in Dutch, so I don't really know if it works directly translated.
What is it in Dutch?
Well, I'm not gonna.
Why not? I'm just curious.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to because I know what the response is going to be.
It's probably just narrative frame in a weird accent, right?
Yes, everyone is just gonna make fun of my weird language, and
it's a great language. I love Dutch.
As a Nocturne ban, so the Galio is gonna come through, and then the final one here. As mentioned, I feel like Jarvan's kind of a smash hit. I don't think they're gonna be thinking towards that though.
Yeah.
We'll see if they want to ban like Leona or Braum.
Yes, maybe something that's going to give them issue in the bottom lane. But, you know, we've seen, like, Orianna picks with other junglers, right? Like, I think they played Orianna Nefiri that one time. I forget who it was. But you just drop the ball, and then Nefiri and she ults in, and then, you do the same thing.
I want to say it was DRX. Not sure.
Maybe. Wukong, another another decent shout.
That's
I really like the Jarvan angle, honestly.
yeah. I think Wukong's way better though. Now that I'm thinking
As a
about it.
champion as well in the
Yes.
current meta.
That's the main thing.
Does fit a lot better.
So, I think Jarvan is actually on the live actually in a good spot. He's actually fairly strong. And for a jungle like Pioshik, having there is this area. Being able to have an early impact, I think, is actually a big deal. As it's top lane Aurora for Zaze. We had like 5 extra minutes and we didn't consider this at all. Oh my god.
It's a flexible pick.
Oh, into Vi Akali? Do it! They don't have a laning phase! It's Zeri Alistair!
I mean, might as well.
Sped up Wukong?
Yeah.
Lock it in!
Gotta go fast. Tarek.
Yes, also love this. Life is a big... don't get me... I like...
Just Tarek always falls so flat on his face every time.
I'm with you. I like the Zillion a lot more. But when you think about it, they are playing what is effectively a full melee composition. They have to dive. You're playing Tarek. I just hope that Life doesn't try to do the, the ult in an attempt to block that. You gotta go aggressive with this.
Yeah.
You have Wukong. The setup for your stuns is amazing. I think that again, because of how short range they are, the amount of procs you're gonna get off, the amount of extra Qs is gonna be kind of insane. I actually think Tarek makes a lot of sense here. The main issue is, as you point out, we've seen this attempted a lot.
Yeah.
Just hasn't really worked out. There is also a good amount of magic damage on the enemy team. Tarek does obviously really excel when he gets to stack a ton of armor and not be bothered by silly things, such as AP damage.
Yeah. This does feel like a pretty good angle, though, for the Tarek. So
I like it. It's a good R5.
Yeah. It's a good idea. And it was a very interesting sign there. I'll skip over that one. Pretty interesting comp as well from the side of Homolife Esports. Very melee, as you mentioned, very close range. There's only one range champion, which is, of course, I guess there's 2, with Aurora and Zeri, but also very low range. As we have some wombo combo here on the side of DNF, we'll see if we can get them across the line in game number 3.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, here we go. Game 3. Homolife Esports up against DNF. And will Homolife's early season sleepiness come back to bite them?
You think Deagon would say that Tarek skin is pink, not purple?
Let me see. He would say it's purple and not pink.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Or did he mean the opposite?
Oh, no,
well, it's both, right? I mean, he's got pink and he's got purple.
Yeah. The leg warmers are pink, though.
Yeah, they're definitely pink. So you're saying he would call them purple?
I'm saying he would call them purple. Yeah.
Yeah, he would. I mean, they look a very similar shade of pink.
That's my point.
To his sneakers. So.
Yes. If you hold them side by side, will there be a difference? I don't think so. We
Probably not.
We can't possibly know, but I'm feeling pretty certain that is going to be very close to one another.
Yeah. So, Deagon always shows up to work in various different types of clothing, and he always has a point, I feel like, but it always goes over my head every single time.
He's always trying to tell a story.
And maybe...
It's the same color!
Maybe he was just trying to be Tarek, right?
It's the same color!
They actually are the same color, though.
Yeah, I'm not memeing.
No, it's not a meme. It's
Deagon, we like the shoes.
Yeah.
They're cool shoes.
But that's what I'm saying. Maybe it went over our heads, and now it's revealed. He had this plan with Life. If it goes to game 3, Life would play this skin and show off why
it
Deagon
was another narrative device. It was trying to foreshadow. Oh my god.
I get it now, Deagon. Thank you so much for this experience.
Thank you for getting it, Velvez. I can't believe we missed that.
It's very difficult. You had to put a lot of pieces together. It had to go to game 3 to have the Tarek selected, to have the same colored shoes. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened. Do it, Zeka.
The only way
What
for
could go
Deagon
wrong?
to prove it's not the same is to do a space segment later where you put Tarek on the TV and then you hold your shoes next to it.
And he'll just be like, they're both purple.
Yeah.
But they're the same.
Certainly.
Yeah.
But they're the same. Pre-6, I don't think either of these two teams really want it. We haven't talked about the game yet, but pre-6, I don't think either team wants to do anything, realistically. Yeah. It's all champions. Every single one. Well, I guess Vi can do some stuff, but...
Alistair does combos and stuff before level 6, you know?
Well, you could have a 2v2, but in this matchup, I don't think so. Also, did Berserker just miss the cannon? Pretty sure he did.
I think my brain erased that part. I don't remember.
Still preoccupied with the whole plot twist
I'm just
of the
still
day.
thinking about how deep it really is. The commentary from Digon. It's just excellent stuff.
He's a bit of a fashionista, which I appreciate.
Yeah.
He's a fellow fashion fan.
Yeah, definitely you two guys are. I generally wear sweatpants underneath the desk because I prioritize comfort over fashion.
Well, you are a dad as well, so I feel like now you have a build-in excuse.
Yeah, I have been doing it for like so many years,
Brandon,
though.
I'm trying to give you an out.
But it's true. Now I do have a good excuse. Although there's no excuse for just dressing comfortably. It's just a choice. It's a good choice.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
I would never, but
yeah.
It's fine.
Also, I just drive to work, so nobody sees it anyway outside. So,
I mean, you don't have to.
What's the point?
You don't have to justify it to me.
I'm just trying to explain, you know, where I'm coming from.
Yeah, it's okay.
I just hope this game looks a little bit more interesting than Game 1.
I'll settle for Game 2. Yeah, Game 2 was great.
Yeah. Not the cannon.
You got it. Thank God.
Whew.
Also, we've already talked about the games individually, but this is also going to give us a sense of what the whole trilogy means, because we still don't know that.
The trilogy
of this series.
Yeah.
Right? Because we have Game 1, which was very slow, a lot of build-up. Expectedly, Hanwha Life won.
So you're saying it could be a totally new story told here in the third book?
It has to be a continuation of Game 1 and 2. I just don't know. Like, retroactively, you can make those games mean very different things, right? Depending on what happens here. Because if Hanwha Life end up stomping them here, you go, well, I guess that was the lesson the whole time. But if DN Freaks actually get the upset, I'm telling you, no one is going to have predicted them. I don't even know if DN Freaks fans would have. I think realistically, probably should.
Yeah. I mean, you could hope for the win, of course.
That's your job as a fan. Yeah, you have to believe.
When it comes to predictions, we take it very seriously. Maybe not all as serious as Chronicler.
Obviously.
Yeah. He had a little bit of a drive-by in mid. Peanut just walking by, and so is Pioshik.
A hint of action.
Yeah. Just, you know, it's like you smelled something in the air as you were walking by. Okay, we got an actual play in the top lane. Peanut gonna get here first, and Berserker is gonna have to flash away. And that's about all we're gonna get. But Pioshik, he's just gonna take one and leave. As now Equalizer comes down here. No action there, no action here, no action top. And yeah, Peanut's just gonna take the 2 grubs that are left over.
Kind of payoff set up is
okay. A flash.
That's it. I was waiting. I don't know. I thought I was waiting for more.
No, I mean
there was
no more. There was no more.
That's never stopped us before.
I just wish there was more. It's okay.
Maybe action here. Pioshik, ults are available now, so these team comps do in fact do things. As Peanut's like, no, doing. I do really want to give credit to DN Freaks, because after last game it was very clear that Dandy went in and said, guys, what were you doing? And don't do it again, and just chill and actually play clean. And now every time where I'm like, in last game, Peanut would have just queued into Pioshik. And like, well, guys, let's see what happens.
Yeah.
None of that this time around. Seiz also has not died yet. I think at this point he was 0-2 in the last game. Went for Swifties even, which does actually make sense. It's the Rumble. Try and space nicely. Don't slow as much on the harpoons.
It's like when we used to get Swifties on Rumble all the time instead of Sorkpan boots.
Yep.
Against various matchups where movement speed was going to help. Generally helps Rumble.
Even Huni at some point was approving, which was interesting.
Yeah. It's an interesting angle. After staking his claim that it was the wrong choice for so long, he was like, you know what, it's okay.
Huni.
Hope he's doing well. Huni just fulfilling his mandatory military service at the moment, for those who are curious. We do have that dragon started up here by Pyosik. Will Hamalife come up with an equal response elsewhere on the map? Or will it be here on the dragon as they are closing in? There is a lot of vision denial, but they're on top of the Scuttle Crab. So they know this is happening, obviously. In goes Delight. He's got a 3-man knock-up opportunity, but he's going to let the Taric ultimate decide. He's just going to wait in his ult before he goes for it. And now the Taric ult is down. Viper gets a massive ult on everybody, and DNF are just caught against the wall. And the rest of Hamalife Esports, as that'll be 4 kills in the hands of Hamalife. Only one of them did go to the Zeri, but it still feels like a little bit of a Zeri moment in this little fight.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just Zeka on Akali with 3 kills. As that was beautifully played. When we get into the replay, I really want to highlight, this is one of the biggest reasons why I think the more Taric I see in pro play, you cannot use his ult defensively. You have to be the one that goes in. Because, again, they have the tools. They have that Wukong available, right? You need to be the one that set the pace. Because this from Hamalife, it's textbook. And now, in a game that felt like it was very close, it's a 2.2k gold deficit. The Dragon went to Hamalife. We got Zeka currently sitting on a first item when everyone else is just scrambling to get her components. And
yeah,
things are really, really dire. So with just this, there isn't actually a need to ult here. But what happens instead is immediately Hamalife wait it out, right? They wait out the ultimate. It's Delight in his ult, so he doesn't take damage. And then the moment that the ult's gone, we have Zeri jumping in with ult, Peanut cancelling the ult from Berserker, and Zeka jumping in as well.
Yeah, you see Peanut starts off the fight.
Looks
good, he says.
미포 잡았어.
Go for Misfortune. I got Misfortune.
5공 잡았고. 용 신경 쓰지 말고. 나이스.
Don't worry about Dragon.
알리스타 임마. 그냥 음매 그냥. 나이스. 카링 도구.
Well, he was talking about Alistar. I don't know exactly what he said. Oh, Zeka, no! Oh, he does get the kill, but he gives a massive shutdown over to Bulldog.
Not worth. That's not a goal positive play. Is Viper? Little wave clear ult there. I don't know what he was saying, but I assume was something like, they can't kill me. I am Alistar.
Something like that. It definitely had that energy. He was aura farming a bit.
Yeah, sometimes you got Zeka. R1's in, gets the E, and then gets CC just a little bit too. I think it was red buff actually that ended up getting him the kill there. Otherwise would have been a bit tragic. And still, Bulldog is going to be happy, because now he's only 900 to go behind.
Yeah.
It was a lot more.
It's better than whatever amount he was behind before. So
that's exactly the type of optimism I like.
Yeah.
It's better than it was. Is it good?
He's scaling, you know. He got his Rod of Ages. He can have a Seraph's Embrace.
Yep.
Can you kill this Orianna? You can't kill that Orianna.
Well, I'm pretty sure Zeka can, actually. Because I think this matchup is really hard for the Orianna as soon as you move to side anyway, because Akali just has kill threat, and that's if nothing happens. You know, I think by the time you get the second item, life gets tough.
I mean, Flash is available here for Dudu. It's just not going to matter with all the CC they have, as one more auto will do it. Peanut does have to take the kill, so Viper denied another one, actually, sitting on 1-0 and 4 as a Zeri. Not ideal, actually still behind on gold on the Misfortune, but regardless, a kill's a kill. They're going to get some plates here for Viper, so he can catch up a bit, as Life is alone underneath the turret and isn't doing all too much.
And I'm starting to get increasingly worried, Veldas, that game number 1 was a better indication, and then game number 2, Humble Life took a lot of liberties that they weren't allowed to. And then in this game, they're not going to do any of that. And they're going to play a very clean game of League of Legends, and we're not going to have any fun, and we're not going to have the cool upset. And that's just sometimes what you get.
I mean, it's still fun.
Well,
I just think that Humble Life should have won game 2, you know? It just feels like if you were able to do this in game 3, probably should have just not given a random game over to DNF.
The lessons they learned in game 2 is what allowed them to... No, it's not true.
That's no, it is. It's like the story, you know? It's the narrative device. Dudu, well, he's just going to dodge some damage. That's an equalizer. That's also just going to hit the wave. Not sure if he meant that to touch the...
I don't think so. There's no chance you actually kill Zeus there. Just get the wave and dip. Both of them really want to back because I imagine they're both very close to their Leandri spike. Big difference is that Zeus has TP, which is why I love this play from Pioshik. Try and punish. Oh, the wall!
Yeah, they had a ward in that brush as well. The flash on him. Pioshik might just be able to do this all by himself. Dudu trying to help out, just trying to bait him in, and it's perfect from Pioshik. Takes the kill on Aurora.
What a great read there from Pioshik. Even without the wall, Zeus is always going to end up going down there. Oh no. Well, oh no.
Oh, hello.
Doesn't have flash, by the way.
Yeah, he doesn't have flash, he doesn't have clone, and it's Vi and Alistair. The jungle and support duo coming together once again. Not quite able to hand that kill over to Zeri, although Viper really wanted it. And they're able to punish Pioshik after his great read.
Not allowed to have any fun. As Peanut and the like have been running the map both with almost perfect kill participation thus far. Obviously offset by the fact that Zeka wanted to go for the stylish solo bolo, which he did get, but you know, with a happy price. Oh no, Dudu, don't do it. Dudu, no.
Yeah, he doesn't have flash here, as he is going to be knocked into the wall. And there's the stun. We got an ulting Zeri running after him. It's a very fast Rumble, though, and he is going to be able to just run that one off.
The light missing the Q actually ended up being pretty big there. Otherwise, I think Dudu does die. Or at the very least, like, Life has to do some crazy stuff, like flashing in to try and save him. But that was a lot of damage lost, as things are not going to be great for Bulldog inside. This does get the fresh TP in, but Zeka's going to go back. Maybe even finish his second item, though he's sitting on a lot of components. I think it is a little bit too early, but even just the short cam boots is quite tough. There is, yeah, big rod ready here for Zeka, and DN Freaks, I think, feel like they have to fight for this Herald. They are setting up shop first, which I do like. I just hope that they actually proactively engage. You have the tools, you have a great offensive combo. Don't just let Humble Life set the pace of the fight, because then they're going to do the same thing. Bait out your ultimate, and then back off, only to re-engage.
Yeah, no flash for Pioshik, but as we can see here, it doesn't look like Humble Life want to fight over this. They just have Zeka down body at TP, but it's getting a nice push off, and they just say, we don't need this.
Little catch on the Rumble.
Huh? Yeah, that's a lot of damage already coming in. Ult utilized.
He has to leave.
Zeka's like, I dare you to step up to this wave. And Rumble's like, I can easily do that with my ult.
Yeah, it's actually very funny. We have not seen an actual Rumble ult. They've all been wave clear ults.
That's the way it goes sometimes. At least he's not dying all that often, because his ults are used for controlling the wave and getting out into safety. He's going to be able to get back on time to catch the next wave, so he's totally fine.
Gold lead has kind of stagnated, or rather, the gold lead hasn't, but the gold lead gap widening has stagnated. That's nice.
Yeah.
That's something, Valdes.
That is something. It doesn't feel that much like game number 1, but it's in a similar vein, you know. We have a bit more action in this game, but it's similar where Humble Life Esports are getting the better of most of them, and they're kind of just slowly chipping away at this one while not going too fast, you know?
It's fine. DN Freaks won the last game. I think that's all that really mattered, because if they would have lost that one, it would have just been a complete disaster. They won. It's fine. We shouldn't get greedy. We shouldn't ask for too much.
I mean,
I do truly believe, though, that Hanwha Life are just having these type of games because they have to. As in, I think that they are very clear, and we've seen this with a lot of teams, right? I think T1 is obviously the most notorious example of early spring.
Yeah.
In T1's case, they also are seemingly able to sack summer without too many issues, which they did 2 years in a row.
Just qualify.
Yeah, just
it's
qualify
fine.
somehow and then win, which, again, 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
Shadowflame is now done, which is a big spike.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine Hanwha Life is going to go for this dragon. DN Freaks are going to try and fight. Then the event will transpire, and then we will know what is going to happen in this game. Because either...
Oh boy. Well, Berserker in a lot of trouble here, even without the Alistair. But with the Alistair, it's very easy, simple. Onto the turret as Delight. Doesn't even have to ult. Just makes the play happen. It's not even the ruler response. It's just hanging out, farming mid. Thought he was safe, but he absolutely was not.
That's both sums gone. That's actually the biggest deal of that, because he will be back on the map by the time the dragon spawns. They also use the flash for Delight, but that doesn't really matter that much, because Berserker trying to play into a 5-1 Akali when you don't have sums as a MF.
It's a problem.
It's a problem.
So we actually saw him there for a little bit, I think, but wasn't able to react on time to flash away from the combo. But either way, nice little collapse from the side of Hanwha Life Esports. And yeah, they're going to make Berserker pretty much useless for this next fight. So it might just be Chemtech soul points for Hanwha Life Esports. Ox isn't here today. He's probably distracted. Maybe he's hiking or something. So not able to spare us from double back-to-back Chemtech souls.
Maybe he's birding. Birding, like watching birds.
I thought you meant birding.
Oh no, he has a. I don't even know what that means. He has a great set of binoculars. And I know for a fact that there's a good amount of birds around my building, because I told you about my new neighbor.
Yes.
Carrie the pigeon. Who now lives on my balcony. It's no longer my balcony. As Dragon's gonna get started. And they do tag Zakai here. Good amount of damage coming through.
All right, well, let's see what this fight looks like. Might look very similarly to the next one. Flash on in. They're trying to be proactive, but the Taric ult a bit late finally is utilized as Hanwha Life were waiting for that one. And now they're going to press all their buttons, and the Taric doesn't do anything. Down goes Poach. Massive shockwave, but it's just too little too late. As now that gold lead has not really stagnated. Still 5,000 in the head. They have the Chemtech Dragon as well. Will be the Otacon on top of it. And they're off to the races.
Yeah, this game is unfortunately, I think, a little over. I don't think that we're gonna get another one, and that's just the end of it. That is Soul Point gone. That's now a 5K gold lead.
Delight.
Just dubstack igniting onto people.
Delight's having a great time today. You can tell. Berserker's just off here in the jungle, just kind of hanging out, you know. Doesn't have a splash.
He's giggling as well.
He's having a good time. He knows that, you know, there's not much that he can do in that situation, so. 0-3 now at this point, as we see. Again, they just wait for the Taric ult, and then after that, they just win the fight.
I'm just kind of shocked they don't actually kill Peanut here. Like because I like that call, but they don't have any damage follow-up. Bulldog isn't there, you have to combo!
Oh.
Yeah, this doesn't matter.
Well, Degon has hit the ground here in this game. It's Degon here, the Taric.
Oh,
they're wearing the same shoes.
No, of course. Oh, I understand the...
Same sneakers.
No, yeah. If there's more damage follow-up and they actually kill Peanut there, like, you can also hold on to the ult. Like, that could have worked, maybe. Is Zeka gonna hit 25 stacks? I'm saying yes.
I'm gonna say yes.
So I need to start considering my my POM vote.
Hey, the game isn't over yet, Chronicler, okay? There's still a chance. You gotta wait for the Nexus to fall. The mid tier 1 hasn't fallen.
No, I'm very confident. You know, we're in hairbet territory. That's what we are.
Oh no, not hair bets.
I do it. Like it doesn't.
Really? Would you?
Yeah, of course.
Oh.
Well, I'm trying to grow up my hair, right?
Yeah.
In honor of Dune Awakening releasing soon. Okay, well, not a lot to say about that. He's 2 levels down. He doesn't have subs. Zeka just kind of cooks him. What happened here?
Digon went for a little walk in the jungle.
Found Akali.
Yeah.
I guess Akali found him.
This feels like the solo queue games where your mid lane gets solo killed like 4 times. It didn't happen in this game to Bulldog. Like, Bulldog was fine. Zeka got fed from the team fight. But then he just runs around the map killing everyone.
Yeah.
And you just know, like, there's nothing you can do. Because Akali is just murdering every single person on the Rift, and nobody can stop him.
Yeah, they don't really have point-and-click CC at all.
Bulldog has done more damage than Zeka in this game.
That makes sense. Because Zeka kills people so fast.
Yeah.
And like he doesn't really do that much damage outside. He just sees someone, kills them.
Yeah.
Whereas, you know, Bulldog, there's healing that can be done. There's sustain, there's pots. He's just continuously getting up rotations. Not Zeka. Sees target. Goes in.
Die.
Takes him down.
Even that kill onto Life was when he was like half health.
It was unceremonious.
So
yeah.
They don't even have high health pools either. So that damage that Zeka's doing, it doesn't add up to big numbers. He's still 9-1 with a gigantic bounty on his head. DNF with this wombo combo composition. They had a nice angle in the last fight, as you mentioned, but they just couldn't wombo the combo.
Couldn't wombo the combo.
They comboed, but they didn't wombo.
They gotta do both.
Yeah. I hate when you wombo and you don't combo as well. That just feels the worst. We're just going to do the Baron now. DNF. The onus is on them. They're going to TP in. They have to do something about this. And they will attempt to. But over the wall, okay, they're going to put a nice ward. They spot the light. Good angle there.
Oh, Gigacon.
Oh, no.
Faces out.
Zeka going in. A bit ahead of his team, but he has the Shroud as now looking for the kill, and they kill him before the Tark ultimate even hits him. And down will go Berserker, not even able to use his flash, as the Wombo combo is going to be towards the side of HLE Esports. It is a very one-sided affair. They get an ace 26 minutes in, and you know what that means. That'll be GG for HLE Esports with the 2-1 victory, as long as they can push down mid and end this game right here.
They comboed, they womboed, and unfortunately for the DN Freaks, the losing streak will not cease on this day, although I guess their Nexus will be standing for a little bit longer, so maybe a bit too quick on the ending. But they're like 9k gold ahead, so Zeka can just go in to a bunch of people. They have a very clear goal. The fact that, oh my god, the Vital actually knocks life away so that Berserker... Again, it wouldn't have mattered! Wouldn't have mattered! Berserker couldn't do anything there!
They didn't end the game, but they did end life again. He's got 12 kills! Zeka has 12 kills! And he's getting a 13th! He just keeps getting more! You cannot stop this Akali! And he has 25 stacks. I mean, we were right about that, Chronicler, at least.
The Flash R2 for maximum disrespect. Just kill the Nexus. They don't need Baron. They don't need this. Come on, Hanwha. They've suffered enough.
It feels better if you push with Baron, though, because then all the minions are purple.
Not pink.
Not pink. They're actually purple.
They're actually purple.
Yeah, and they're all buffed up, so... Yeah. Red Bull Baron power play going to feel pretty good in this one, as they should just be able to end it from here. If they really wanted to add some disrespect, they could take the Chemtech Soul. And you know what? They probably got a stern talking to after game 2, so I wouldn't be surprised if they do.
Someone has to face check. Unfortunately, 2 people face check, and neither of them live to tell the tale. Ooh, yeah, that was stylish. The flash R.
너 해라.
I didn't hear it. He's like, look at him, you do you. Basically he's just talking big about his boys.
You know when you have players that are mains like one trick, so that are you know in high elo, and then they do a Smurf game for content, and they're like, look at me, he's doing it in the LCK, Veldes. There's a world champion on the enemy team. His world champion on the enemy team, and he has no mercy.
Well, he's playing that champion of Akali, which is one of the classic, in italics, one of the classic Zeka champs. And now I think they're just going to press their buttons and kill him. The equalizer comes down, the Tark ultimate utilized as well. They don't care this time, as they're just going to get into that backline. Viper finally picks up a kill again. Zeka nearly taken out, actually, is going to go golden. And there's a 14th. Can he make it a 15th? Yes, he can, because why not? Meanwhile, Zeus got a kill on Tadudu in the fountain. And so that will now be the end of game number 3. Hamalife Esports will end this one. 24 kills total, but 15 of them went to their Akali player Zeka in the mid lane. And that'll do it. GG Hamalife with the win tonight.
Does Hamalife bring this to an end? As we will have a little bit of a chuckle there to come through, as I need to pick my my POM. I actually think it's harder than you might think. I know Zeka just dropped 15, but I feel like after the first 4, the game was kind of over. And guess what? I had already put in Veldes.
Oh, we're on the same page.
I'm on the same page.
Yeah, I can confirm he didn't just listen to his play-by-play caster.
No, was already in.
Yeah.
As Zeus, not his best day. I do like the little the Aurora swap. I think that is something that Hamalife, even though we don't give them, they're not quite as crazy as a team like DK. I do actually think that they, outside of that Game 2 draft, on average have been one of our best drafting teams. Feels like they're always able to find a great angle. Zeka, yeah, that third game, that was, again, highlight reel. Just smurfing in LCK. It feels unfair because it was...
He's going to get the fan vote. He's probably going to get double media vote. But I still think that Delight deserves it.
So for me, the biggest factor was Delight's Poppy was extremely oppressive.
Yeah.
I also think Delight on Rel was the only good part about their Game 2.
And then he also set up all the fights in Game 3 on his Alistair.
Yep.
Which is one of his, one of his big picks.
If I lose to a boom boom damage vote, I'll take that. That's fine. I stand by my decision. I think Delight had a wonderful day today. Hamalife as a team took some liberties in Game 2, and then were again. This is us assuming promptly told off by Dandy, and then locked in for Game 3.
Yep, that they did. Happy gaming. Nobody's immune. Hamalife Esports, T1, Gen G, anyone. They had a happy game. DNF took advantage of it. They had a great Game 2. Props to DNF. But when it came to Hamalife playing a good, solid game of League of Legends, DNF were not able to stand up to them.
And then you have DK, and it's not a happy game because that's just who they are.
That's just who they are,
just every single game. As Hamalife, still going to take the win. Game number 2 seemed like a distant memory, as this game was not close. Well, this was over very early on. And... talked a lot about Hamalife. For DNF, could have been Zillion. Don't think it would have changed the outcome whatsoever based on how this game went.
No, I don't think so.
But I do see improvement, and that's something when you're a team that's struggling this much. I think DNF have looked better every single match that we've seen them, which is a big deal because this match, realistically, we were expected to win. No, you got the 1 game win. I think that's quite nice. Might end up being a difference maker down the line, but all I needed was them looking better when they face up against Brion. And they definitely did here today.
They definitely did. We'll listen in as they absolutely massacre DNF in their own base. We'll see if they had anything funny to say towards the end. You got him. Okay, nice. Very straightforward. Nobody really saying anything.
Okay, nice.
Okay, nice. As Peanut's like, everybody's really silent. Maybe the vibes are not exactly the greatest after game 2, but it's still a very dominant game 3 at least. And, you know, a win's a win at the end of the day. So Zeka eventually ended up with more damage than Bulldog.
On Akali! Building only flat damage!
Yeah.
Oh, silly. Silly, silly, silly.
It was just one of those games.
It is just one of those games. What did we learn here today, Valdez?
Well, we're about to learn who the POM is first. So let's take a look at who did pick it up. And it will be Zeka, who does get it for his 1-1-4 Azir performance in the win in game 1. Nicely done for Zeka. No, I'm just joking. I mean, I understand voting for him because his Akali game was so heavily one-sided that it just felt like he deserved it, right? But you and I, we were hipsters. We went for the guy who was a little bit more consistent.
Again, sometimes, you know, especially when you're casting, sometimes you have PM calls where afterwards you're like, ooh, I don't know about that one. This
one is very obviously a good one.
But Zeka, come on, when you have a game that stylish, I don't really think you're going to be too bothered by it.
Yeah.
Might have also hinted towards what was going to transpire in my POM comments, so I hope that we run that one.
Well, guys, we're done here for now. We're going to have the interview, so I'll hand it over to Tyr for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Zeka, the super soldier on the side of Hana Life Esports. Congratulations! You just took DN Freaks down for your second win in a row. How do you feel? It feels nice to get our second win in a row. I know that we had struggled in the middle of our match, but I'm just glad that we're able to secure this win. And yeah, DN Freaks really locked in game 2, and you ended up giving game 2 over to them. So what was the feedback there? I think they had a very early game-centric comp, and I think we ended up making too many mistakes in the early game, which went on to build a snowball over to them. And in game 3, the opponent showcased Misfortune and Taric bot, and it's been a while since Taric's last appearance. So what was the bot's reaction to this? I don't think we had much reaction to it. I think we did expect that it might be Taric in the support because they had such a 5-man rush kind of a comp. But Delight was actually really good with dealing with that comp. So I think that was what really allowed us to secure the victory. And in Game 3, we got to see your Akali, which was her first showing in the LCK this split, and you showcased just how different an Akali skin ever is. So what are your thoughts on the Akali versus Orianna matchup? I've actually been on both ends of this matchup. And as you are able to play it out and just try to solve the game, there are some moments that Akali can actually create a lot of playmaking moments. So I think that's what I was looking for, that angle. And of course, Hana Life Esports team fighting is always jaw-dropping. So from the players' end, how do you perceive it? I think Hana Life Esports is a group of players who are really good at team fighting. And I think we were able to take a lot of advantages through team fighting in the end. And Peanut has reached another big milestone. He became the first ever jungler to reach 5,000 assists in the LCK. So can you congratulate him? Congratulations on 5,000 assists. And getting so many assists means that you are really just giving away kills, so I hope that he gives me more kills in the future as well. And your next match will be a Saturday showdown with T1. It'll be quite an important match, so what is your resolution? I'm really looking forward to this match. I think this is something that we cannot lose. And I think after all the feedback, to prevent all the mistakes that we made today, I think we will be really prepared for that T1 match. And that's the end of the interview with Zeka, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ayaya, as it is the Super Soldier and Hanwha Life Esports getting the victory here against a surprising DN Automotive Freaks for a Game 2, but then they kind of fall back to their Game 1 and 2025 form in Game 3. One thing that Zeka did say here was that they are focused on their great team fighting, Wolf. Great team fighting indeed, but maybe some other areas where they could improve to close out.
Yeah, I think the macro and the setup on objectives was a little bit weak, but we'll talk about that a little bit later on as Chronicler and one of the KR analysts went for support here, and Soup went for top, despite the NAR game in Game 2, which we
great power
with our eyes.
Yeah, great power comes great responsibility, Soup voters. I know that. The Chijijik voters, they get it. What did they?
Yeah, they know what's right. They know what's wrong. I mean,
they have been the smarter of the two so far.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So
yeah, again, if you want to vote at home, you have the opportunity to do so by signing up for Soup or for Chijijik and getting into the voting, just like we had Wolf vote here. Wolf, what
yeah, I didn't want to vote for Zeka that much because it felt like it wasn't an overall great series for him, but he finished the full Magi Soul Stealer. He had 15 kills at the end of that one. He took over, and there wasn't a great alternative for me, really, so I ultimately just gave him the nod.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's the same. I feel like he's slowly waking up from that Jalek from first stand. I feel like many teams pretty much like struggling after international tournament, and I think Hanwha Life Esports definitely was not that great looking. I mean, it was not that looking great, but I think after this game, I think they are slowly waking up, and especially from Zeka, we could see a phenomenal performance from Akali. So yeah,
I like that one we did. The jet lag from that international tournament first stage.
It happens all the time, you know.
Let's take a look at Chronicler's comment here. Zeka, stop stealing my thunder. I'm trying to get POM. Love that. He did go with the delight vote in dissent and now defends it. He knew he was fighting it up.
Yeah, I mean, the Poppy game was really good, obviously in Game 1 too, so I actually think that vote's pretty good. Do not give me kills from Helios here, which makes a lot of sense because he got those 3 kills and that was the end. And then Coco, gonna play AP mid, then don't let Zeka get a Kali, please. Yeah.
Yeah, this feels like another game here where it was just, we saw the Tarek and we're like, ooh.
Yeah, I mean, also, I think it's kind of conclusion of Fearless draft because Talia and Poppy is out, which is Akali counter. So it's really it really makes sense to pick Akali in Game 3. So I think they're more kind of feeling comfortable in the Fearless draft.
All right, well, today was another day of history. Peanut hitting 5,000 assists here in the LCK. He's standing by right now with the Korean desk, and we have Deer on the translation.
네, 이렇게 해서 POM으로 선정된 제카 선수의 인터뷰까지 만나봤는데요. 와, 오늘
Thank you very much, guys. We are joined by Peanut, who has become the first LCK jungler to reach 5,000 assists.
그러니까 피넛 선수가 이제 정글로서
Hello.
최초로 5,000어시를 달성하셨습니다. 심지어 좋아하는
Peanut, you have reached 5,000 assists. The first ever jungler in LCK to reach and do so. How do you feel? I actually just found out that I was getting to 5,000 assists just as I was approaching Low Park. And I feel like it would have been so nice to secure a victory as I get my 5,000th assist, but I'm just a little sad that I wasn't able to do that. And here's a recap of your assist history. Look at the Rengar and Poppy and Nidalee right here. I feel like we're seeing a lot of different sort of tempos with all the different champions that I was able to reach and secure some of the assists with. What is the most memorable moment while you're able to reach this milestone? I guess I can't really remember any specific moments while getting assists, but in first stand, I guess being able to secure so many assists is what actually was quite memorable for me if I had to point one out. And within so many junglers out there and all the prospects out there, they all look up to you, and there's a lot to learn from you as well. So is there anything that you'd like to say to them? There's a lot to say,
오랫동안 좀 꾸준히 잘해왔다고 생각해서 정글.
But yeah, I think it's just that I was able to
떠올랐으면 좋겠습니다. 제 이름이.
I was able to play so consistently throughout all those years. I think I just want to make sure that I get to continue this path in my career.
그래서 이번 경기 또 승리로 장식한 뱀픽을 보면서 한번 이야기 나눠보시면 좋을 것 같은데요.
And once again, big congrats again to Peanut for achieving another huge milestone, and we're gonna bring you back to the space again. Thank you.
이때 뭔가 우리는 어떻게 게임해야겠다.
Thank you very much, dear, for that translation. Peanut, again, one of the greats of the LCK in this Hanwha Life Esports squad, who get the victory today as we run their highlights, are still not clicking on the same gear that we're used to.
Yeah, I feel like this game was opened up at this moment where Akali is given 3 kills. It's a great play from Peanut. The ultimate here from the Taric is not fantastic, but as a result of this play and mistakes made by DNF, Zeka's fed and the game is over, right? And I think that when you look at the macro play that we saw in the first 2 games, especially in game 1, which was shockingly not there, despite the advantages they had. Game 2, you know, the situation they put themselves in with the Gnar. I kind of walk out of today's series feeling like, okay, that was a close call. We won, but T1 is coming, and T1 is going to play a lot better, a lot more clean than DN Freaks did today. I think Hanwha Life probably need to walk away from this. Maybe they'll have some drinks with Peanut tonight, you know, 5,000, hit the big milestone. But then we got to tighten up a little bit because that matchup later on this week, the Saturday Showdown, is a big one that they can't afford to lose.
Yeah, so Coach Ulf was right. Do not pick a pocket pick. Just pick something that is really easy.
Easy.
Just press R and win. But Taric is not that kind of champion, so yeah, that was really rough game from them.
I mean, in that fight, he did press R. They did get the invulnerability, and he blocked 3 Alistair auto attacks.
Wow.
Did not win. He did not win.
Didn't work.
Big reduction.
Yeah, so DN Freaks, a lot to figure out. Hanwha Life Esports, you know, the baby tests are over. The big one is the next one for them, is they're going to take on T1 later in the week. As we take a look at the standings, Hanwha Life Esports move on up to 4th place at 2-1, and the DN Freaks sinking lower and lower in these standings, but they do get a game win.
If they win against Bro, though, they can move up in that matchup later on this week, so that's a big one. If they lose, though, Bro obviously will have the head-to-head from them for round 1, and they'll drop down to 0-4, so we need to see something more out of this team. I think getting that win today and how they closed out the game was a good sign, was a good look, but again, consistency is something we're going to need to see this team find.
Friends, we talked about a lot of things today. But one of the biggest things we talked about is wondering about color. Is this purple or pink?
It's purple.
I mean, I feel like purple it's brighter
or pink
on camera.
Look,
that's how I feel.
Taric's right hand is purple. It's the same color as this. His left, like the staff, the mace is pink.
I mean, also consider the lighting that we have here may make it
the lighting
appear,
is trolling me right now.
The lighting doesn't make it appear more pink on screen. I feel like if you're watching them on the screen, you might think it's pink, but in reality, it's purple here.
There's a vote going on right now in Twitch chat. I gotta put this tape back. It's pink in real life, but the light's making it look purple. There's a Twitch chat poll going on right now. Is this purple or pink?
I think it's...
And Degon's going to take a photo of it and post it on Twitter, and then you guys can actually see it with proper lighting to see the actual color, because it's purple.
Yeah, I think it's purple, yeah. Or maybe it's kind of mixed up, you know? It's kind of middle.
While everything rages here, we got our next matchup coming on up. It's a big one for the bros. D plus Kia versus OK Man Savings Bank Brio.
Why are you holding that?
OK Savings Bank Brio. There's no man there. Guys, go vote. We'll see you in a little bit.
one of the past, the present, and the future. A new era, the same empire.
국제전 우승이라는 그 수건이 연이어서 하나생명의 우승 시리즈가 이어지고 있습니다.
What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
And Showmaker now moving over. Captive Audience not going to quite find aiming there as the Deadly Flourish comes in. They're taking a fair bit of damage. Cuz down to 50%. Teleport in from Chiyu as they're looking for the team fight now. Perfect goes golden, but that means that he just has to watch as the rest of his team dies. It's an ace in trade for Lucid, and DK are going to realm warp their way to the base.
나를 봐줘.
나 나를 볼게.
나 뒤에 맡겨줘.
Then impaled, cannot clean up the kill onto Shiu. Does manage to help take down aiming as Lucid just crashes Raptor into the wall. Shiu still offering as much damage as he can, but these health bars are so low. Diablo dancing around this fight and manages to take out all of them.
와,
봐줄래 여기?
봐달래? 잭스?
Captain Jack, that's going to work out. Chains of Corruption again going wide. Tries to dive in. This guy is immortal. As Perfect, he goes all out, and that should be able to get it. Never mind. He is actually impossible to kill as HLE are now underneath turret. Speedy has just respawned, it feels like, and is dead once again. That's an ace.
잭스 어떻게 살았냐?
Viper. He has hit a spike of 2 items. But the Ash a little bit more of, at the wide engage, they have damage elsewhere. The arrow this time going to sail wide, and Canyon very tanky. Is going to tank up a lot of this, but does get stunned. They're still continuing to go in on the Xin Zhao as Duro in the front line as well. Zeus gets in, and the impale is big, but Toby lights up 3 and locks them down. Peanut as well over the wall will be taken out eventually.
They are able to walk their way out. Still, it's Keen that's on the floor. And now T1, if you kill these two, they are just dead. Chovy and Roller, he's got a Feather Storm, but he does not have his life. Owner goes down, Chovy against the wall, and he gets 2.
That's massive that Chovy's able to get those 2. There's so many standing structures up for Gen P.
I mean, Faker and oh, Chovy gets him! Chovy, you psychopath!
적을 처치했습니다. 더블킬. 트리플킬.
stronger.
디플로스기야 화이팅! 디플로스기야 화이팅!
디플로스기야 화이팅!
리온 화이팅!
리온 화이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We had a riveting first matchup between Homalife Esports and, of course, the DN Freaks. But now we're moving on to D plus Kia up against the Bros, OK Savings Bank Breon. This one, again, on paper, does feel favored towards one side, but DK are known to happy game all the time, and the Bros always seem to get the better of them.
I'm the known bro anti, and I can't believe you're short selling one of the most entertaining rivalries. I'm not saying exciting, because I don't think it is, but one of the most entertaining rivalries in the LCK, because somehow, some way, Bro have beaten DK so many more times than they should have over the last couple of years, and that includes when DK was the second best team in the world, which was for the entirety of 2021. Bro still kind of just dunked at them a few times. It didn't really make sense then. It didn't make sense in any of the years. DK are, by their nature, a team that has been very flippy. We've even seen it already this split with their loss to BNK. But realistically, with the performance of both these two teams, DK should cruise towards a victory here today. But will that happen? Because as we see it right here,
Hell yeah!
Thank you. Yes, that's what we want to see.
The Kespa Cup champions.
It looks like it's not just Atlas that remembers that this happened.
The end of last year, they did beat DK 3-1 in a best of 5. And they got some good money for it.
The bro hype
you can see the different,
so high, Feldes.
Yeah. You can see the different players there on stage as well. You got Bully, you had Hype there, you had Hambach. POM duo of opening week, Shiwu and Lucid. The rookies did stand out. Can they keep it going, Chronicler?
You know, if you ask me what my answer is going to be. But it's true. These two players have been both playing incredible. Lucid finally hitting the consistency that I think was still lacking. Also getting a lot more versatile, because we know he's been good at skirmishing junglers for like, what, 4 years now. But the fact that he's been able to move around and play things like Ivan is big as I am so happy about this, because I think Hambach has had issues. Very fair. I think he's been pretty inconsistent. But you know who was also inconsistent? Lucid. And I don't know if Hambach is going to reach those heights. I think there's a reason why Lucid was the more hyped one, even when they were both playing in Challengers. But especially after the performance that Alum unfortunately had, I think this makes complete sense. This was warranted. I'm just worried that it will be an LCK classic of sub them in against a better team, and then they lose, and they get subbed out again, which I'll be very upset about.
Well, they need the better player for the better team, right?
Yeah.
So then when they play against other teams, they bring in the other guy. I mean, yeah, Ellen needs his time as well. He's had a lot of time. I think Humbach, you know, has been brewing for quite a while in Challenger League, and I'm glad they gave him a chance, but he also didn't quite meet the expectations. He was all right, but yeah, very flippy. And he's a very different player, a very different style of player than Ellen, which is part of the reason why I liked him on the roster. I think he forced Bro to have a lot of action, to make a lot of plays, and that's not necessarily their play style. Although it has changed as of recent times with their roster changes, with closer and mid lane as well, alongside of him. As DK, he's going to the army, that guy on the right there, in 13 days. So he's got some time to enjoy some LCK. Here are the Bros. And we do have Degon hosting the desk today, cheering him on.
Very important. If you did also watch the last series, by the way, we have now witnessed the shoes in person.
Yes.
Purple.
Actually purple.
They're actually purple, but on our screens, they
look
still
pink.
they look pink. In person, Degon was right, but really, interestingly enough, I guess we're both right, because right here they are pink, not in person, which I think you can argue which one is more important. You know, we live so much of our lives nowadays in the virtual realm. No, to stretch it too far. Yeah, okay, come on.
True,
I was thought you were gonna follow me, Vel.
You're right.
As
yes,
DK, definitely a team that has been a big fan of Fearless, has been really enjoying themselves, picking up a bunch of different stuff.
Yes.
Lucid, again, as mentioned, did face Humbach a lot when they were both playing in the Challengers scene, and Lucid was on a team that as a whole was a lot better. Really, Humbach's breakup performance was when Lucid left, and last year when him, Zinni, and Hype just completely obliterated the scene for a whole year. Zinni is a player, by the way, who we are still going to be very hyped about until he actually debuts as closer.
And then we're not.
Well, come on now, don't kill the hype before it's
I mean, that's the way he made it sound.
No,
we're going to be really hyped up until the point he debuts,
well, no,
and then we'll be smacked in the face by reality.
Well, okay, so the problem is that it is it's a complete tangent, but it's mid lane, it's Faker, it's Showmaker, it's Chovy, it's BDD, it's Zeka.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Remember the, what's his name? Oh, I was a big fan of him too. He's back down in Challenger, he's playing there a lot.
Kobe?
No.
No.
Younger player, starts with a C.
Calyx?
Yeah, Calyx.
Calyx, yeah.
We were so hyped for him. He came into the LCK, got bombed, went back down.
Unfortunately, just kind of what happens when you have so many good mid laners in the league. It's suffering from success.
Yeah.
And we'll see if DK are suffering from success as well. This team plays it fast and loose.
Showmaker looks so tired today.
I feel like he always looks tired.
No, but specifically
extra
today.
tired.
That might be a bad sign. But DK, they are starting on the blue side, which has been the more winning side so far. So they have side selection here up against Bro, and they have selected the blue side. What are the bans going to look like? The Insta ban.
Yeah, Chiyu has been having an incredible debut. I actually think his debut has been better than Lucid's. Because Lucid, when he debuted, was as good as he was, also had a lot of moments that made you question his decision-making by a pretty high level, because he would just go into enemy jungle and die.
Yeah.
But Chiyu has legitimately been one of the best parts of this roster. If you go back to, you know, that crazy play he had on Bessa against Humble Life, ended up turning the series off the back of that, and he will be granted a B1 Rumble right here. Makes sense. Gwen's the one thing that feels like is on the same level. Jace is still open and Bessa is still open, but Rumble does feel like he is very hard to actually deal with in a way where a stray equalizer can't still ruin your day.
Yeah, Rumble just is that good. He doesn't really lose any lanes. Very hard, at least. You know, when the Kalista was banned on blue, they had to ban Varus. Instant Aurora Skarner lock-ins here from the professionals.
We might see this Aurora get flexed. You know, that's not something that I think we're really expecting, but we did see it in the last game. Most likely, though, it's going to go to Closer. Closer has been the best performing member on this team by a large margin. We've already talked a good about Humbug. I actually think Hype, my expectations were also a lot higher. I think he's been fine, but really, I think in Challengers he was very consistent, as DK really are just going down the list of can we pick everyone, the champions that are either the best in the meta or the best for our players. Is Lucid, the one guy that did actually make Neferi look good, did get nerfed pretty substantially, and it isn't a Skarner as well. So we'll see how this is going to go. This would be confirmation that it is indeed a top lane Aurora, and that Closer is picking up a melee mid laner. And we know this guy, there's a reason why he was hyped up, was for champions like this. What a swift draft.
They are speedrunning this.
As if you're wondering, that's Noodle Blanc. It's just a different icon. You're fine, and Showmaker obviously.
I think it really fits into her new lore.
I love it. I think it's great. Yeah.
Yeah. It makes a lot more sense. Obviously, it looks like what she looked like in the video as well. Cinematic, I think is the better way to say that.
I mean, it was a video.
It was, but the specific type of video that it was a cinematic.
Don't need to get bogged down in specifics, fellas. You're right.
Yeah. The first series was all about, you know...
I hope we don't have to
narrative devices and stuff.
Delve into those depths again. Zarai's also taken away. You're most likely looking towards an AP mid laner, but you don't really have to with the Rumble. Rumble being solo AP is still going to feel great, so there is some flex potential here. And Showmaker has been known to just kind of pick stuff. Kind of wondering what he wants to look towards to try and shut down this Yone, as the Poppy actually going to be picked up or used as a banner. I wouldn't have minded if they went for it instead. Barrels Alistair, classic for a reason. Also makes the Rel hard its pick. It's probably going to be Nautilus here for Palu. What is Showmaker playing? It'll just be like Ari. Yeah, I kind of felt it coming. I don't think it's necessarily matchup dependent, but it's a Showmaker classic. The 2v2 is incredibly strong, and this comp is going to have to run the 2v2 mid to early, because I don't think they can kill Skarner as we get later into the game.
No, not really. You know, they have other tools for that later on. It is Elise.
Oh, Palu.
Okay.
I don't love it. I can see the vision, right? You're playing into Alistair, who you want to try and bully the early weak laning phase. And you'll be able to generate pressure, but with a Kaisa that isn't the most impressive laner, I think it falls low. I also think for the comp, it just feels a lot worse. Because if you pick a Nautilus here, I think it really brings the comp together. You have very easy, guaranteed way to set up picks on specific targets. You're also playing into Ezreal.
Yeah.
Of all the AD carries, I feel like, obviously the matchup in the Kai'Sa is rough, but he's one of the most slippery champions for good reason. And Palu's going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting here. And we'll see whether that's going to be enough. I do think that the DK comp is very clearly used by X amount of time in-game.
Yeah.
See if they hit that.
It also kind of feels like they went down the list of very strong champions that were left. Whereas on the side of Bro, I feel like their comp has a bit more of an identity. Obviously, there is an identity for DK as well, but for Bro, especially with how fast they were picking as well, they just really had a...
Was that Barrow and 4 wards? That's
Yes.
an Atlas banner if I've ever seen one.
The LoL master. There was also the Bro win syndrome. Somebody was stuck in bed with that one, so hopefully they will be cleared with a Bro win. We'll see if it happens here in game number 1. DK on blue, Bro on red.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 생선까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, off we go to the races. Game number 1.
What races?
Kia. The D+ versus Bro race. First to 2.
Are we?
We're racing to the victory.
Okay, but in what manner?
Erase the past.
Okay, but what is it? Is it animals? Like, is it? There's a dog in the game. That makes sense. Is it cars? Like, what type of?
This is League of Legends Chronicler. This game.
So I guess it's a race to the Nexus.
Yeah. It's not cars, unfortunately. I know you do like your cars.
Yeah, I'm a big car guy.
Yeah.
Notoriously.
I'm surprised you don't have a bicycle.
I've actually considered it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what I do, I even did it like 2 days ago, is I rent a bike, because you can rent bikes and then I cycle to the Han River. It's really nice. It's very chill.
Yeah. That's one of the best things to do, actually, in Seoul.
Particularly in spring. It's
Yeah.
So, because we all know summer is coming.
Spring or fall, you have like 3 weeks each.
Yeah.
If we're being
I think
generous.
Spring's a little better. Fall in Korea is definitely not real.
Fall, yeah. You got like maybe a weekend. And then
If you time it well.
0 degrees. Yeah. By the way, Kai's on a 7-game winning streak. We'll see if Bro can continue with the winning streak.
We've been here before. This was like, what was it, 2023 when Aiming got like 9 games at Kaisa before people were like, maybe, like obviously he played it extremely well, but also maybe the champion is a problem.
Yeah. She's really good. She's just too versatile, I think.
So there's that. There's the versatility. There's the build diversity. There's also the fact that I feel like most of us, me included, were expecting her to fall off a little bit when lane subs got removed, and that just hasn't been the case at all.
Well, teams aren't indexing hard enough into shutting down lane.
Well, it's also because every single game we're banning Varus, Ashe, Kalista.
Yeah.
So like, that means there isn't that much left unless you really want to go all in with something like a Caitlyn.
Caitlyn Lux.
Yeah.
It's like.
But yeah, who actually can play that? Well, I know Barrow would try, but I don't.
Well, Gumacaria.
Well, obviously,
That's about it, right? But even T1 haven't indexed that hard into doing it. I mean, they've picked Caitlyn, but...
We have the Kate Bart.
Yeah, but even that is like...
It's not the same level.
It's not the same.
I'm with you.
So Kais is just like, yeah, cool story. And also we're going to swap to the top lane where there's a different dynamic and everybody's hovering around our lane and you can't really put on pressure because we're going to fight over the grubs anyway. The jungler could be in the brush, you know. It doesn't feel like she just gets punished that hard in this meta, so she just gets a free laning phase and gets to do whatever she wants, including go whatever build she wants and fit perfectly into any composition. And she's also just generally really good, so. Yeah, I think Kaisa in a very good spot right now.
You've always been generally very on point with identifying OP stuff before it really hits the critical threshold of why is this champion still open.
Yeah.
Because we do have...
There was that Sylas season.
Yeah.
Where it was like, why? Why are you letting them have Sylas? Yeah.
Interesting there from Lusa. Kind of, because he had top lane prio, kind of figured he was going to go for the top lane Krabby, but instead just going for the bottom one. Shield on his first base. Trying not to use... Woo!
I think if Showmaker Flash Charm QW, he dies. With Electrocute and like an auto weaved in. But the charm was very close, so didn't opt to go for the flash.
He's also level 5 already. I feel like he definitely could have gotten away with it. If it's like level 2 or 3, feels a lot riskier because obviously with Ahri, you want to really have your 6. Before that, you are pretty easy to take down. I say easy to take down. Let's be real. Current Ahri with the Rod of Ages build is not easy to take down. Is I wouldn't even say deceptively tanky. I think you're just tanky.
Yeah. You're just tanky. And you get to go Electrocute too. You don't even have to go Grasp. Just extremely tanky. And now you get more mana. Which Ahri can sometimes
I know that
struggle.
I saw the patch preview that they're going to specifically neuter the build, which I think is valid because if you have this much mobility and build-in damage, you really shouldn't also be unkillable. We've had this exact issue in so many different iterations. Remember Echo?
Yeah.
That's my favorite example.
I feel like mid-lane items have gone through many iterations of that.
Remember when everyone built jungle items on mid laners?
Yeah.
Was it Spirit of the Elder Lizard? I'm pretty sure.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there was like Athene's Holy Grail back in the day.
Yeah.
It just felt like there would be an item that dominated all the time, and then in succession, a lot of mid items got nerfed, you know? And
poor mid laners, man.
Yeah. Really, really struggling, us mid laners, you know? We just really haven't had a great time here.
I've been Apollo actually gonna get the wave in here, so Aiming needs to catch it. The downside for Hambak is that Lucid obviously is a lot stronger. We also see Lucid do a good amount of poke or try and hit as much poke as he can just with his Q. Needs to be careful though, because Elise is on the way. Might have a fight on our hands here shortly as the second Q.
Thinking about it is DK. Hambak gets the first one. They're going to flash on top of Hype, who does get caught and ignited, but not going to be stunned up. Does get rooted a bit. Over the wall, though, does go Showmaker, and that'll be an easy pickup of first blood for him. No flash, no barrier for Hype. And so he was just easy pickings. Nice setup there from Beryl, and takedown by Showmaker.
Struggles continue for Hype. Unfortunately, I already highlighted it. Feel like hasn't really been able to showcase the consistency he did in Challengers, and there just walks up, gets blown up unceremoniously, just taken down very quickly. Nicely done there by Beryl, though. His Alistair, particularly when Beryl is playing well, has always been a champion that truly kind of crazy. But there, that was very telegraphed, right? Not out of fog. He just walked up, flashed on you, took you down. Attempt from Hambak to try and maybe salvage it. Didn't really end up working out. And Big Dara was also that Showmaker pry on the roam. Had his ultimate available, so was able to just get on top. And it was him that picked up the kill. And I don't think that DK have been nearly as binary as they were last year, where it was two modes, right? Lucid Showmaker, aiming, please kill all of them. Those were the only two options they had. That's not really the case. He doesn't lose these.
Yeah, he just walked on in and stole candy from a baby. It's like, thanks, bro.
If Owner wasn't there, I feel like Lucid would be the #1 Smite secure that we have. I feel like he's gotten so many of these. But Owner still exists, so it's a bit hard to take that title.
Yeah. Lucid's pretty good. Maybe if he continues with the consistency, he can challenge for that spot. You know, he's one of the young up-and-comers, it does feel like. But yeah, he's going to hit another one. And up against Hambak, who should be also another one of those junglers. You were talking about their matchup that we saw many times in Challenger League. He should be quick with his smites at his age. But yeah, not able to get it this time.
At his age. Yeah, as I was saying, we'll see. Hambak, obviously, with the Skarner, mostly trying to play for Teamfight Impact, so still has opportunities to make his mark on the game. But yeah, DK have been a lot more versatile, but I don't think any DK fan is ever going to feel bad when Showmaker is getting fed. The most one-sided series that we saw of them was the Gen G series, where Chovy just dunked on Showmaker and then the whole team looked completely invisible.
Yeah.
I think outside of that, we've seen DK were a team that was actually able to take down Hanwha in the regular part of LCK Cup, and were even in the best of 5 against Hanwha, actually got very, very close to taking them down. And then I think it was because of the ending against Gen G that their tournament was still not remembered very favorably, which is fair.
Yeah.
That was a beatdown. That was not even remotely close.
It was rough. They're not going to want to remember that either, as Hambak is on a ward. And he's Skarner at level 7. Meanwhile, Yone was nerfed on this patch. Does it matter? I think it's definitely going to be something that we're looking at as these games come along. As Lucia goes in, does a bunch of damage, and is just running down. We got a TP as well. Just TPing back to lane. Nothing actually brewing here. It is a bro and brew, though, so we're always brewing something, I guess.
Giant water bottle?
Yeah. I actually switched to just regular water. Yeah. I was drinking the barley tea earlier, but yeah, I've swapped over.
I actually, because we were talking earlier about Bro and Brew, even before, because we were so excited about this matchup.
Absolutely.
I talked about a coffee brewer, and I showed it to Valdez.
Yeah.
And you know, normally it's like
it is actually cool.
It is actually cool.
Yeah.
It looks like a water lily. Sparrow has his ult. Will he be forced to use it?
He doesn't have flash, but yeah, Hambak can't really get in range. He gets charmed mid-dash through the wall. So
with Alistair, it's also, in this case, Showmaker was there, so I think it was fine. It's also one of those things where you're like, I don't want to waste it, but if I use it too late, it also doesn't really do anything anymore.
Yeah.
It's fine here, though, as we see Lucid Eclipse hit already. So one item spike for both Showmaker and Lucid very early on, but the Elise always going to be a threat We'll see, though. Lucid has a level lead as well. Really strong here in this instance, and the equalizer is available. Brion, this is looking a bit scary.
Yeah, and they're just going to go in on Apollo. It's just a full 100-0. No hope for the Elise. And Closer now alone in a 2v1. Beryl tanking up the damage from Morgan, which isn't all that much. He might go down, and that'll be the first kill for Bro. But what about the rest of them? It's just the Nefiri hunting them down. He does get stunned into the wall, but Lucid doesn't care about that. A lot of flashes on the follow. Lucid continuing to chase them down, and he will pick up yet another one. He's now 2-0. And so is Showmaker as this mid-jungle duo continues to feast.
Just a barrel diff! Starts up the fight, goes on to Palu. Showmaker is there with the follow-up, even the Q from Lucid. Immediately ready. Lucid also gets the reset on his ult there. And then Hambach, the ult onto solo on the barrel there when he's already ulted just doesn't really get anything done. Doesn't hit the mark. And Morgan not able to layer the damage there as well. And Palu, this is now 2 players on Bro that have been just caught off guard by Beryl walking up menacingly and then comboing them.
I mean, they're just not respecting the Alistar.
No.
Like, even Palu, he's on Elise. I think he was also in spider form.
So you feel, you're like,
and he's like, I'm fine.
He was not.
But he's got flash. The Alistar combo is very fast. That's why it's very flashy as well. Anybody can get caught off by it. Rookies like Hype. Not so rookies like Palu. Better players as well. Veterans, it doesn't matter. It's Alistar, right? Gotta respect it.
The complete, what was it, the carry out a clinic on Alistar against Gen G as well.
Yeah.
That's against Gen G. That team's pretty good.
Beryl, 2019. He was the guy.
Beryl's had a lot of years where he was. There's also been different guys, you know, with Beryl. I don't feel like either of us the guy to talk about it, though.
Yeah, that's true.
There's
Atlas,
only one.
Atlas is probably paying attention, you know. Ox, a little bit less so. We had double Chemtech Soul in the last series, by the way.
To talk about Lucid.
And by the way, we have another Chemtech Soul. So
no, I
now
know.
that's just pure fact that we know that Ox is not paying attention. But that's fine. It's his day off. But,
I just knew what he was doing.
Oh, a little flash on in. A bit of damage on a Showmaker who has his ult and just decides not to use it because he knows he's not dead. And he's going to use it aggressively. Instead, he picks up a couple of damages, I guess is what I meant to say. In goes Lucid, and they're just going to try to bait closer into this one. He's not even going to hit that either. And now, Hambach is like, maybe I can help. I don't know, guys. And he's going to end up doing nothing. Here comes the Mega Cone engage. Beryl is here once again. Hard to respect that. And in fact, Hype doesn't really have to. Doesn't even need to flash this time.
Still though, barrier node gone, and oh, Palu. And he has to try and have an impact. He's playing Elise. Again, I want to go back, and we could have just picked Nautilus, which I think would have been a lot better. But instead we went for Elise. It's this Ari build. Like, it's so hard to actually... He's level 5!
Oh, no.
Okay.
He doesn't scan the ward, and now he's going to spend a bunch more time not getting XP. At least he's backing. But.
Well, that's the sad back, Veldes. That's worse. And they know as well. Like, they have perfect information.
All right, surely this time. No flash, no ult. We got Impale here for Hambach. Just press the buttons and the guy dies. Okay, there you go. They did it. They finally took out Showmaker, and even Closer got the kill.
Are you getting tilted by proxy because of Showmaker living in the previous play?
Yeah.
We've all been there in solo team. We're like,
it's hard not
I'm trying. I really have this play has got to work, and then that happens, and you're like, no,
it's over.
It's over. And it's not.
15.
I do truly believe that the Brion composition outside of the Elise will skill quite nicely into the late game and will be fine. But getting to the late game is still a tough ask. They're down 2 dragons as well as 2,000 gold.
Oh, nice dodge by Xiwu.
Would have been in big trouble otherwise.
He's going for the kill. He's going in. He's like, you want to take me down? I'm going to do half your health bar and damage.
He is crazy. We do know this. We've seen him go in on a lot of other occasions.
I have heard that crazy is his game. Yes. That is true.
That's a whole nother thing. Apollo's still level 5.
No. Oh, and he just based too. He's not even like in a lane anywhere. I mean, it's not like Elise has a level 6 power spike. I mean, I guess. But not actually.
Champions do need level.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like,
where's the thing? Oh, that's the
here's the thing.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, really Paulo's the main issue. Like, the difference in impact between our supports has been the biggest thing. In terms of play. Like, in terms of where the champions are and who's really fed, I think Lucid is probably the biggest issue that Bro have to deal with. This is a Neferi that actually does damage and does things.
But I want to reiterate, Neferi on the last patch was incredibly broken. And the only reason why she didn't look broken was because we had players that were quite bad at playing her specifically.
Yeah.
As we'll see, can he clear the wave? Doesn't have his ult, so he's just going to have to sack. But not the end of the world.
I'm surprised that Hambach didn't even try. just kind of waited and saw if he was going to walk up.
Like maybe that, or maybe worried that they were going to keep on pushing if he showed. Because I don't think they knew about the ward in the brush there. And then also Dragon is coming up, so maybe wanted to just go and get a base in there. But yeah, as I was saying, I think that Neferi was mega busted on the last patch. Is still a great champion right now if you actually skirmish and snowball. And for DK, that makes perfect sense because they're, outside of T1, our most forward-playing team that we have. There were times where it was BNK, but I still really don't know what BNK's deal is. This LCK split, we'll see if they lean into that again. Because that has been, they were the other team. You know,
they are like, fearless.
You had like 3 levels of we're going in and we're going crazy.
Yeah. I mean, they try.
This might be the game-deciding fight.
Hey, Paulo hit level 6.
Yeah. So, Lucid's level 11.
I just, you know.
No, I'm glad we're keeping track.
At least he got the...
Can we get closer? Almost as TP available.
Oh, Hambach hide on bush.
Can't give over the soul point. They got to be ready for barrels engage. Can't be caught off guard by this again. Hambach trying to zone. Closer is looking for a TP angle. Showmaker's coming over as well. Closer, his is off cooldown in just a second. There it is.
Yep. Here he goes. 5v5.
She was on a ward.
Gentleman's agreement. We're just going to fight straight up here. No flanks as Beryl goes in onto the Skarner though, but they do get the Drake. More importantly, the damage from the Equalizer is pretty nice. Does a good job of zoning the rest of the team as well and pushing them away from Beryl and keeping him alive.
Restraint? That's not my DK. What are they doing?
Why didn't they send it?
Why didn't they send? Well, Beryl was really low, and it was definitely the better call. Yeah. But I am a bit shocked and mildly disappointed.
Where's my action today? Not happening. Closer still trying to take down Shu as they take mid-tier 2.
Maybe DK heard all our slander, how we're like, oh, this team is they're so flippy, they're gonna lose.
They watched the Pog state.
And then now they're playing a really clean game where they're like, okay, Barrow goes in, keeps the jungler out, we take the objective and we leave. Which is, again, a great call. I kind of wonder if Shiu, it's still a great equalizer, if he positions it a little bit further back, they might not actually be able to disengage. But with Barrow low, that is their main source of engage. Everything else is, well, I say everything, it's just charm, really.
Yeah.
Or just diving in face first, which definitely would not have worked. But the item lead now is getting even bigger, where it's a 3.5, or almost 3.5k gold lead now. Bounties are up. Palu still level 6, and they have soul point. So things are not coming up, bro.
They're not coming up, bro, but they're not massively behind. It's not a dunzo deal just yet. I said that in game 1 of last series as well.
I like your optimism.
And game 3, I think. So, but it's never over until the Nexus falls. DK could just start up an Otacon. How many teams have we seen just
we have a lot. And
throw an
also,
Otacon?
And DK haven't really done anything that makes you go, ah, that's DK.
Yeah.
This is
so we're due.
This is suspicious. We're due. I don't trust it.
We're due for a weird DK throw.
It's Bro starting the Otacon. That's not the plan.
Will they respect the Alistair? Well, it looks like the answer is no. They're just going to stick around and fight over this one as Hambach nearly dies, and he's going to die before the Otacon as well. It does go to Bro, though, as Aurora did get it, but I don't think they're going to win this fight anyway. So the knockup comes in. That's a couple of withdrawals already. Actually, 3, as... No, I guess it was just 2. Hambach actually did die.
Denied the buff.
No, actually, it was 3.
Didn't get a lot of roses, because they're on 6, which... not a whole lot. As I want to, we've been memeing a lot, but I want to give credit to DK how clean this is played. Completely staying away from the ward, not walking into any of the traps there. Then Barrel again. And like, part of this is, I think, Hambach still looking a little bit off. But also, if Barrel engages on Hambach, the rest of the team on Bro needs to use the fact that the main form of initiation is just on the Skarner, right? It's not like they don't have Closer, they don't have Morgan. And I need to see Morgan, Closer, and Hyde actually sync up and dive a single target. And this is where the real problem comes in. Who do you actually go on here? Because going on aiming with Sums is basically impossible. Showmaker has, I don't know what, like 3.5k health?
Yeah.
And is level 15.
Is a tank.
Oh, okay, so it's only 3k. I was exaggerating. Still though, that's a lot of health. So it's probably Lucid or Shiu, but if Shiu gets an ult off, he already is in a great spot, and Lucid has his W.
Yeah.
So it's much easier said than done.
Lucid's also got a couple of cloth armor here.
Oh, probably gonna go Death Stance next.
Yeah.
Oh god, yeah, they're never killing him.
So yeah, they're utilizing their aheadness to get tankier and tankier. And that's a great way to do it. You already have enough damage with the amounts they are ahead, so no reason to overdo it. Especially if they get Chemtech Soul, you're really not ever killing DK. It's just not really going to happen. But let's see what this fight looks like. Paulo, he's hit level 7.
He's also catching up. He's actually only a level and a half behind now.
Okay.
Well,
he's
actually,
accelerating.
Barrel just got away, but it's a level and a half. It's not. It's not great, but
yeah,
could be worse.
Could be worse.
It's really summing up this game state for Brion. Like
that is true.
They need to get a big pick. We need to see Hambach or Paulo hit an Impale, hit a Cocoon, actually take a priority target. DK don't need to go for this Dragon, by the way, which they are very clearly aware of.
Pushing mid.
Yeah.
And nobody's here except Closer.
Oh my god, they can cancel the backs.
Are they going to just end the game?
They can cancel the backs.
Wait. Guys, your base. Okay, they're going to get the Chemtech Dragon. Yes, okay. The two and they're pushing.
Can they back?
Morgan is trying to back. Closer gets the wave, and that'll be enough. So yeah, got a little spicy there for about a half a second. But it is the Chemtech Drake going over. Lucid says, no, that's actually my blue buff. Little did you know. Hambach, nice little stun, throws his ult in the wrong direction. And now Shiu is on the run. Here comes Barrel, gets a 2-man knockup, and everybody on the side of DK is just trying to get away. The charm is going to miss. As Barrel still on the chase of Hambach. So many low health bars here on DK. Aiming goes down, and so does Shiwu. Bro on the comeback. Gets 3 kills, and they're looking for the Baron.
There it is! We knew it was too clean!
Yeah.
Hambach baited them into a false sense of security. By the way, ult wouldn't have hit because Lucid has his W. Still looks very bad for Hambach. But they are able to get so much damage down. Showmaker out of the fight early. Lucid out of the fight, and that's a lot of the damage gone. And then the reason why we see Kai'Sa picked into Ezreal is that moment right there. You're able to just get on top. I don't think they can actually do this Nash. There's also the problem of the mid lane being shoved into the Nexus turret. But still.
Yeah, that is a thing. But they're going to get this Nash. It's going to happen. Lucid can't get in. Flashed away by Palu. And now they got Empowered recalls, I mean, they could just back and defend the base. They don't even have to.
The gold's equalized. DK also did not get the Dragon because they played for the melee imp. Melee imp, not that big a deal.
I think I see like a little speck of a game on my hands.
No, it's there. Again, DK's calm is not the best late game. Like, there's some elements. I think Ezreal is fine. I think Neferi, honestly, is just always strong. But I would take the Bro calm 9 times out of 10. And now this Baron is going to buy them a lot of time.
Yeah.
This is kind of a lot more what I was expecting.
You know, as the mid inhibitor as well, you're just giving extra farm over
Doesn't
to
matter
Hype
that much, yeah.
as well. I mean, he gets more money from the super minions. So the inhibitor will respawn at the end of this Baron power play. They don't care about it because they have the Baron. So they're just getting more money. They already got enough money to come back and equalize the gold. I mean, a difference of like 700 is nothing at 27 minutes. So anybody's game from here. And they got some standing gold on the map too. They're going to look for the top turret, the tier 1. That should be free. And they might even look at this tier 2. Showmaker does not have TP. So he's just going to stick bottom lane. And that means he's just not here for now. Backing as I speak.
Oh, it canceled his back. He's just going to keep on pushing.
Yeah, and Bro aren't fully committing to this push either. Wave is cleared. They're looking at back. They're just kind of hanging around in the jungle. And yeah, not going to overcommit for the tier 2, it looks like.
In about 1:50, we will have the next dragon come up. This is also not a... If this was Hextech Soul, I'd still very overwhelmingly favor DK. If this was Infernal Soul, same thing. But Chemtech Soul, I think as good as it is definitely not quite of the level of you get this soul and you guaranteed win the game. And Breon, the experience deficits have been mostly caught up. You know, we've been memeing Polo a lot, but I think now is what, like maybe a level behind, half a level behind, if anything.
Oh, no, Barrel. I thought I saw him at level 11. Not the case.
Yeah, still a level and a half, but Hype's up a full level now. Aiming hasn't really been able to get a biggest foothold in this game. Closer's up. Morgan's up.
Yeah.
And the gold basically even, so...
It's just totally equalized.
Yeah.
And it's really going to just come down to, as you mentioned before, like who's in a better state at this point in the game, and that's definitely Bro. Now, that doesn't mean they're definitely going to win. We have to see what these team fights are going to look like, because DK, you know, when they don't do happy gaming, are a generally very strong team fighting team. They have had good team fights already this game, whereas Bro have struggled a little bit, but they had a nice cleanup on the last one, and now they're setting up for a second Chemtech Drake.
It's early on the TP. I would have much preferred Morgan pushing the top wave and then TP over, but I think they want to ensure that they actually have prior on control of the river. They want to allow DK to regain too much control here. 3 item spikes hit for Showmaker, for aiming, Closer, and Hype as well. A lot of arm guards as well. Morgan and Shiu both packing right now.
Absolutely packing. And now, looking for this Chemtech Drake. Will Lucid try to go for it on this Neferi? Shiu's on the flank. There's the True Shot Barrage. In goes Closer. They're trying to burst him down in mid. Oh man, he is going to go down immediately. And now Hambach super low in the pit. He's going to be taken out. They do get the Dragon, but they're overwhelmingly losing this fight. And with the mid lane open, that's one of the things that will help DK end this game. Morgan just going to go golden as the rest of the team try to take him out. It looks like Lucid should be able to keep him from backing as the TPs are coming into the mid lane. Flash on over at Deacon. Oh no! Not like this! They had come back in the game, and then immediately DK just ended it.
Clean ace! 5 for 0! The goal was even, Veldes!
Not even close.
It was supposed to be the moment. And the attempt to deny and turn onto Lucid there, clearly something DK was extremely ready for. And that untargetability, Lucid makes it look quite busted, which makes sense with an ability like that. DK playing around very well. The main character though of this game wasn't Lucid as much as I'm a fan of him, not as much as Orcs, but you know.
Yeah,
but it was Beryl,
true.
right? Beryl, who ran the early game, and even in those late game team fights, just had an impeccable impact. Showmaker looking a lot less tired now that win number 1 is in the pocket.
Yeah, his charms are very good. I just like the way that DK played that team fight. You can see that on the side of the bros, they knew, like the coaches can see the numbers and they're like, man, we had a good opportunity here and we just dropped the ball in this team fight. Closer went in, Unbound Soul, tried to find an angle and just died before he could ult. And that's not the value out of the Yone that you need at that point in the game. Hype, only 11k damage in 30 minutes. They realistically just had the one fight. And after that, it just wasn't enough to come back in the game. So DK up 1-0. We'll see if they can hold on to their lead. As inevitably, Bro will move on to the blue side. We'll have to see what they do select, though. See Edgar looking quite frustrated, as that was a frustrating position to be in and not to potentially come back in that game. But guys, we'll have a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
왼쪽 오로라야, 왼쪽 오로라. 이렇게. 얘네 걸러왔다 바로. 야 이거 요네 볼게 오면. 나 공 한번 쓸게. 야 요네. 요네. 요네 이제 이겼다. 야 오로라. 카이사 누구? 카이사. 내가 잡을게. 얘들아 탑 밑에. 맞다. 와우. 뭔가 머리도 베릴 알리스타. 와우. 좋네. 잘 먹었어. 얘 스킬 없어. 아, 잡았어. 네, 도망가. 보여줘, 하나만. 보여줘.
And Showmaker now moving over. Captive Audience not going to quite find aiming there as the Deadly Flourish comes in. They're taking a fair bit of damage. Cuz down to 50%. Teleport in from Chiyu as they're looking for the team fight now. Perfect goes golden, but that means that he just has to watch as the rest of his team dies. It's an ace in trade for Lucid, and DK are going to realm warp their way to the base.
나를 봐줘.
나 나를 볼게. 나 뒤에 마크 좀.
Then impaled, cannot clean up the kill onto Shiu. Does manage to help take down aiming as Lucid just crashes Raptor into the wall. Shiu still offering as much damage as he can, but these health bars are so low. Diablo dancing around this fight and manages to take out all of them.
Wow, shit.
받을래? 잭스?
Captain Jack, that's going to work out. Chains of Corruption again going wide. Tries to dive in. This guy is immortal. As Perfect, he goes all out, and that should be able to get it. Never mind. He is actually impossible to kill as HLE are now underneath turrets. Speedy has just respawned, it feels like, and is dead once again. That's an ace.
잭스 어떻게 살았냐?
Viper. He has hit a spike of 2 items. Dash a little bit more of, providing gates. They have damage elsewhere. The arrow this time going to sail wide, and Canyon very tanky. It's going to tank up a lot of this, but does get stunned. They're still continuing to go in on the Xinjiao as Duro in the front line as well. Zeus gets in, and the Impale is big, but Toby lines up 3 and locks them down. Peanut as well over the wall will be taken down eventually.
They are able to walk their way out. Still, it's Keen that's on the floor. And now T1, if you kill these two, they are just dead. Chovy and Roller, he's got a Featherstorm, but he does not have his life. Owner goes down, Chovy against the wall, and he gets 2.
That's massive that Chovy's able to get those 2. There's so many standing structures up for Gen P.
I mean, Vagrant, oh, Toby gets him. Chovy, you psychopath!
적을 처치했습니다. 더블킬. 트리플킬.
Welcome back to the LCK Analyst Desk, also known as the space where in Game 1, bro fans like Degon himself everywhere around the world are left exasperated, feeling hopeless, no broptimism to be found, no broptimism to be seen, as it doesn't look like this is going to be one of those bro upsets over D+ we've seen over the last few years. I'm, of course, joined by Wadid as well as dead, exasperated Degon. Any thoughts, Degon?
Why are we taking away one of, the top half mid lane Auroras in the league to give it to Morgan? That's what I want to know.
For a Rumble matchup?
I don't care. Closer is a good Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but I mean, you gotta do something on the red side, I think they are trying to flex their picks, and I think, yeah, it was a nice try, I mean, they can try it,
They tried.
Thanks.
I think more than the draft, there were a lot of issues with the gameplay.
I agree.
Not necessarily, I mean, sure, some of that has to do with who was playing the Aurora, for sure, but the first few fights, I feel like I watched the same fight twice. Wadid is going to break it down for you guys, at least the first one, of Barrel making good plays, but also some positional errors on the side of OK Savings Bank Brion.
So yeah, I mean, here's the thing. They are starting grubs here, and I'm wondering why they're actually doing this, because first of all, they are really like separated, right? I mean, is Closer really joining the fight? No. So what they should do is just drag these grubs outside of the pit so they can actually have a safe escape route. So actually Yone can just come over here to join the team, and I think it could be really easier for them, but they just tried the grubs in the pit, so that's why they couldn't actually think about the fight. So that's why this Kaisa was most easiest gold for the DKs.
Cash money.
Yeah, you can roll the clip here.
Where did we get that? We did?
Clip art, baby.
Yeah, what I mean is that was one of the easiest kill for the DK side. So, I mean, they really gotta like step up on their objective setup, because it was horrible moment
It's
right
not
there.
the first time we've seen Hype get caught too around these objectives here on the top side. And once again, that's an easy engage here against a split bro. Morgan's not set up to actually utilize his ultimate here for any sort of PO. Closer is isolated, ults back into the fight to try to escape and flashes the wall. It's just so disjointed. The bros, they don't look like what we saw from them in Kespa Cup. I know there's been a lot of discussion about Kespa Cup being a much weaker tournament with some of the players just taking a break throughout it. It wasn't full rosters for most teams. But I really feel like, I mean, I commentated a majority of that tournament. I really feel like the bro we saw there was much better coordinated play with a lot more cohesion and a little bit more early game planning than the rest of what we've seen from LCK. Maybe it's a fearless thing, but this just isn't the same team we were kind of hyped about moving into this tournament.
So yeah, the key point for this meta is just group. I think that's the first step, and then you can look for something else. Because, I mean, I think it's always really easy to just look for the fight whenever you're just grouped, and then just go all together, right? But I think most of the time, bros were just like kind of dismantled, you know? They were really not connected and also not on the same page, which makes DK really easy. And I think Alistar is one of the great pick for that. I think nowadays a lot of support player are running more Glacier Argument Alistar, and I think that's pretty easy for the team to just target only one thing, and it makes really simple.
Yeah, it's really easy because Alistar's so tanky with his ultimate. You put that slow on the ground, and it affects all the champions who are trying to then collapse in and make the follow-up plays. But again, this is another fight where everyone's split. Degon is very upset with how Morgan played that one out.
You know, like at the very end of the play, Alistar is the one that chases down the Aurora, and I was thinking, okay, maybe he got headbutted away. No, he dropped between worlds and then left the world. He just ran away.
Okay. So Coach Wolf made the DNF at least win a game, right?
Coach Wolf,
no. This time around, it's you.
What?
Coach Degon,
That's
you gotta
right.
say something to bros, right?
You gotta do it, Degon.
Yeah, you're in the booth right now. You have to talk something. You have to, I don't know, kind of like motivate
One
people.
sentence speech, go.
Lord Morgan, Hero Hambach, Commander Closer, Headhunter Hype, President Palu, do it for the bros, the Giga Chads. We get knocked down, but we get back up. Maybe not like this, but we're going to get back here in game number 2 as we send it on over to Chronicler and Valdez.
Thank you, Giga Chad, Degon, for that breakdown. I think if I heard that after losing that first game, I would just walk out. What? I'd just be like, yeah, no, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just saying Twitch chat memes. If the coach said that after game 1?
This is the most scathing takedown I've ever come out of Brendan Valdez's mouth. Oh my god.
Imagine you go in here, he's just like, oh man, you know what, guys? Lord Morgan. You're like, well, you can't be serious right now, Edgar.
Oh, you know what you're doing, Valdez? You're taking Twitch chat and then turning it, like, making it face rallies. When you have like a show that does like a cartoon, right? That generally treats everything as if it's a joke, and then all of a sudden, episode, they're like, this is not funny.
Yeah.
Like, this is a really bad. That's what you're doing right now. Just let the chat spam. It's fine.
Oh, they can spam it. I mean, the chat, you know, that's their job, you know?
So what you're saying is
the coach of Bro has a different job.
Oh,
maybe it motivates. You know, maybe it's not so literal. And they're like, you know what, Morgan, you're doing a good job. You're great. Hambak, keep doing what you're doing. And they get they get some kind of motivation from that.
I don't think you needed to backpedal. I think I think you were right. And we'll see what Edgar has been able to impart on his players. As a draft thus far, nothing too shocking. Skarner taken off the board. Neferi taken off the board. Gwen remains banned. It's like Ambessa, Azir for closer. What makes sense? Oh, is they going to prioritize an early LeBlanc? It's going to be like a Lee LeBlanc from DK. I
need a Lee LeBlanc.
Oh, God, no. Well, I do think Lucid has his card, so I'd be okay with Nidalee. If the Talia gets locked in as well, though, there's no shot. Talia, strong into Azir. Showmaker definitely plays it well and should sync up well. Although the Vi is already taken away. Something like the Zinzao also works nicely as long as you have a guaranteed way to set up for the Talia knockback.
Yeah. Showmaker didn't say a whole lot. Seems like they were probably discussing the next pick, and they definitely were going to select Talia. There's the Zinzao. Crazy, I know.
Wow. Particularly because it's also something we see paired with the Azir so many times. So not too shocking. What is Hambak going to pick into this? That's a Palu pick. Let's come through. Although there is, of course, the potential that this goes towards Hambak. As mentioned, this is a combo we used to see all the time. It was particularly Chovy Peanut that loved this one back in 2023. Just would run this combo again and again and again. Very versatile, hard to lock down. What is Shiu going to pick here? Are they gonna... Yeah, I actually love this. It's one of the few picks that we see consistently do well into the Mbessa. Shiu clearly is happy about it. That's a monstrous 2v2 as well, by the way. Zinzao and Renekton. And you have Renekton and Talia as well. So this top side, that's... I think DK going to be very happy about that. And again, they opt into a more early game, but I feel like that's the identity of the team anyway. So it makes sense. Yeah.
I think it's a really good top of the table here. Now, both teams have selected that, assuming that Hambak is going to be playing the Poppy, but that's still flexible. Ashe is taken away.
Do they like ban MF? I don't like the MF, but I feel like that would be next on the priority list for a lot of teams here. There's a lot of CC and frontline already available here for aiming, and you can pick it and not be too worried about lane matchups. If this was a different team, I'd look towards something like a Jhin. I think a Jhin in this spot would also go pretty hard, but
not for aiming.
Not for aiming. Absolutely,
please
zero shot.
Maybe Zeri. You know, that strikes me as more of a
I could see Zeri. Yeah, something that can keep its distance. Ideally, something that has a build-up mobility, so that you don't have to deal. I know that MF doesn't, but pros are clearly still rating the MF very highly, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that banned away.
Still a lot of discussion about what...
Maybe Dan Zeri? Wouldn't surprise me either.
Leona.
So the barrel ban instead.
MF is available. Seems like the right choice.
So now you kind of have to pick the Rel. We'll see what Barrel's counter pick is going to be. Can't really blind Braum. I feel Braum would go really hard into this draft for Brion, but there's of course also still the chance that it's going to be Poppy in the support role, but no, it's going to be Poppy jungle as we thought. Rel for Palu, and then yeah, I think the Braum also makes sense on the flip side here. Brion is pretty short range outside of the Azir.
Or Maokai.
I do love Maokai with MF. Like, that to me does make a lot of sense. Barrel is one of the few players that has been playing this Maokai pretty consistently. And I'm kind of wondering if you can stop... I'm not actually sure if you can stop the crash down before it comes down with your W.
Maybe with your Q, but not your W.
Not W, if you root her?
Yeah,
I guess we'll see.
I think it continues,
I mean, it definitely,
right?
well, I assume so. Definitely can with the Q as you highlight. Same reason why the Alistair is good into the Rel. I guess we're going to keep the lookout on that. But I think the Maokai is great. More point and click CC. This comp is very, very straightforward for DK. I do like the OK Bro comp a lot more. I think they have more laning pressure. Top lane is a bit of a problem. That one is not going to be manageable. But the rest of the lanes, I don't think are looking too rough. We just need to see them not fall too far behind, because that mid-game team fight, it gave hope. And they got to cash in on that, fellas. They can't just give hope and not get a win. Well, it was 6 games.
They can't do that. He's saying he would give his left eye? It seems like he got hurt playing soccer. Sorry, football. You're Europeans.
That's fine.
If I were with Wolf, I wouldn't feel bad. I don't feel bad, actually. So now, looking at this composition, as you mentioned, Mbessa, really the only issue for them, can Morgan get through the lane against the Renekton? The Toy Necton, the Renek Toy. We'll see how that does go, as it looks like we are ready for game number 2, Bro up against DK.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, here we go, game number 2. And DK have already proven that they're the better team, but also they're not necessarily not going to int at certain different times just for fun. Hype is caught here. There's the Q. A lot of damage coming in, but I think he can just fly away. His little copter there.
Yeah, the unseen barrel is the deadliest, and he did walk all the way around. Didn't actually drop any vision, though. I imagine that he is going to do so right now. And what DK want is to track Humbug so that Shiu can dunk on this lane. That's basically it. I think that's the biggest reason as to why you want to keep very close track of this Poppy. Poppy does go really hard into the, particularly the top side 2v2. Right, I think starting at level 6, that is actually something that Shiu and Lucid are going to have to be respectful of. But early on, keeping track of Humbug, making sure that Shiu just gets to pummel this lane as much as possible is going to be a big prio. As aiming on the MF has actually had a very consistent performance on this pick thus far. As Barrel goes for a 2-man Q, we'll hit that. And the prio has been secured here for DK. To the surprise, I think, of no one. MF in particular, able to really exert a lot of pressure. So Barrel just heals with the auto and dips.
Yeah. He's feeling pretty good about that Maokai. I think it's an excellent choice in this situation. Aiming on the MF, looking to bully as much as possible. The Corki, definitely a safe pick. Kind of reminds you of Ezreal in terms of the spikes he's going to hit, but a little bit less ranged farming capability without Mystic Shot. As Hype is struggling to hit all of these, but he does get at least the last 3 to get up to 5 CS. Better than what could have been, as we said in game number 1. But yeah, it's Aiming and Barrel essentially doing their jobs, and Hype and Palu struggling to farm there. So you've got Prio for DK in the bottom lane. You've got Prio for DK in the top lane. And Shellmaker in mid against the Azir. It's hard to get Prio against an Azir in any matchup, but he's still going to be very comfortable in this one at least. So we can say this is kind of even. So it's not the same series, but the Prio that Wolf was looking for, DK's got it.
And Shiu, we saw actually getting still not the best of trades. Renekton really is more than I think it was before champion. He's at least a couple of levels. You know, once you start getting 2-3 points in Q, I think that's when he becomes more and more oppressive. And as soon as you hit level 6, from like 6 to 12, I think he is very hard to match reliably. So we'll see if Shiu gets to build his lead at that point. We also do have, as expected, both junglers pathing towards the top side of the map. Looks like Lucid was able to pick up that crab. Could look for a double crab here. We'll see if Aiming and Barrel, who will have it let the lane push into them a little bit, are able to shove this out. But with mid lane Prio the way it is, I think Lucid is just going to get the double crab here.
And Humbug's just kind of following him around. Yeah, Lucid has Smite, so he kind of just, he went up to the top crab. He's like, oh, that's gone. Let me follow him to the bottom crab. Okay, that one's also gone. And then he backs even later than Lucid. Well, he was going to, but now he's just going to continue his farm as he goes down to his Krugs.
Lucid has already had a base. See if they want to turn this into pressure on an objective. We do have the dragon coming up early. Not the craziest dragon damage, but Sin does obviously have a good amount of sustain. As thus far, laning lead mostly in bot lane, as is to be expected. Talia early, really not nearly as threatening as she once was in Renekton, as we mentioned. I think really is going to be looking to push his lead after the first base, not necessarily the first couple of levels.
Feels like, oh, we got a big trade up on the top side. Morgan dashed back into Xiu, who did want to punish, but...
Yeah, there's the 3 points in Q,
yeah,
as mentioned.
He wants a juicy one.
He's looking for it.
Fortunately, we already did have the Nefiri hot dog skin.
That whole range of skins has been great. But Pingu Garen, best one.
Yeah, and it's hard to beat that.
I don't think you can. I actually don't think it can be done, because it breaks all rules, right,
yeah,
of what skins normally are like.
Yeah. It's more of a costume than anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're moving into new...
I thought you were going to say it's more of a concept than anything. Like, yeah, let's go off the rails. What
we did that enough in the first series.
Yeah.
Not the literary themes again, please. We'd really have to invite Wolf up for a TriCast if we really got into it.
Yeah, you're not a big literature guy.
No. We need someone else who knows what they're talking about.
Well, I mean, it's also interesting to just talk about your experience with it. You know, you don't need to be knowledgeable about something to talk about it.
True. You immediately get judged. It's the internet.
Who cares?
What do you mean, who cares? Okay, that's a flash shot in from Hambach.
Showmaker doesn't care. Just flashes, walks it off.
Yeah, he's a world champion.
Yeah.
He's allowed to do whatever he wants. And people are still going to judge him. As they should. They're going to have even higher expectations because of his achievements.
I think knowing Showmaker, he's the one that puts the most pressure on himself.
Yeah.
Now, if you hear him talking interviews.
Well said, well said.
Which is why it's fun that he clearly has been enjoying himself. I think particularly in last year, but even this year, trying out a bunch of weird champions. As the gold lead slowly starting to get bigger. Which, again, as expected, is actually Morgan getting a level lead onto Xiu here. Xiu should level up off of that next minion, but Morgan sustaining nicely. Does have still 2 cookies in his inventory as well.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. He's keeping up with Xiu for now. There hasn't been really any jungle attention to that lane. It's just been a straight up 1v1.
I think Xiu's gonna be up about a wave and a half. When this comes through.
Barrel was looking for it there. A bit of a slow on a hype, as now they're going to try to pull the trigger here on Apollo as the crash down does.
There's a confirmation.
Yeah.
So it is just Q. As Apollo just walks it off, and Aiming's still able to get the cryo. Is Conqueror fully stacked, but they don't know where Poppy is, I'm pretty sure. So we do see Xiu maintain a little bit of distance. It needs to be respectful, obviously, if Morgan is able to hit an ult. They can just slam him into the wall, go for the CC Chin. But Lucian is taking the Dragon while all of this is going on, so DK not too bothered. She will be able to actually cancels his back there. So sticks around for now.
Yeah. So DK, they got 2 grubs. They, looking for a little angle here. Showmaker was considering it, but backing off the wave here is Hype and Palu, so not going to commit to that.
Yeah, no 6 on Barrel yet either. Is what, like 2 minions, 3 minions away? That would be
I'm gonna say 2.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it. I don't play that much duo lane, so I feel like the equation always becomes a bit hard when there's other people.
Yeah. You don't lane much at all. You're a jungle player.
Very true. I play top lane, but I feel like that's like a whole mother thing.
Yeah. That's a different universe. Bro are just taking the red buff because...
Are they?
I guess why not?
Did reset.
Yeah, Lucid going to spot them, but can't do much about it.
For a moment there, I was like, what if I just went in? And then ended up going, Xiu does have a cookie still, whereas Morgan did use his. So this Renekton, I think, deceptively tanky. We'll see. I want an all-in. I want to see who wins.
I mean, it's been brewing for quite a while, right? Like, the tension is
sense
building.
it, yeah.
Somebody wants to just pull the trigger and all in, but not actually going to happen. And it is just a couple of waves ahead for Xiu.
Yeah.
So for him, it's like, I'm doing my job. I don't have to overextend. That's the LCK way, you know? Get a lead, don't lose it, don't overcommit, don't make a mistake.
He's gonna further build his lead though, as Morgan did not have TP. This wave is crashing. I think most of his minions are gonna be gone by the time that Morgan arrives. And there is the backs. You can see as well, bases are basically even here, right? Xiu does get a refillable. And it is just quite closely matched here early on. We're only, I think, a minute and a half of inaction away from us losing the pot. So that's
Last time we did really well, but that was game 1. That's
well,
different.
it was game 1, and I think it was around the 13-minute.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm like, we lasted for quite a while that time, but then I remembered it was game 1, which is generally, you know.
We do get a loop here as the game and the day goes on.
The day goes on, you know, you hit game 5, game 6. Those
game
are the
9.
best. Game 9. Oh, I never had a game 9, but you and Atlas did.
Yeah, that's not good for you.
Yeah.
It's great for entertainment value, though.
Those were the days. The Challenger casts.
Ooh, Showmaker, what have they just done? A fight brewing here, Valdez.
Uh-oh. A bro and brewing fight. But it's just a smite for now. As Ingo's Barrel is going to engage, but the Poppy ult onto Lucid, as now Barrel tries to get away with a flash on him from Hambach, gives first blood to Hype. And now they're in a great spot. They want to get this last grub. They don't want to give 4 over to DK. Are they going to be able to secure it, though, is the question. No smite available here for Hambach, and the ult comes in from the MF. So now we're going to turn on to Lucid, actually, as the sweep comes in. Catches 2. In goes Morgan as well. That's a couple now locked down for the bros. They earn their lead once again in this game.
And DK simply underestimating the amount of battle fervor that is there for the bros. Closer goes in with a big sweep. This early game not going the way DK wants, as starts off with Barrel, the engaged Maokai. Unfortunately not working out, really nicely timed there by Hambach. Gets the big ultimate, then slams Hambach into the wall, and then here, take the grub and leave. Could have just taken the grub and leave.
Oh,
Lucid ends up going in, and that ends up baiting the rest of the team in as well. But yeah, the moment you see that MF ult channeled and Xiu is half health and Barrel's dead, and you got the grub,
yeah,
just leave. You don't have to. But it's DK, so they do. And now, Brion with an honest-to-God gold lead. Can we get a Dion cam up in here? See how he's doing?
I don't want anything else. We just
he's the personification of chat, you know?
Yeah. Well, you know what chat's saying. I don't have it up, but
we know. We don't
probably something like Giga Chad, okay bro, you know, Lord Morgan.
What's Commander Closer?
What's the Hambach one?
Hero Hambach.
Ah, yes. Well, Lucid's going to try to make up for it.
I think it's Hero Hambach and Headhunter Hype.
Yeah. Palu hit a wall.
I got the flash.
Yeah. That he did, but now the re-engage does come in for the side of DK. Is it going to work out for them? Lucid is in his ult, and Hambach's in a lot of trouble. And the chase is on. Palu and Closer on the run here as Lucid wants to get in, and the very fast, and the flash comes in from Barrel. That should be enough. I was going to say the very fast Talia would eventually catch up, but with the flashes, that is Barrel to secure the kill for the team. As now we finally get the all-in the 1v1 in the top lane. Who's going to win this one? I think with the Dominus. Xiu absolutely thought it was him, and so did Morgan.
Yeah, he also has Eclipse, and Morgan does not. So no shot. Morgan not going to take that fight, as he shouldn't. It doesn't mean that Xiu just gets to shove it away and get a back. But we got to get back to that fight, because last time the turn ended up working out. This time around, not so much. Even with the shove not hitting, Paulo just completely whiffs. Lucid didn't have to flash that. The engage didn't work.
But he got the flash.
And then here we see the combo, and this is why I did actually kind of... This isn't even that good. Showmaker's barely... Aiming's taking the crab!
Hambak tried to ult a Maokai. That's not going to work.
Nope.
He goes underground. Look, he did it again.
Wait, what
That's what Maokai does.
Sorry, what?
Maokai, he goes underground. That's Twisted Advance.
Is that what it is?
Well,
oh my god!
Yeah,
he's a tree,
because
and he goes. Oh my! I had no idea. I thought he just turned on target.
He becomes one with the earth. I mean,
that's what it.
becomes. He just becomes like a spot on the ground.
Oh
you know?
my! No, but like it makes sense because he is
the Maokai model disappears.
Yeah, no, he's a tree.
Yeah.
So he just. Oh my! This is when the conversation that Captain Flowers and Kobe had about Volibear mauling.
Yeah.
Mauling is just a slash, not
Yeah,
a bite, and Kobe was like, no. When he's played like, I don't know, like 500 games of Volibear. That's me. I played so much Maokai.
I don't even know what to say.
He goes underground.
How else would he go untargetable?
Well, I thought he's a magic tree. He just turns himself into an ethereal mass. Yeah.
Now I just want to see Twisted Advance again. I don't even.
Oh yeah,
care about
that's at the bottom of
the rest of this. We got another all in here, and this time Shu's in a bit more trouble. He has dominance. Who am I kidding?
I think Morgan tried to get him because if he takes tower shot, there might be an angle, but not gonna happen. Shojin also done, but I think Eclipse as a one-item power spike is just so bonkers. So much extra both damage and effective health that you get for yourself.
It's a very good bruiser item.
Yeah.
All right, Barrel, you need to Twisted Advance to someone. Yeah, but that's the thing. He goes untargetable, so the ult's not going to work. There he is. See, he went underground.
Oh, I know, you're right.
He went in. He caught the Poppy as well. That's why he's really good into Poppy as well, by the way. Yeah, well, the ult's not going to connect this time from Hambak, but down will go Barrel as well.
Just stay on the ground.
And Lucid's going in, and the knockback here is fantastic. Hambak just left out to dry. The rest of the team just running away. As the disengage cone does come through, Morgan doesn't want any of that nonsense. Because now DK should be able to take down the Rift Herald.
Barrel's sacrifice, not in vain. Ends up being the big difference maker there, I think. Sets up for Lucid. Lucid, nicely done. Actually using both the fact that Sin has so much sustain when he goes back in, as well as the invulnerability in range with the ultimate. But it's the CC chain, to me, that is the biggest. They can't really engage here, even though they do, because of the fact that aiming is so safe throughout all of this. Talia means that they're earlier to the play. They take down Rel. Unfortunately, Palu continues to not have the best of time. And then, okay, so you kill Barrel, but is that really worth your ult closer? No, I don't think it is, because with that ult gone, Showmaker can just throw down his E. And even the fact that aiming whiffs his ult, it doesn't really matter. They've already done the damage that they needed to.
Well, you got another fight. This time, it's not a 1v1. Barrel is here.
That is still Mbessa, so I think they made the right call by not going too crazy.
Yeah, also the Dominus timing.
Yeah.
Still 5 seconds away now.
And as we know now, even though he goes underground, like Barrel doesn't actually stay there forever, so he can be targeted and just die.
That's true, yeah. Sid Advance doesn't last forever. Learning things here at the LCK. Has Feats of Strength. Remember at the beginning of the year when we were like, oh man, Feats of Strength, cool, this is awesome. We got the first blood, you know, we used to talk about it every game, like this is huge, but now we're just like,
I still like it.
They got it.
I think it's a cool system.
I think that concept is good.
Well, they did also, they were way stronger when we, I think on like the
but now I think they're too weak.
First week of LCK, I think they could be a little bit stronger. Yeah,
it just feels like they're not noticeable.
Yeah.
Like, they get it, and we have our graphic because they're a thing, but it's also like, okay, they have it.
It's the same as Cloud Soul, where I do actually think that they are quite strong, but it's not flashy.
Yeah,
you know, like when you have the, what is it, Swift March, the Swifty one, like the amount of movement speed you get is completely crazy.
Yeah.
But it's just movement speed.
Sparrow's going to be flying around, so this is a big flank, and Hambak's in a lot of trouble. He does not have his flash. That's a nice ult, though. Gets himself out of trouble. Unfortunately, Palu had to die for his sins, as that is just the end of the Rel once again. And should be the dragon over. It is an Ocean Soul barrel. Gonna dodge a bunch.
So if Maokai can go underground, why doesn't he do it more often? Why does he need to go to?
It has a cooldown. He can't. Again, it's not infinite, chronically.
TP got cancelled there. Morgan looking for the flank, doesn't find it. That's a big cooldown gone.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting that he didn't see the Renekton there.
Also, did you not want to let that one go off? I feel like the fight was already in such a bad spot, and then Morgan TP's the bot and you just get the free top turret. It's 2020.
Yeah. Well, at least we have Aruna Sadakan in this game. Shu throwing the thumbs up to Morgan. It's like we got Kalist back here at Lal Park. There's a lot more thumbs up per minute in those games, that's for sure. Barrel's hanging around. He's like, yeah, I could help with Morgan, but instead I'm just going to clear vision around the Otacon and get a blood pedal.
Sorry, I'm still shattered about the whole Maokai thing. That's going to take me some time to get it.
You played a lot of Maokai, too.
So much.
Yeah.
In different roles as well.
Yeah. It's not hard to believe, though, right? Like, it makes sense.
No, that's what makes it annoying. I don't know who on Brion is using the deft ward skin, but good for them. Very cute.
Yeah. It's a good call. Both teams really want this brush.
Yeah, we needed a name, because we have Banana Brush. But this one is only there when it's Ocean Soul.
It's just a blob.
Blob Brush?
It doesn't really have...
I like Blob Brush. That works for me.
It doesn't have any shape.
There you go.
Like
it goes underground. Might be dead.
Yeah. He went too far underground. He went too underground, too far, too much. And then he died. So now, Bro are thinking about this Otacon, but smartly they're not going to throw on the Otacon.
They should. They need another pick. Showmaker now finishing a second item. This Talia does not do damage, but she's very hard to kill. They're going to get a lot going here. Hype is on his way. They're a member up.
Yeah, I mean, the turret goes down immediately. DK are like, well, we can't do much. Lucid, an interesting engaged target as it is Xinjiao. So, yeah, you got his ult. They got his ult out.
Yeah, okay, so the fact that they got aiming ult as well is big. If it's just I think you'd rather have Rel ult than Zinzao ult. I feel like Rel ult is pretty...
Yes. Also Hanbok flash for that.
Yeah. Well, that's fine. He's enabling Hex Flash.
That's true.
I'm not bothered by that.
No.
As we take a look, and what actually happens here is Barrow goes in, and then I think they very quickly realize that there are more members than just Paulo in the area who was spotted, and then the TP comes in. So, nice collapse there from Brion. The problem is Otacon is so strong that like they want to turn this into an Otacon, but it's just a support, and again, Otacon will kind of pummel them, so not able to turn it into more. And now they need to go for the game-winning fight, otherwise DK will, I think, be very favored in about a minute and a half when this dragon spawns. Because I don't want to see what happens when Renekton, Maokai, and Zinzao get Ocean Soul. There are things we are not meant to see. There are things we're not meant to know.
It's not safe for broadcasts, I don't think. It's way too much.
Even Talia, man. Showmaker with this build, like, I like Archangels. I think that's fine. But Roa as well. I know it's the flavor of the month, but especially with Sorkpan boots, you could be doing true damage to people because you're the sole AP source. But he's behind, so I guess he wouldn't have done that much damage.
Well, Bro's saying now is the time.
Starting it up.
Yeah. And you know what? This worked for DNF, right?
There's a TP. Forcing the one out from Shio as well. Lucid has been on point with his smites. Can Hanbok keep him away? I don't know. Barrel's angle there.
Palu coming on in. Showmaker bit of trouble. He has to flash, and that's just a flash for the ult as away goes the MF. And they're just going to try to turn on Apollo. They're not even going for this one as they just want to get that those flowers. In goes Lucid onto Closer, but the Hanbok block into the wall is huge. Barrel does get the pick, and now Closer's going to go down as well. Shu doing a fantastic job of frontlining. The knockback is big for Showmaker. And Bro, not immune to the Otacon throw either, as Hype is very fed, but soon will be going down to some rocks to the face. Down he goes, and who's faster?
Strutting!
Poppy or the strutting MF as...
Oh?
Okay, the Hex Flash, knock onto the wall.
Out.
And that's it. Nice by Humbach.
No!
Oh!
Wow! Oh my god, he got knocked over the wall!
He did. Calculated. Actually, though, that was
By the
sick.
Taliyah, that's crazy! Yeah. Doesn't matter, but it's cool!
It was really cool. Great job, Humbach. He wins the Fell for it again. Not that award, but...
that one's reserved for Daniel
for
Ox Harrison.
Yeah.
As we take a look, Showmaker immediately forced to flash. Paulo, you need to be a little bit more restrained on these Magnet Storms. Can't just use it like that there. And then Lucid goes in there, and initially it looks kind of silly. Tries to, I think, set up a pick on Hype, ordered the ward so that he would get the knock-up. But the reality is, DK is already ahead. Aiming is completely untouched in this fight. They don't have the Rel ultimate, and Shio is a level 15 Renekton who just can frontline for days. And now, Cryo for the Dragon, and that Soul there for DK.
I don't know if you saw what Beryl did, but he was very low. He was killing the flowers for the team. And he's like, no, I can rejoin. Instead, he gave Humbach the taxi out of the fight and died.
Yeah.
Instead of just taking the flowers. And here's Humbach's ult thrown on in, and he smited it in midair, I think.
That's actually, that's
Can you
not,
even do that?
That's not fair. He must have done it as he got.
I think you can though, right? Because it's not a suppression. It's just airborne. But you just go really airborne.
I need you to talk about it. I already talked about Lucid enough as is, man. I can't. I can't, Valdez.
I mean, he's really good at smiting. You can't take that away from him. He's looked a little bit silly on the Shinjao, but he's good on the smites at least. And now they're just doing the Baron. He's got his smite back. Humbach is here, but no ult. And now they got to respect this Rel. In goes the Rel, a big Magnet Storm this time. On top of the Mbessa into the back line. But look at aiming. He's just totally untouched once again. In goes Closer, trying to get on top of aiming, but nobody can kill this AD carry. As Shiu full health, able to take it up for the team. And that is an ace. They only have to pay one Showmaker for it.
I take it back, Showmaker. Built, slam dunk. They threw everything into trying to kill him. I want you to... Wait, I want to see this again.
Yeah, no, that was midair.
Yeah.
I mean, after he got hit, he just smited, but the timing was perfect.
Well, I actually, look how long it takes to kill Showmaker here. They're standing in a good amount of aiming. Aiming again, by the way, completely unchecked, as you highlighted during the fight. And this is the type of composition where, losing to Leah, it doesn't matter. There's so much consistent damage. And now, Soul's gone. Baron's gone. And I'm worried that we are not getting the 6-game dream, Valdez. As Beryl, as he does, buys Redemption. I love that.
Why not?
I actually think that's a great choice. I think Redemption is super duper good.
Yeah, I mean the way their engage works, it's very committal,
Can you
right?
use it
so
offensively if you're a Beryl,
yeah,
which I know he would love.
If they're going all in onto Showmaker, just drop a Redemption right on top of him, and maybe you save him. You probably do. So.
And we're gotten to the point in the game where I'm contemplating POM.
He's got the pen in his hand. He's actually thinking about it right now. It's not an easy one. It's not aiming regardless of the boom damage.
No. I think it's between Beryl and Lucid.
It's probably Beryl then.
Because I don't think it's Showmaker.
I mean, Lucid was good on the Nafiri, but I just think that Beryl's Alistair was really the biggest.
No, and then in this game,
yeah,
Beryl was.
I mean, he's had some iffy moments too, though.
Beryl, yeah.
Yeah, in this game.
Well, I mean, yeah, but if this is why I'm costing with you, because if it was Max, you'd be like, no, that's just Beryl. Just put it in.
That's just put it in. You have to do it. I'm gonna write it in for you. That's what he would say.
And then he would say. Man, that's why I lost my phone. But put it in anyway.
All right, nice try. Closer, gonna trade some flashes. Unfortunately, that puts him in a very precarious situation, and he's now dead. But it was a good effort. I admire his
nice try.
His feistiness. But yeah, you gotta send something. You gotta try. But unfortunately, Showmaker has flash.
We're not getting a Redemption moment in this one.
No, we're not.
Unfortunately,
yeah.
Nexus is about to fall. Valdez.
It's, you know, you got to go back to the old classic. It's broken, you know. And DK, they did a great job. Good stuff today. You know, not too many moments, not too many happy gaming moments. They kept it together. And that's a nice little engage from the engaged Maokai. As Beryl is going to drop the redemption, keeps himself alive with that redemption. As, yes, DK just with the finishing touches going to take everybody down except Hambak, who does live on his Poppy. And that'll be the 2-0 from DK tonight.
Game number 1, bit of ups and downs. Game number 2, none of that. It was just up for DK. As I'm gonna go for my vote. You know what?
Yeah.
I think it's very close between the two.
Well, the thing is, I think they both had excellent game 1s, and then were a bit iffy in game 2. The both of them.
Yeah, Lucid had that weird engage.
Beryl's game 1, I think, was better, even though Lucid was more fed. So I probably would have chosen.
I think for game 2, Lucid might not be getting it because of the smites, but this is a win-win for me, right? If Beryl gets it, I'm happy. I think he earned it. If Lucid gets it,
yeah, but then you get called out by Atlas for not being a true fan.
Yeah, I can't win. If I vote for Lucid and he wins, then I get yelled at for not voting for Beryl.
True.
So I'm just not going to be bothered. Honestly, I should have voted for Shiwu because I think he, again, has been performing admirably. And DK as a whole looked pretty good. Still some moments that make you wonder, why am I a fan of this team? But I think that just at this point is part of the charm. It's part of the fun. Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know what this is a reference to, but it's very intense.
Whoa. He stood very still. That was one of the more unique celebrations. What did he mean by that?
I don't know. I don't think we're meant to know. Also, very important.
I think it's better that we
Atlas
don't know.
actually looked up the description of...
he did, yeah.
Twisted Advance. Maokai contorts into a mass of moving roots, becoming untargetable and dashing to the target. Upon arrival, he roots the target. And Atlas was of the opinion that means he isn't underground. But I'd argue it's roots.
Yeah. Because it's roots, he's definitely underground.
But it might be like, he's like both. He's like on the top, like half underground, half above ground, which would make it a very confusing discussion, right? Because you're kind of both.
I think pretty clearly in the game he's underground.
Well, that's my read.
So the fact that he's roots and in the game he's underground, it's pretty safe to say that he's underground roots. We can take a look at these highlights. You know, Bro had that good fight over the second set of grubs, I think it was.
Yeah.
But then some issues arose.
The team fighting just isn't up to par for them, unfortunately. And we're starting to see for Brion very, very consistently that there's a sense of desperation, I think, that seeps into play. I think Paulo is the most obvious example of this, right? Where it's like, okay, we're going in, we're pressing all the buttons.
Yeah.
But you need those resources. Against a team as good as DK, if you use your Magnet Storm on a target that just flashes the wall and then is able to rejoin the fight anyway, you're not going to win. You need that. You need to combo. You need to play cohesively. Much easier said than done. I think DK, with a pretty convincing win here today, had one moment that made you kind of wonder what was going on. But outside of that, looking good.
Well, Showmaker had a lot of fun. He's got a big smile on his face here. Corky has the flash, is what he said. Watch Pharrell. That's their only initiation, as we saw during the game. Making a very good point. Watch Pharrell. Let's go Pharrell. Picks him off. Corky. I rooted him. And there you go. That was it. Having a lot of fun. We're the D plus Kia players. A lot of damage done by the guys on Bro, but damage doesn't win you games. Had to have cleaner team fights, as you were mentioning, Chronicler.
Has to be the big target point for Brion as they will be facing off against DNF next. That match is a very, very important one. Gonna have to see where they can make. I think there were, again, some glimpses. I think the proactivity of Hambak was something that I did welcome.
Did you say proactivity on purpose? That was so smooth.
Yeah, I was just gonna poke it off, but then you...
yeah, no, it's just well done, well done.
As we're gonna see, is it gonna be Lucid, is it gonna be Barrel, or were we completely off?
It's Barrel.
It's Barrel.
I mean, his Alistair was so great in game 1, right? He won a lot of the fights for the team, and it's a classic. It's a classic Barrel pick. And then he goes out on the Maokai, which is pretty unique as well. Very good into stuff like the Poppy, like the Rel. I think it was just a great draft selection, and then he played it good enough. You know, there were some iffy moments, but it's Barrel. That's just Barrel. That's just what he does.
There we go.
Yeah.
I'm glad Atlas is still here. Orcs wasn't, otherwise we wouldn't have had that many Chemtechs. But
yeah.
What did we learn today? That's why I'm wondering. I think we're learning that DK is still the same.
Our good teams won, and the other teams need improvement. That's what we learned today. Well, guys, I'm going to hand it over to Deer for the translation of the POM interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Beryl on the side of D+ Gia, who has taken the sole position of first place in the standings. Congratulations! So Beryl, this is your 300th LCK victory, fourth support to do so. Congratulations! And this is also your first POM. How do you feel? Yeah, ever since we left the player house, I had a good feeling, and I think it reached all the way to Low Park on stage. You know, just from the Kespa Cup finals results, and how close your matches were in the LCK Cup. OK Savings Bank Breon had always shown their power against D+ Gia, so what did you watch out for today? No, lately, with all the different picks that we were seeing due to Fearless Draft, I think we've just been trying to practice as much as possible regarding widening our champion pool, and I think that just does pay off in the end. So can we expect a new pick from you in the future? You know, because of the Fearless Draft, I believe that as long as we can keep seeing best of 5s and even through the regular season best of 3s, we will be able to see diverse picks. And this was your first Alistair game in the regular season. Do you think Alistair is considered tier 0? No, I don't think Alistair is considered the absolute best, but he definitely is a jack of all trades, but it does have its own counters. And just as the graphic shows, congratulations again, let's give him a round of applause for his achievement. And let's talk about game 2. The enemy, Flex picked Poppy Jungle, and since we haven't seen Poppy Jungle lately, how did you feel? I think due to the latest patch, Poppy is more useful or used in the support. And lately, I believe that she has an increased buff and more damage in the jungle, but I feel like there definitely is a huge difference between playing Poppy Jungle and Poppy support. And I think there are some limitations that you can definitely tell from seeing a Poppy Jungle. And your next opponent is the undefeated Genji. How will you prepare for this match? You know, just from watching Genji play in week 1, as compared to how they did in the LCK Cup, they are looking a lot more dominant. So I think this is something that we really have to prepare well for. And what would you like to say to all your fans out there? I'm really happy that we're able to secure our 3rd consecutive victory, and thank you so much for all your continuous support. And that's the end of the interview with Beryl and Back to the Space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. Yeah, it was great to hear from Beryl on his 300 wins. Gotta wait to 500 till he gets his own spot on the analyst desk. But again, a huge performance from him, winning today's player of the match. 7 out of 13, quite contested. Lucid getting a lot of love. Wow, Chronicler, if he would have voted Lucid here, Would have changed everything.
Would have changed everything.
Must not be a real Lucid fan.
I heard that he is not a Lucid supporter.
Not at all.
I heard that he badmouths him occasionally as well.
Jeez.
Which is kind of messed up.
Yeah.
He's a really good player. He's got a lot of talent. But anyway, I think all these votes make sense. I considered voting for Showmaker. For me, it was mostly between Beryl and Lucid, though. Beryl's game 1 was so solid that it gave him a little bit of a pass for me of what we saw, some of the mistakes in game 2, but it was a pretty solid performance in game 2 as well.
Yeah, I mean, especially this kind of game, it's really hard to pick up one player who played really well because it's kind of team thing, you know. Everyone just played so much better than enemy teams, so it looks way easier. So it feels like everyone deserves it.
All right, let's see the comments, boys, for Beryl in his 300th victory. Wolf?
You can't stop me. Not even I can stop me. Because he's Beryl. He dies a lot, and it doesn't stop him from getting victories. It doesn't stop him from making big and good plays.
He also played Maokai, which can't be stopped during Twisted Advance.
Yeah, which doesn't go underground.
Not underground. He just dashes at you. What did?
Yeah, I mean, we already mentioned that Nafiri got nerfed, but you know what? You cannot nerf the player. So I feel like Lucid, even though Nafiri got nerfed, he was performing phenomenal on the champion and then made game 1 really easy. So it feels like he showed up how to play Nafiri in theory. Yeah.
All right, what did Chronicler put here? Instead of Lucid, again, win for Beryl. Underground Rooting Menace, again, started so many of those fights, hitting the key targets, making space for Aiming's misfortune there. Great bullet times. On the Korean side, Beryl, I know the way. He's done it multiple times, 300 victories. Great job there from Helios and Gogo. D Plus's dog treats, grubs, and dragons. Woof, woof, woof. How's that go? Go ahead. Woof, woof, woof. All right, thank you for that one.
Hot Dog Nafiri. That's what Hot Dog Nafiri sounds like that.
Last one by Pony. This boy bites. I like that one.
I feel like we've had this one before.
Yeah, I think it's copying.
This one. Yeah, I feel like I've seen Pony. I feel like that's not an original.
Yeah, it's not the original one.
All right, never mind. I don't like this one anymore. Unoriginal. Come on, Pony. We expect better. Let's take a look at the highlight here that we have for you from this last one. Over at 11 minutes. Bros looked okay. It looked okay.
Did it look okay?
It was okay at the start.
Okay.
Yeah, look. Hotbot hit someone into the wall. It was good.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
I see a TP.
Finally, they're grouping as one. So finally,
Hype's trying to find an angle. Hype's trying to find an angle.
Oh.
Hype's trying to find an angle. Hold on, help Surely he
Boom.
gets it.
Oh.
There we go. There we go. Bro highlight.
Let's
Eat
go.
the loss.
All right.
This is what Wadid was asking for.
There was this moment, right? Like Wadid was alluding to, like fighting together, playing together, finally pushing enemies into Hype so he could do the damage. Hype, was he too far forward? Was he caught? No, he was safe.
It was a little too far back. That's what.
Closer delivered. It was like Uber Eats, right? You know, it finally showed up. He got a big tip.
We're holding it together. Anyways, after that, bros end up getting picked apart as per usual. Gosh. What do we think? Humbug comes back. Good? Better than Elam?
Better than Elam. I think that is probably an opinion that will be universally shared. I'm still waiting for Hype to live up to his name because, unfortunately, so far his performances have been a bit lackluster. You know, we saw a lot of him getting caught, right, misposition, stuff like that throughout all of the starting matches for Bro. Saw it in Game 1. Game 2 looked better on the Corki at least, but I think there has to be a little bit more play around him, or he needs to play champs that are a little bit more utility, a little bit more safe.
Yeah, I mean, on serious note, I really feel like their staff need to do something. You know, every time it's the same issue. They're just losing without doing anything, right? So I feel like either they just make one simple goal to make it really easy, or just do something as a team. You know, we are not seeing anything from them. So I feel like it's really on their staff. You know, they've been there for so many years right now, so I feel like they really got to step up. Not only players, but also staffs. And I think that's also on Digon as well, because I think after Game 1, his speech was not really on point.
What was wrong with my speech?
2.3 out of 10. 2.3 out of 10.
Y'all at home, there was nothing wrong with my speech. I reminded them who they were.
Said, Boo, you just named the players' nicknames. That's not a speech.
Yeah, you got to say something to the players after this kind of rough loss.
All right, well, we'll...
There we go.
What, right now?
Yeah, they're listening.
No. We're
All right,
going into
we
the
can do
standings. I've got a couple days before, again,
Oh
the
my
new
God,
battle
wait a minute.
of the week. Bro versus DNF.
Look at this.
Tied, absolutely tied.
Whoever wins avoids 10th place at the end of week 2.
That's right. Actually, serious question though. We watched 2 top teams play against lower seeded teams, D+ and Hanwha Life Esports. Who do you take right now, knowing that, Hanwha Life, they're the champs, they've won internationally, D+, had some fun, but they took care of business. Who you got here, Wolf?
What are you saying, of the 2 teams that looked, which team looks stronger? I would still give the edge to Hanwha Life. I think more clutch plays, a little bit more cohesion in team fights. Not as creative as they have been, especially at first stand. I think D+ definitely has that advantage over them, but I think fundamentally Hanwha is still one step above.
I mean, I'm just waiting for DK's creativity, I think it's going to come soon. And I feel like it's slowly growing up. So I feel like even though HLE looks really strong, like after those kind of rough moments in the early season, I feel like DK, I think they're kind of reaching to the point where when DK was really strong back in the day when they won the Worlds. So I feel like it's coming soon.
2 peaking teams that will have big matches later on in the week. However, tomorrow we have BNK FearX taking on DRX as both squads try to move up out of 1-1. Then the Telecom War, T1 versus KT. Always a surprise when these 2 come together. Despite everything that is happening around both these orgs, they always put on a great battle.
KT always strikes back a little bit in those series, and I think everybody's got their eyes out for that starting roster tomorrow as well to see who will actually be starting for T1.
That is true. We don't know yet. We don't know.
is really waiting.
Yeah, I'm actually waiting.
All right, well, with that, again, huge wins today for Hanwha Life Esports and D+ for all the bro fans. We always have next time.
Yeah.
And we will see you tomorrow, next time for the LCK. What did last thoughts?
I mean, last thoughts on bros?
We always have next time.
Yeah, it's a marathon.
It's a marathon, not a sprint. All right, y'all. Take care of yourself tonight. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK action.
Of the past, the present, and the future. A new era, the same empire. 국제전 우승이라는 그 수건이 연이어서 하나생명의 우승 시리즈가 이어지고 있습니다.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.